formatting, so you have sort of the heading here, and then later on it goes into more details on how to do the planning, and you see this is like a sub bullet part of it. And as part of the plan, there's actually three big sections: is how to plan, and then how to create each of the steps in the plan, and then the high level example of the plan. One big thing about the best prompts is they outline how to reason about the task, and then a big thing is giving it an example, and this is what it does. And one thing that's interesting about this, it looks more like programming than writing English, because it has this XML tag kind of format to specify sort of the plan. We found that it makes it a lot easier for LLMs to follow, because a lot of LLMs were post-trained in RLHF with kind of XML type of input, and it turns out to produce better results.
Yeah, one thing I'm surprised that isn't in here, or maybe this is just the version that they released, what I almost expect is there to be a section where it describes a particular scenario and actually gives example output for that scenario.
That's in like the next stage of the pipeline. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because it's customer specific, right? Because like every customer has their own like flavor of how to respond to these support tickets, and so their challenge, like a lot of these agent companies, is like how do you build a general purpose product when every customer like wants, has like slightly different workflows and like preferences. That's a really interesting thing that I see the vertical AI agent companies talking about a lot, which is like, how do you have enough flexibility to make special purpose logic without turning into a consulting company where you're building like a new prompt for every customer. I actually think this like concept of like forking and merging prompts across customers and which part of the prompt is customer specific versus like company wide is like a really interesting thing that the world is only just beginning to explore.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Jared. So this is concept of defining the prompt in the system prompt, then there's a developer prompt, and then there's a user prompt. So what this means is the system prompt is basically almost like defining sort of the high level API of how your company operates. In this case, the example of ParaHelp is very much a system prompt. There's nothing specific about the customer. And then as they add specific instances of that API and calling it, then they stuff all that into more the developer prompt, which is not shown here. And that adds all the context of, let's say, working with Perplexity. There's certain ways of how you handle RAG questions as opposed to working with Bold is very different, right? And then I don't think ParaHelp has a user prompt because their product is not consumed directly by end user, but end user prompt could be more like Replit or A0, right? Where users need to type, it's like generate me a site that has these buttons, this and that goes all in the user prompt. So that's sort of the architecture that's sort of emerging.
To your point about avoiding becoming a consulting company, I think there's so many startup opportunities in building the tooling around all of this stuff. Like, for example, anyone who's done prompt engineering knows that the examples and worked examples are really important to improving the quality of the output. And so then if you take like ParaHelp as an example, they really want good worked examples that are specific to each company. And so you can imagine that as they scale, you almost want that done automatically. Like in your dream model, you want is just like an agent itself that can pluck out the best examples from like the customer data set, and then software that just like ingests that straight into like wherever it should belong in the pipeline without you having to manually go out and pluck that all and ingest it in all of yourself.
That's probably a great segue into meta prompting, which is one of the things we want to talk about, because that's a consistent theme that keeps coming up when we talk to our AI startups.
Yeah, Tropier is one of the startups I'm working with in the current YC batch, and they've really helped people like YC company Ducky do really in-depth understanding and debugging of the prompts and the return values from a multi-stage workflow. And one of the things they figured out is prompt folding. So basically one prompt can dynamically generate better versions of itself. So a good example of that is a classifier prompt that generates a specialized prompt based on the previous query. And so you can actually go in, take the existing prompt that you have and actually feed it more examples where maybe the prompt failed, it didn't quite do what you wanted, and you can actually, instead of you having to go and rewrite the prompt, you just put it into the raw LLM and say, help me make this prompt better. And because it knows itself so well, strangely, meta prompting is turning out to be a very, very powerful tool that everyone's using now.
And the next step after you do sort of prompt folding, if the task is very complex, there's this concept of using examples, and this is what Jazzberry does. It's one of the companies I'm working with this batch. They basically build automatic bug finding in code, which is a lot harder. And the way they do it is they feed a bunch of really hard examples that only expert programmers could do. Let's say if you want to find an N+1 query. It's actually hard for today for even like the best LLMs to find those. And the way to do those is they find parts of the code, then they add those into the prompt, and meta prompt is like, hey, this is an example of an N+1 type of error. And then that works it out. And I think this pattern of sometimes when it's too hard to even kind of write a prose around it, let's just give you an example, that turns out to work really well because it helps LLM to reason around complicated tasks and steer it better because you can't quite kind of put exact parameters. It's almost like unit testing programming in a sense, like test-driven development is sort of the LLM version of that.
Yeah, another thing that Tropier sort of talks about is the model really wants to actually help you so much that if you just tell it, give me back output in this particular format, even if it doesn't quite have the information it needs, it'll actually just tell you what it thinks you want to hear, and it's literally a hallucination. So one thing they discovered is that you actually have to give the LLMs a real escape hatch. You need to tell it, if you do not have enough information to say yes or no or make a determination, don't just make it up. Stop and ask me. And that's a very different way to think about it.
That's actually something we learned some of the internal work that we've done with agents at YC, where Jared came up with a really inventive way to give the LLM an escape hatch. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, so the Tropier approach is one way to give the LLM an escape hatch. We came up with a different way, which is in the response format, to give it the ability to have part of the response be essentially a complaint to you, the developer, that like you have given it confusing or underspecified information and it doesn't know what to do. And then the nice thing about that is that we just run your LLM like in production with real user data, and then you can go back and you can look at the outputs that it has given you in that like output parameter. We call it debug info internally. So like we have this like debug info parameter where it's basically reporting to us things that we need to fix about it, and it literally ends up being like a to-do list that you, the agent developer, has to do. It's like really kind of mind-blowing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just even for hobbyists or people who are interested in playing around for this for personal projects, like a very simple way to get started with meta prompting is to follow the same structure of the prompt, is to give it a role and make the role be like, you're an expert prompt engineer who gives really like detailed, great critiques and advice on how to improve prompts, and give it the prompt that you had in mind, and it will spit you back a more expanded, better prompt, and so you can just keep running that loop for a while. It works surprisingly well.
I think that's a common pattern sometimes for companies when they need to get responses from LLMs in their product a lot quicker. They do the meta prompting with a bigger, beefier model, and you have the, I don't know, hundreds of billions of parameter plus models like I guess Claude 4, 3.7, or your GPT-03, and they do this meta prompting, and then they have a very good working one that then they use into the Distill model. So they use it on, for example, a 4.0, and it ends up working pretty well, specifically sometimes for voice AI agents companies, because latency is very important to get this whole Turing test to pass, because if you have too much pause before the agent responds, humans can detect something is off. So they use a faster model, but with a bigger, better prompt that was refined from bigger models. So it's like a common pattern as well.
Another, again, less sophisticated maybe, but like as the prompt gets longer and longer, it becomes a large working doc. One thing I found useful is as you're using it, if you just note down in a Google Doc things that you're seeing, just the output's not being how you want, or ways that you can think to improve it, you can just write those in note form and then give Gemini Pro like your notes plus the original prompt and ask it to suggest a bunch of edits to the prompt to incorporate these in well, and it does that quite well.
The other trick is in Gemini 2.5 Pro, if you look at the thinking traces as is parsing through evaluation, you can actually learn a lot about all those misses as well. We've done that internal as well, right?
As this is critical, because if you're just using Gemini via the API, until recently you did not get the thinking traces, and like the thinking traces are like the critical debugging information to like understand like what's wrong with your prompt. They just added to the API, so you can now actually like pipe that back into your developer tools and workflows.
Yeah, I think it's an underrated consequence of Gemini Pro having such long context windows is you can effectively use it like a REPL. Go sort of like one by one, like put your prompt on like one example, then literally watch the reasoning trace in real time to figure out like how you can steer it in the direction you want.
Jared and the software team at YC has actually built this, various forms of workbenches that allow us to like do debug and things like that. But to your point, like sometimes it's better just to use gemini.google.com directly and then drag and drop, literally JSON files, and you don't have to do it in some sort of special container. Like it seems to be totally something that works even directly in ChatGPT itself.
Yeah, this is all stuff. I would give a shout out to YC's head of data, Eric Bacon, who's helped us all a lot of this meta prompting and using Gemini Pro 2.5 as effectively a REPL.
What about evals? I mean, we've talked about evals for going on a year now. What are some of the things that founders are discovering?
Even though we've been saying this for a year or more now, Gary, I think it's still the case that like evals are the true crown jewel like data asset for all of these companies. Like one reason that PowerHelp was willing to open source the prompt is they told me that they actually don't consider the prompts to be the crown jewels. Like the evals are the crown jewels, because without the evals, you don't know why the prompt was written the way that it was, and it's very hard to improve it.
Yeah, and I think in abstraction you can think about YC funds a lot of companies, especially in vertical AI and SaaS, and then you can't get the evals unless you are sitting literally side by side with people who are doing X, Y, or Z knowledge work. You need to sit next to the tractor sales regional manager and understand, well, this person cares, this is how they get promoted. This is what they care about. This is that person's reward function. And then, what you're doing is taking these in-person interactions, sitting next to someone in Nebraska, and then going back to your computer and codifying it into very specific evals, like this particular user wants this outcome after after this invoice comes in. We have to decide whether we're going to honor the warranty on this tractor, like just to take one example. That's the true value, right? Like where everyone's really worried about, are we just wrappers, and what is going to happen to startups? And I think this is literally where the rubber meets the road, where if you are out there in particular places, understanding that user better than anyone else and having the software actually work for those people, that's the moat.
That is just like such a perfect depiction of like what is the core competency required of founders today. Like literally, like the thing that you just said, like that's your job as a founder of a company like this, is to be really good at that thing. And like maniacally obsessed with like the details of the regional tractor sales manager's workload. Yeah.
And then the wild thing is, it's very hard to do. Like, have you even been to Nebraska? The classic view is that the best founders in the world, they're sort of really great cracked engineers and technologists and just really brilliant. And then at the same time, they have to understand some part of the world that very few people understand. And then there's this little sliver that is, the founder of a multi-billion-dollar startup. I think of Ryan Peterson from Flexport. Really, really great person who understands how software is built. But then also, I think he was the third biggest importer of medical hot tubs for an entire year, like a decade ago. So the weirder that is, the more of the world that you've seen that nobody else who's a technologist has seen, the greater the opportunity, actually.
I think you've put this in a really interesting way before, Gary, where you're sort of saying that every founder has become a forward deployed engineer. That's like a term that traces back to Palantir, and since you were early at Palantir, maybe tell us a little bit about how did forward deployed engineer become a thing at Palantir, and what can founders learn from it now?
I think the whole thesis of Palantir at some level was that if you look at Meta, back then it was called Facebook, or Google, or any of the top software startups that everyone sort of knew back then. And one of the key recognitions that Peter Thiel and Alex Karp and Stephen Cohen and Joe Lonsdale, Nathan Gettings, like the original founders of Palantir, had, was that go into anywhere in the Fortune 500, go into any government agency in the world, including the United States, and nobody who understands computer science and technology at the level that, at the highest possible level, would ever even be in that room. And so Palantir's sort of really, really big idea that they discovered very early was that the problems that those places face, they're actually multi-billion-dollar, sometimes trillion-dollar problems. And yet, this was well before AI became a thing. People were sort of talking about machine learning, but back then they called it data mining. The world is awash in data, these giant databases of people and things and transactions, and we have no idea what to do with it. That's what Palantir was, is, and still is. That you can go and find the world's best technologists who know how to write software to actually make sense of the world. You have these petabytes of data, and you don't know how do you find the needle in the haystack. And the wild thing is, going on something like 22 years later, it's only become more true that we have more and more data, and we have less and less of an understanding of what's going on. And it's no mistake that actually, now that we have LLMs, it is becoming much more tractable. And then the forward deployed engineer title was specifically, how do you sit next to literally the FBI agent who's investigating domestic terrorism? How do you sit right next to them in their actual office and see, what does the case coming in look like? What are all the steps? When you actually need to go to the federal prosecutor, what are the things that they're sending? What's funny is literally it's like Word documents and Excel spreadsheets, right? And what you do as a forward deployed engineer is take these sort of, file cabinet and fax machine things that people have to do, and then convert it into really clean software. So, the classic view is that it should be as easy to actually do an investigation at a 3-letter agency as going and taking a photo of your lunch on Instagram and posting it to all your friends. That's, kind of the funniest part of it. And so, I think it's no mistake today that forward deployed engineers who came up through that system at Palantir now, they're turning out to be some of the best founders at YC, actually.
Yeah, we're introduced this incredible an incredible number of startup founders because like the training to be a forward deployed engineer, that's exactly the right training to be a founder of these companies now. The other interesting thing about Palantir is like other companies would send like a salesperson to go and sit with the FBI agent, and like Palantir sent engineers to go and do that. I think Palantir was probably the first company to really like institutionalize that and scale that as a process, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened there, the reason why they were able to get these sort of 7 and 8 and now 9-figure contracts very consistently is that instead of sending someone who's like hair and teeth and they're in there and let's go to the steakhouse, it's all like relationship, and you'd have one meeting, they would really like the salesperson, and then through sheer force of personality, you try to get them to give you a 7-figure contract, and like the timescales on this would be 6 weeks, 10 weeks, 12 weeks, like 5 years. I don't know. It's like, and the software would never work. Whereas if you put an engineer in there and you give them Palantir Foundry, which is what they now call sort of their core data viz and data mining suites, instead of the next meeting being reviewing 50 pages of sort of sales documentation or a contract or a spec or anything like that, it's literally like, okay, we built it. And you're getting like real live feedback within days. And I mean, that's honestly the biggest opportunity for startup founders. If startup founders can do that, and that's what forward deployed engineers are sort of used to doing, that's how you could beat a Salesforce or an Oracle or a Booz Allen or literally any company out there that has a big office and a big fancy, you have big fancy salespeople with big strong handshakes, and it's like, how does a really good engineer with a weak handshake go in there and beat them? Well, it's actually, you show them something that they've never seen before and like make them feel super heard. You have to be super empathetic about it. Like, you actually have to be a great designer and product person, and then come back and you can just blow them away. Like, the software is so powerful that the second you see something that makes you feel seen, you want to buy it on the spot.
Is a good way of thinking about it that founders should think about themselves as being the forward deployed engineers of their own company?
Absolutely, yeah. Like, you definitely can't farm this out. Like, literally, the founders themselves, they're technical, they have to be the great product people, they have to be the ethnographer, they have to be the designer. You want the person on the second meeting to see the demo you put together based on the stuff you heard, and you want them to say, wow, I've never seen anything like that, and take my money.
I think the incredible thing about this model is this is why we're seeing a lot of the vertical AI agents take off, is precisely this, because they can have these meetings with the end buyer and champion of these big enterprises. They take that context and then they stuff it basically in the prompt. And then they can quickly come back in a meeting like just the next day. Maybe with Palantir it would take a bit longer and a team of engineers. Here it could be just the 2 founders go in, and then they would close the 6-7-figure deals, which we've seen, and with large enterprises, which has never been done before. And it's just possible with this new model of forward deployed engineer plus AI is just on accelerating.
It just reminds me of a company I mentioned before on the podcast, like ERML, who do another customer support, and especially a lot of voice support. And it's just a classic case of 2 extremely talented software engineers, not natural sales people, but they force themselves to be essentially forward deployed engineers, and they closed a huge deal with Zepto and a couple of other companies they can't announce yet. But
do they physically go on site like the Palantir model?
Yes, so they do. So they did all of that, where once they close the deal, they go on site and they sit there with all the customer support people and figuring out how to keep tuning and getting the software or the LLM to work even better. But before that, even to win the deal, what they found is that they can win by just having the most impressive demo. And in their case, they've innovated a bit on the RAG pipeline so that they can have their voice responses be both accurate and very low latency, so like a technically challenging thing to do. But I just feel like in the pre sort of the current LLM rise, you couldn't necessarily differentiate enough in the demo phase of sales to beat out incumbents. So you couldn't really beat Salesforce by having a slightly better CRM with a better UI. But now, because technology evolves so fast and it's so hard to get this like last 5 to 10% correct, you can actually, if you're a forward deployed engineer, go in, do the first meeting, tweak it so that it works really well for that customer, go back with the demo and just get that, oh wow, like we've not seen anyone else pull this off before experience and close huge deals.
And that was the exact same case with Happy Robot, who has sold 7-figure contracts to the top 3 largest logistic brokers in the world. They're built AI voice agents for that. They are the ones doing the forward deployed engineer model and talking to like the CIOs of these companies and quickly shipping a lot of product. Like, they're very quick turnaround, and it's been incredible to see that take off right now. And it started from 6-figure deals, now doing closing 7-figure deals, which is crazy.
Nice.
This is just a couple months after.
So that's the kind of stuff that you can do with, unbelievably very, very smart prompt engineering, actually. Well, one of the things that's kind of interesting about each model is that they each seem to have their own personality. And one of the things the founders are really realizing is that you're going to go to different people for different things, actually.
One of the things that's known a lot is Claude is sort of the more happy and more human steerable model. And the other one is Llama 4 is one that needs a lot more steering. It's almost like talking to a developer, and part of it could be an artifact of not having done as much RLHF on top of it. So it's a bit more rough to work with, but you could actually steer it very well if you actually are good at actually doing a lot of prompting. I'm almost doing a bit more RLHF, but it's a bit harder to work with actually.
Well, one of the things we've been using LLMs for internally is actually helping founders figure out who they should take money from. And so in that case, sometimes you need a very straightforward rubric, a 0 to 100. 0 being never ever take their money, and 100 being take their money right away. Like they actually help you so much that you'd be crazy not to take their money. Harj, we've been working on some scoring rubrics around that using prompts. What are some of the things we've learned?
So it's certainly best practice to give LLMs rubrics, especially if you want to get a numerical score as the output. You want to give it a rubric to help it understand like how should I think through and what's like a 80 versus a 90. But these rubrics are never perfect. There's often always exceptions.
And you tried it with O3 versus Gemini 2.5, and you found
this is what we found really interesting is that you can give the same rubric to two different models, and in our specific case, what we found is that O3 was very rigid actually. Like it really sticks to the rubric. It heavily penalizes for anything that doesn't fit like the rubric that you've given it. Whereas Gemini 2.5 Pro was actually quite good at being flexible in that it would apply the rubric, but it could also sort of almost reason through why someone might be like an exception, or why you might want to push something up more positively or negatively than the rubric might suggest, which I just thought was really interesting because it's just like when you're training a person, you give them a rubric, like you want them to use a rubric as a guide, but there are always these sort of edge cases where you need to sort of think a little bit more deeply, and I thought it was interesting that the models themselves will handle that differently, which means they sort of have different personalities, right? Like O3 felt a little bit more like a soldier, sort of, okay, I'm definitely going to check. And Gemini Pro 2.5 felt a little bit more like a high agency sort of way. It was like, oh, okay, no, I think this makes sense, but this might be an exception in this case, which is really interesting to see.
Yeah, it's funny to see that for investors. Sometimes you have investors like a Benchmark or a Thrive. It's like, yeah, take their money right away. Their process is immaculate. They never ghost anyone. They answer their emails faster than most founders. It's very impressive. And then one example here might be there are plenty of investors who are just overwhelmed and maybe they're just not that good at managing their time. And so they might be really great investors and their track record bears that out, but they're sort of slow to get back. They seem overwhelmed all the time. They accidentally, probably not intentionally, ghost people. And so this is legitimately exactly what an LLM is for. Like the debug info on some of these are very interesting to see. Like maybe it's a 91 instead of like an 89. We'll see. I guess one of the things that's been really surprising to me as we ourselves are playing with it, and we spend maybe 80 to 90% of our time with founders who are all the way out on the edge, is on the one hand, the analogies I think even we use to discuss this is it's kind of like coding. It kind of actually feels like coding in 1995. Like the tools are not all the way there. There's a lot of stuff that's unspecified. We're in this new frontier. But personally, it also kind of feels like learning how to manage a person, where it's like, how do I actually communicate, the things that they need to know in order to make a good decision, and how do I make sure that they know, how I'm going to evaluate and score them? And not only that, like there's this aspect of Kaizen, this manufacturing technique that created really, really good cars for Japan in the 90s, and that principle actually says that the people who are the absolute best at improving the process are the people actually doing it. And it's literally why Japanese cars got so good in the 90s, and that's meta prompting to me. So I don't know, it's a brave new world. We're sort of in this new moment. So with that, we're out of time, but can't wait to see what kind of prompts you guys come up with, and we'll see you next time.
When we started out, we didn't seem like we were going to be successful at all. OpenAI had $1 billion and like all of this star power, and we had 7 co-founders in COVID, like trying to build something, and we didn't know if we were necessarily going to make a product or what the products would look like. One thing that's interesting to look at is just that humanity is on track for like the largest infrastructure build out of all time.
Tell us about the early days of Anthropic. So you had a general idea of this sort of like long-term mission that you wanted to do to, not destroy humanity, but like what did you actually work on for the first year? How did that convert on an actual product?
Welcome back to another episode of The Light Cone. Today we've got a real treat, co-founder of Anthropic, Tom Brown.
Excited to be here.
So Tom, one of the things that a lot of the people watching would love to figure out is you got started in tech at the age of 21, fresh from MIT. How does someone go from that in 2009 to literally co-founding something as important as Anthropic.
Summer 2009, Linked Language, two of my friends had started that out. I think they had seen one of our other friends, Kyle Boat, kind of do a YC company, and so it was in the water that that's the thing that we could try to do. They started out, I was the first employee. Back then, yeah, you guys let me join for all the dinners and stuff like that too. I could have instead gone to like a big tech company or something like that, and I think probably just as a software engineer, I might have learned more software engineering skills, but I think by being there with the other co-founders without anyone telling us what to do. Basically, we had to figure out how to live, how to, like, the company would die by default. I think in school there was a lot of, like, a feeling more of people would give me tasks and I would do the tasks. It was kind of like a dog waiting for, like, food to be, like, fed to them in their bowl or something like that. And I think for that company it was more like wolves and we have to, like, hunt our for, like, food, otherwise, like, our kids are going to starve or something like that. I think that mindset, I think, has been, like, the most valuable mindset, that shift that I've had for trying to do, like, bigger, more exciting things.
Yeah, big tech just teaches you to work at a big tech company, whereas it's much more fun to be a wolf.
Yeah.
How did you go from like sort of working at friend's startup to then you started your own one?
So Linked was, we ran the company for a bit. I ended up going back to school afterwards. And then when I left school, I went to this company, MoPub.
A mobile advertising thing, right?
Yeah. I was like the first engineer there. I was like, okay, well, I want to be a wolf, but like, I was really bad at programming also. I was like very, very struggling as like a like software engineer. I know I want to do more, but I don't know how to do it yet. And so I think that was kind of like an experience getting to scale something. Winter 2012, one of my friends, who was my smartest friend from college, pitched me on, let's go and start a YC company. We did, at the time, Solid Stage. This was before Docker existed. And so the idea was try to make it easier to do DevOps, but Docker doesn't exist. So it's going to be a more flexible Heroku, which basically meant a more complicated like Heroku. And so I remember we interviewed with you guys. I think folks didn't really understand what we were trying to build. I think we didn't really understand what we were trying to build that much.
When you're trying to do something new, that's actually sometimes common.
Yeah, I think we were an outlier there because we like did our interviews and then we got called back driving back to San Francisco, and TLB had written on the board like an angry frowny face and what are you actually going to build? and so he like wanted us to explain that. I guess we explained it enough, or he was just like, these guys still don't know what they're doing, but maybe they'll figure it out. Halfway through, I kind of felt I still didn't actually understand what we were going to build and how we would attach a mission to it that like I wanted to work on for my whole life.
Yeah.
And so I left. PG actually introed me to Michael Waxman, who's the Grouper founder. Yeah.
So Grouper was a dating app, only it was novel in that you had, 3 guys and 3 girls.
Yeah.
This was before AI in a lot of ways, so there was like a team of people who would manually link people up, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they'd meet up at a bar, and
Yeah.
shenanigans would ensue.
Yes. Reliably shenanigans. People didn't always have a great time. I think you went on a couple. Yeah. The pitch for Grouper for me, for like why I was excited for it, was just I was like an incredibly awkward kid. What I wanted to do was to basically have a thing that lets awkward people like me go out and talk to other people, for me to talk to girls, and feel like I was safe doing it with like my friends around and stuff like that. And so I think who are going to be our employees was important. I did like all of our engineering interviews. We would pick someone. The only person who went on more was Greg Brockman. I think he had a phase where like every single week he would go and like post on Slack or HipChat or whatever.
He was hanging out at the Recurse Center during this period, I think.
Well, I think he was at Stripe. Maybe for part of it he was at Recurse, yeah. But he also had, I think, just like a phase where he would just at Stripe, he would just like post in their thing. I'd be like, I'm going on Grouper, who's going for like a whole year. So I ended up being close with Greg, which ended up being the connection to the OpenAI.
What was the journey like? Because you started as you just graduated from MIT CS. You were 21. You became first an early employee for all these YC startups. Then you started your company just a couple of years later. And what was the path for you to eventually become the co-founder of Anthropic? It was like a long path, but it's pretty impressive. How did you get there?
I mean, it sounds like getting in touch with Greg at that moment
Some
was a big
serendipity.
moment. And then you were one of the first, couple dozen people to join OpenAI as a result.
Yeah, so I left Grouper 2014, June 2014, and I joined OpenAI, I think a year later. I tried to like build up courage to make the switch to try to learn AI research. At the time, I was like, okay, it seems like sometime in our lifetimes we might end up making transformative AI. If we do, that would be the biggest thing. Maybe there's some way that I could help out. But also, I got like a B- in linear algebra in college, and so it seemed like at the time you needed to be just top superstar in order to try to help out with that at all. And so I think I had like a lot of uncertainty about whether I would be able to help. And also I'd had some success with startups, and so a lot of me was just like, rather than trying to retool at this, like I could try to do another startup or something like that.
I feel like in that period, going to work on AI research was not seen as like a serious, like not like a practically serious thing to do.
Yeah.
And you're in a world where it's like people try and build companies and do like really practical things. Like, were your friends like, oh, that's really cool, you're going to work on AI stuff, or was it?
Not really. Well, I think my friends were like, that sounds weird and bad, kind of like it doesn't really seem like like AI safety is a thing we should be worried. Like overpopulation on Mars doesn't make any sense. And my friends were also just like, I don't know if you're going to be good at that, Tom. I think that for that reason, I think I didn't try very hard I kind of flipped out on it for like 6 months, trying to build up courage to do it.
And what were you specifically at this point, like you're reading research papers, like what does it look like?
Yeah, so first I was just kind of hanging out. I built like an art car to get excited and stuff like that.
That was fun, yeah.
Yeah. So I spent like the whole summer, like 3 months after Grouper doing that. Because honestly, I was like kind of burned out for Grouper. I know startups like highs are high, like the lows are low, and we weren't working at the end. Our business wasn't succeeding. Our revenue was going down. But my main job still was like recruiting engineers, and so I had to like pitch them on this dream that I'd had, but I like no longer really
Sounds like
believed in.
Death March.
Yeah. And so I was super burnt out. I was like, okay, Tom, like chill out, do some yoga, like do some CrossFit, like build an art car. And
What was
so,
the hindsight, like, you know, hindsight's 2020, what's the retrospective on, like, Grouper obviously attracted all these really, really smart people, the graphs were up and to the right, and then it flatlined and declining. What happened?
I think that when we started, the competition was like OkCupid.
It was all web-based.
All web-based. The main problem that I think we were solving was it's hard to like go and put yourself out there and go like talk to someone new, and they might just be like, I don't want to talk to you, you seem weird. And so we solved that by just blind matching. Tinder came out while we were doing Grouper, and Tinder solved that same problem with both people have to show interest before you get matched, so there's also no worries about getting rejected. And I think that they just had that was a better solution to that same problem. So good work Tinder, good work all the swipers. I think that solved the like mission that we were trying to solve better than we solved it.
And then, yeah, like when did you get serious about AI and just how did you approach it?
3 months of like kind of playing and having fun, and then I ran out of money. Also, when I had like my personal runway, I ran out, and so I was like, okay, I think that I'm going to need 6 months of self-study to have a shot at getting a job. At that point, it was DeepMind or Google Brain were the two places to do work there, or Miri. Miri was the third one that I was looking at. So I was like, if I want to help out with that, those are the 3 places to look at. I don't have any of the skills yet. I need 6 months of self-study to feel like I would not be a drag on them and like actually be helping instead.
Can you maybe explain a bit what was that self-study like? Because I'm sure there's a lot of software engineers right now in their 20s that are looking to retool to become AI researchers. What was that 6 months like? Even though, as you said, you had gotten a B- in linear algebra, which is like core.
I know C++. I should check. I'm going to keep that.
That's pretty impressive where you got to.
Yeah, it turned out okay. First, I did a contract actually with Twitch, and like earned like enough to have that 6 months of runway. So I did like 3-month contract with Twitch, and then I made a plan to self-study. I don't think it's the right plan now for people too, at least in 2015. What did it look like? It was like take a Coursera course on machine learning, try to solve some Kaggle projects, read linear algebra done right, and I had a statistics textbook. I think I had YC alumni credits, and so I bought like a GPU and I would like SSH into the GPU.
里面有一个
like,
排骨肉
courses for it.
要吃
This is
的。
right after, yeah, it was already
那
after
鱼也要
Alex
吃
Knight.
的，那么你
It
你
was
接
after
着断
Alex
那
Knight,
个
so I was
什么
mostly doing
都
image
没营
image
养，
classification
对
stuff that I was
现
trying
在
to
这个
learn. It was like the thing that all the courses would teach you to do.
How did you get the OpenAI job? Because
Yeah.
you were one of the few engineers, mostly researchers, and they had a pretty stacked team of researchers.
I messaged Greg as soon as OpenAI was announced, and I was like, I'd love to help out in some way. I got a B- in my engineering algebra, but I know some engineering. I've done a bit of distributed systems work. If you guys need help, I'm like happy to mop floors if you guys need. I want to help out, however. And I think Greg was like, yeah, I think there's like a paucity of people who, and he said paucity too, and I was like, fancy word there. There's a paucity of people who know both machine learning and distributed systems, so like, yes, you should do that. I think he introduced me to Peter Beal also to help me put together like a little course for myself too. And then I checked in on with him, I think every month or something, and then after a couple months, he was like, oh, we actually have a project, which is we need to put together, we want to play a game, like play games. Can you help make StarCraft environment? And so I joined to like help him with the StarCraft environment. So that ended up, I think, getting my foot in the door. I didn't do any machine learning work with them for the first months that I was there, basically.
And what did OpenAI feel like at this point? Like, had it raised much funding? Did it have like an office? What would it? Did it feel like a startup?
So it was in the chocolate, on top of the Dandelion Chocolate Factory.
This is after Greg's apartment. That's the
After Greg's apartment, yeah. So like right after Greg's apartment in the chocolate factory. When it kicked off, right, it was like $1 billion of committed funding from Elon. It felt like it was like very solid.
The other interesting milestone for you was when you got to build a lot of the engineering around the training for GPT.
Yeah, for GPT.
And how what was that? Because you got from GPT-2 was in TPUs, right?
Yep.
And the big breakthrough in GPT-3 was like use more compute and using GPUs.
Yeah. So I ended up working at OpenAI for a year, left, went to Google Brain for a year, came back, and then GPT-3 was 2018 through 2019 was like building up to GPT-3, which exactly as you said was like scaling things up. I think that like Dario had seen the big trend of scaling laws basically.
You published a paper for that.
Yeah.
And that's like a pretty important paper that now has withstood the test of time, and we're living now the dream of it.
Definitely like seeing that line, reliably you get more intelligence if you spend more compute with the right recipe was the main thing that was, at least for me, was like this is a thing that's like happening now, because you could look even at the time, we weren't spending very much money on the training jobs at the time, and you could see that there was scaling there. And then also Damien Hernandez did a paper at the time that showed how much cheaper algorithmic efficiency was making stuff over time too, and like those two things stack together, that was like, oh wow, we're gonna get a lot more intelligence over the next few years.
So it was noteworthy and surprising when you saw it.
Yeah, and I think the thing that seems the weirdest to me is like I'm not a physicist, but like all these physicists were doing this stuff. The like original scaling laws paper just like very straight line over like 12 orders of magnitude. I'm just like 12 orders of magnitude is like just like a stupidly large amount of. I've like never seen anything go over 12 orders of magnitude. That convinced me to definitely pivot all of my work into scaling, which I hadn't been doing before.
Can I ask a like kind of layperson question?
Yeah.
I mean, is it fair to say that the scaling law might show up in all of these other domains? Are there like 2, 5, 100, 10,000 domains where the scaling law could hold that we're just not investing into?
Yeah, so I think in physics, scaling laws hold all over the place, which I didn't know at the time, but within physics, like there's a whole field called phenomenology that basically looks at various aspects of the world and then does those types of fits, and they find these like power law distributions all over the place. This was like, I think the first one that I had ever seen in a like computer science adjacent thing, which I think was like interesting and surprising. And
at the time, it was people were mad about it. They actually were like, "You're throwing money at GPUs, or just like wasting money. This is very wasteful."
Yeah,
that was sort of
people still mad.
yes, different people mad, but still people mad about it.
Yeah, I guess the researchers were mad at that too, where it's like it's not elegant. You're just like brute forcing it to like test your path to like stack more layers, like. Which I think like Anthropic's slogan I think is like do the stupid thing that works. That was a thing where like this was very clearly the very stupid thing that works.
Can you tell us then how you ended up collecting the last Infinity Stone?
With Anthropic.
Yeah, with Anthropic, because there's very few people in the world that have basically worked at OpenAI, DeepMind, and Anthropic, and you were part of the team that spun off from GPT-3,
Yeah.
and then started Anthropic. So how was that jump?
There were two teams there. There was the safety org and the scaling org were the two orgs that reported into Dario and Daniela. I think we had just like worked together extremely well. One thing I think that was great, both at OpenAI and at Anthropic, was just like we had a culture where like everything is on Slack, 100% of things on Slack, and within that, all public channels, great communication. I think that group also was the group that took the scaling laws the most seriously, where it was like, okay, like this actually is going to be transformative. There's going to be a handoff where like humanity will hand off control to transformative AI at some point, and hopefully like they'll be aligned with us, and like that will be a good transition that goes well, but it might not be. The stakes are incredibly high, and so I think that group was very focused on like how do we make sure that that's taken seriously enough, and that like we built an institution that can handle the weight of that. That ended up being the core group that left to join Anthropic, and I think it wasn't clear at all to me that like that was the right thing for the world at the time. In hindsight now, it seems like that was a good choice. I think what was kind of cool then too is when we started out, we didn't seem like we were going to be successful at all. OpenAI had $1 billion and like all of this star power, and we had 7 co-founders in COVID like trying to build something, and we didn't know if we were necessarily going to make a product or what the product would look like. And so I think that what was interesting from that too is that all of the initial people who joined were there for the mission too. They all could have worked somewhere else for more prestige, more money. People would have known what they were doing, etc.
Just paid everything right.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. That's been an interesting thing then that I think has been like the key to like letting our culture or like let our org scale. We're like 2,000 people now, but we still have a thing where it doesn't seem like politics have creeped in. And I think a lot of that is like the first 100 people all were just there for the mission. So like if something starts to go wrong, they'll like raise their hand and be like, it seems like this person might not be acting for the mission.
YC's next batch is now taking applications. Got a startup in you? Apply at ycombinator.com/apply. It's never too early, and filling out the app will level up your idea. Okay, back to the video.
Maybe tell us about the early days of Anthropic. So the time you broke off from OpenAI, you had a general idea of this sort of like long-term mission that you wanted to do to, not destroy humanity. But like, when did you actually work on for the first year? How did that convert on an actual product?
So first year, the main thing that I tried to do was just build the training infrastructure that we needed to train the model, and then get the compute that we needed to train the model. Those were like my 2 main projects. All the other things that you need to do when you're like was starting up a company too. So like set up a Brex account and like I don't know, like all of that stuff. We started out with 7 co-founders. Within like a few months, I think like 25 folks from OpenAI overall had joined. So we had like a pretty substantial team that like already knew how to work together too, and so that helped us get up and running faster.
And at what point did you launch the first product, and when did things begin to actually start working?
So the first product that we launched was after ChatGPT. We had like maybe 9 months before ChatGPT, we had a Slackbot version of like Claude 1.
Oh yeah, we had that in the YC Slack actually.
Yeah, I remember Tom Blomfield adding all of you guys to it. And then I think that at the time though, we didn't know whether or not we wanted to launch it as a product. We didn't know if doing so would be good for the world at the time. I think we hadn't really thought through our theory of impact that much, or like how we actually would make stuff work well. Plus, I think actually in hindsight, like if we tried to launch it, we like wouldn't have had the serving infrastructure to have done it. And I think because we weren't sure whether or not we wanted to, we like hesitated for too long on building that infrastructure, which I think is learning for me.
I mean, at this time, ChatGPT hadn't launched yet.
ChatGPT hadn't launched, and so I guess we didn't know that it would be a big deal.
This is around the pandemic, 2022.
This is summer 2022, yeah. And then ChatGPT launched fall 2022, and then we relaunched our API after that, and then Claude AI after that also. I think it didn't seem like it was working basically until Claude 3.5 and coding. I think like really like through that whole time then until about a year ago, it seemed like it wasn't clear that we were going to end up being like a successful company.
We just saw that in the startups because we kind of get a bit of a vibe check in terms of what is the preferred model for startups. So all of 2023, OpenAI was the response.
Yeah.
But then things started to turn in 2024. Is when we saw Claude 3.5 and especially Sonnet starting to get market share per se in the YC batches, going from single digit to something like 20 and 30%, and especially for coding, became the default choice, which is very interesting. Can you tell us about how that emergent behavior and spikiness on that particular skill?
It's be 80% now, or 90.
Yeah, for coding, or more. Especially now for code. What was that? Was that on purpose, or just kind of happen?
I think that we invested more in trying to make the model really good at code because we wanted the model to be good at code. Was one thing.
And you did it.
And then I think seeing the reaction of everyone to it was like, okay, yeah, let's go much harder on that also.
And this is before 3.5 Sonnet. You've already invested enough in coding to realize that was really promising. You decided to double down.
I think this really was like individuals within the org being like, we want to do coding before 3.5 Sonnet, and then when we saw 3.5 Sonnet's really good product market fit, that was good signal to like go for that.
And you guys know, like, the day that you guys launched 3.5 Sonnet, did you know that you had something really special and this was going to be the turning point for the company? Or were you as surprised as OpenAI when they launched ChatGPT and it just like unexpectedly took off?
Yeah, I wish that we had like more foresight on it, but no, I think it was surprising for us too, like how big of a deal it was. And then I think 3.7 Sonnet also like surprised us by how much it unlocked like agentic coding. I think for each of these things, yeah, we move quite fast in rolling them out, and so we really often don't know what the results are going to be there.
And this is what made a lot of these coding agent startups work. I mean, there's the crazy story of Replit winning, going to 100 million in just 10 months, right? There's Cursor, of course, the story, and all built on all these with Sonnet.
I think that all of those things have been surprising to me, and then also just like in my working with Claude too, like I think I continue to be
这是水煮吗？马总，你这个
I do think with each one there's like more stuff
Yeah.
kind of unlocked.
汤水妈妈
That she had some code that she, some closed source tool that she wanted to modify, but she didn't have the source code for it. She had to compile binary, and she's like, oh, can you compile this? Like,
Ah?
yeah,
那个
can you
蓝
do
色
this?
车的那个轮胎呀，它也
She went for 10 minutes.
坏掉了。
Made a C
坏掉了。
version of it, and so then she
坏
had
掉了。
the thing. She
然后
didn't say,
我
she's
打
like,
下
yeah,
面
I
就
spent
去，
3
我
days
要
on
修
it.
150
I could have
啊，
gone
明
to
天
Hex
就
tables and like written a little code that did, but like it did the whole thing, made a very
路上那个有那
So
个
I do
钉
think
的
that,
那
like, I
个
keep getting
哦
surprised
被
by
它
stuff.
被它
Memorize
治。
whole hex tables that can think through, try to work through it. I think we're going to continue to be surprised by that sort of stuff too.
If you pull like the YC founders, they prefer using Android
锻炼那个鱼跟这个肉
It's
有
much
什么
larger
不一
than
样
what？you would predict
一
if you
点
just
点
looked
我
at
知道。
benchmark results.
就感
So
觉
there,
像
there
骨
seems to
头
be
吃
some
骨头。
X factor that
这
makes
骨
people
头
really
的
like these models for coding. Do you know what it is, and is it intentional in some way, or it just came out of the black box somehow?
I think that the benchmarks are like easy to game. Where I think that all the other big labs I think have teams where they like their whole job with the team is to like make the benchmarks scores good, and we don't have such a team. And so I think that is probably the biggest factor.
You don't teach
there.
to the test.
We don't teach to the test. Because I do feel like if you start doing that, then like it has weird bad incentives. Maybe we could like put that team under marketing or something like that, and then ignore all the benchmarks. But I think that that's one reason why there's some train test mismatch there.
So the evaluations are more qualitative internally? You have your internal
We have
benchmark?
internal benchmarks, yeah, but we don't publish them.
And is it the internal benchmarks that the teams are really focused on improving?
That's right, yeah. So we have internal benchmarks that the team focuses on improving, and then we also have a bunch of tasks. Like, I think that accelerating our own engineers is like a top priority for us too, and so we do a ton of like dog fooding there to just make sure that it's helping with our goals too.
Going back to Golden Gate Claude, there's a lot of sort of the interpretability seems like it's a big part of it, and then most people would say that Claude's personality just feels better.
Yes.
And then how do you sort of at once be very quantitative, but then also build evals around personality?
The evals for personality are kind of complicated too. For like, how do you tell if like Claude has like a good heart? It's like hard to know. But I do think that that's like Amanda Askell's team's mandate. Is I think she describes it as like being like a good world traveler, where like it can like Claude goes and talks with all sorts of people from different backgrounds, and like each of the people should come to that being like I like feel good about like this conversation that I've had. Interpretability I think is like a long-term bet, right? Where it's like right now the models aren't that scary, but at some point they're going to be more scary, and so I think the hope there is to have some ability to know what's actually going on in the code when it becomes more intense.
And more recently, Claude Code's been a real success. Can you talk us through like how did that project get started internally? And again, was it like did you like know this time it was going to work, or was it a surprise?
Claude Code was an internal tool also, so like try to help out our engineers within Anthropic that Boris had like hacked together.
There's an internal Anthropic engineer wanting to build it for themselves.
For other internal engineers,
Okay, cool.
for other internal engineers. And then I think we definitely didn't know that it would be successful out there. And I think to some degree, like we really had fully just bet on the API before that, with the intention being like, there's like so many startups out there with so many good ideas. Who are we to like figure out what the right product is to build on top of this stuff? Everyone out there is going to build better stuff than us, and so put all of our effort into just making the best possible API. And I think that this surprised me as like, okay, like we actually were able to make something that like as a product was like better than the other products out on the market for this agentic use. I had like some theory that like part of that came from like a mind shift of seeing Claude as like the user for this thing too, or like Link, that we were like trying to build things for teachers, where like our users for Grouper it was like single people in New York mostly, I guess. For this, I think really the like users are the developers, but also I think the users is Claude. It's like give Claude the right tools that Claude can actually do that effectively, help Claude get the right context to work effectively. This team was like the most focused on Claude as like a user, which I think is
Actually, it makes sense. You guys would understand Claude the best.
Yeah, I do think that that's a place where like startup founders though like can do that too, and I think that that's probably a rich vein for people to like make tools that are better for models as users.
That's the perfect anthropomorphization of like the element. So, like, the agent is one of the stakeholders, is one of the users that you would go after and try to like empower.
Yeah, totally.
It actually makes a lot of sense why you guys actually got MCP to work to do tool calling, because a bunch of other labs have tried to do something, and the standard that stuck, that really took off, was yours.
Yeah, I think that seems like a similar one too, where it's like
That's
a model focused.
I think that's cool place. Like success is really exciting. It's also scary for like Cursor and other companies that are built on top of the API. Like, what's your advice to founders building products? Like, how should they think about building on the API, but also worrying about like Anthropic or other labs building something better than they can build?
I think I was kind of surprised that Claude Code, like we did build a thing that was like the best in the market though too. It's not super clear to me what the big advantage was for us for Claude Code, besides more empathy for Claude.
I think that's actually a really interesting insight. Like, it seems like the thing that you were building for a specific user that you knew really well that other people wouldn't have thought to build for, versus like you had some like intrinsic technology advantage.
Yeah, like I think a startup could have done that same thing too, right?
Yeah.
I think we're the most like developer focused lab. I think we're the most like API focused lab too. So I think we want to make sure that we have the best platform for people to build stuff on, because this thing is growing so incredibly quickly. Like we're not going to be the fastest at figuring out all the ways that we need to empower Claude to do the work that connects Claude to the entire human business. That's like human world is all designed for humans, but like we need to get the models to be able to be productive members of the economy.
Are there like ideas or areas you would love to see developers building in, or like areas you think are like underappreciated right now?
Yeah, Claude Code is like, how do you get Claude to be a useful pair programmer, kind of, or like junior engineer? You got like a SWE level 2 or 3 or something like that you can work with, or like very spiky, because also it can do like weird disassembly stuff that like a super high level SWE would struggle with. Less good at knowing what type of work to do, needs kind of a lot of handholding, needs a lot of context from it. That's like one very particular subset of work that can be done. If you look at like all the stuff that happens in businesses, besides that, it's like a very tiny fraction of like all the work that's done in businesses that like a smart person who knows how to code and like use lots of tools but doesn't have that much context yet would want to do. So I think finding ways to coach Claude or coach whatever model to like do useful tasks for businesses seems like there's just like a huge space there.
So Tom, a big part of your job is like owning all the compute infrastructure that makes Anthropic work. Can you talk about like What is the compute infrastructure behind this bank right now?
One thing that's interesting to look at is just that humanity is on track for like the largest infrastructure build out of all time now.
Is it going to be larger than the Apollo project, larger than the Manhattan project?
It'll be bigger than both of them next year if it keeps on the current trajectory, which is like roughly 3x per year increase in spending on AGI compute, which is just bonkers. Yeah, like 3x per year is wild. I think it's going to keep up on the 3x per year trajectory. It's already locked in for that for next year, and then it's a little bit open for 2027.
I mean, anecdotally, internal to YC, we can't get enough, credits across all of the top frontier models, including Claude. So we gotta help out.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, everybody's bottleneck. Literally, it's like, give me more intelligence. I can't have enough.
Yeah, I know you guys have been looking at more hardware startups also for like more accelerators. I think that we will see more accelerators coming online too, 2027. That's a good space also, like data center tech. I think is a big one.
Where are the bottlenecks for you guys now? Is it like getting enough electricity, getting enough GPUs, getting construction permits?
Power, people are using jet engines to get power. That's nuts.
Overall, for the build out, I think power is going to be the biggest bottleneck, especially power in the U.S. Like we want to build in the U.S. That's one of our biggest policy goals is to like get the U.S. to like build more data centers, permanent more data centers, make it easier to build.
Is the answer renewables or is it nuclear?
Definitely I feel like yes, all of those things. I wish that nuclear was easier to build.
And Anthropic is the only major lab that uses not just one kind of GPU, but the GPUs from 3 different manufacturers. Can you talk about that and how that strategy is played out?
Yeah. So we use GPUs, TPUs, and Trainium. Downside of doing that is that we split our performance engineering teams across all of those platforms, which is a ton of extra work. The positive thing is it gives us the flexibility to both, one, like soak up that extra capacity because there just is more of those altogether than just one. And then 2 is we can use the right chips for the right jobs, where some chips will be better for inference, some chips will be better for training, and we can match the right chips to the right jobs. So yeah, I think that's kind of the trade-off there.
I guess one cool thing is just connecting the dots through your career and how all of this compounded, because you were the one engineer building that change of the architecture from TPUs to GPUs back at OpenAI that got GPT-3 to actually scale, and now you're in charge of that at a much bigger scale years later. I don't know if that kind of connected dots for you.
The big move from TPUs to GPUs at OpenAI, I think, was partly driven just that PyTorch was a better software stack on top of them than TensorFlow on top of GPUs, and I think that then unlocked fast iteration, where like if you have like a good reliable software stack, then you can experiment quickly, just like build a whole system that works. I think that's the thing that we really strive for now at Anthropic too. Is the challenge of having many more platforms is that it's harder to write all the good software. I think building the muscle of knowing how to build that software well, so that all of the people who build on top of that low level can have a great experience with it, is the most important thing.
Do you have advice for kind of like a younger Tom version of yourself, who now you've seen and went through this crazy journey? If someone was you back in the 20s, living today, and they wanted to ride and join the AI revolution, what would you say to them?
Very specifically, something we see from a lot of students at the moment is they don't know what, like, if they should stay in college, like, are there going to be jobs for them?
Yeah.
What, like, how is the world going to change, and what should they do?
Taking more risks, I think, is wise, and then also trying to work on stuff where your friends would be really excited and impressed if you did it, or a more idealized version of yourself would be really like proud of yourself if you succeeded at it. I think is like probably the thing that I would try to tell a younger version of myself.
More intrinsic, less extrinsic. Like, don't chase these other credentials. Getting the degree or whatever, working at FANG, like, those are just irrelevant as of today.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all we have time for today. We'll see you guys next time.
Big shift. And the other big surprise, you had told me in January this year that,
with AI agents, there is no incumbent product. And so that, I think, is why you're seeing the FDE model taking off, because there's so much product discovery to do. You want to drive the contract size up. So you're doing more and more valuable work for this customer and also for future customers. The FDE model, effectively, is doing things that don't scale at scale.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of The Light Cone. Gary wasn't feeling great today and couldn't be here, but we're thrilled to be joined by Bob McGrew. Bob was an early engineer at PayPal, an early executive at Palantir, and was recently Chief Research Officer at OpenAI, where he led the development of ChatGPT, GPT-4, and the O1 reasoning model. Now he's exploring the future of AI and has an exciting new role with the US Army that we'll get to in a bit. Bob, thanks so much for being here.
Great to be here.
So Bob, I've been particularly excited to sit down with you to talk about the forward deployed engineer model, because this is a topic that keeps coming up in our lives. It is a really hot topic in Silicon Valley right now, and especially among the AI agent companies that we've talked about on this podcast a lot. You were in the room when it all got started, and so you know, like, you're exactly the right person to explain it. You were actually telling me a funny story. You were at an AI conference that YC organized a few months ago, and you expected that all the founders would come up to you to talk to you about, you know, inventing ChatGPT, and instead, what all of these AI startup founders wanted to talk to you about was the Palantir forward deployed engineer model.
Well, and it's really true. It hasn't just been that one conference. As I've been advising startups this last year, I would say that a lot of them are pretty much exclusively trying to learn how the FD strategy works.
Yeah, so there's this intense topic of fascination, and it's super timely because it's actually become, I think, the dominant way that the AI agent startups are organizing themselves. I was looking earlier today, and if you look at the YC job board, there's over 100 YC startups that are hiring for a job with the title forward deployed engineer, and up from basically 0 3 years ago. Perhaps before we get really into it, for anybody who doesn't already understand, can you just explain what a forward deployed engineer is and how it's relevant today?
So a forward deployed engineer is someone, typically technical and engineer, who sits at the customer site and fills the gap between what the product does and what the customer needs.
And how does this play out in practice?
You'll have a product, and you go to a new customer site. You start working with a new customer, and the problem that they want you to solve is not a problem that you've ever solved before. But you believe that it's one that with a little bit of work, maybe a lot of work, you can solve for this particular customer, and you'd be making a huge impact for them. You'd be delivering an outcome to them that would be extremely valuable for them. So you take the product that you have, and the FDE, with help from the product team, figures out how to deliver that outcome, how to build that use case, how to deliver the piece of software that you've built in a way that actually works for the customer.
To go all the way back to the beginning, you were there at Palantir when this whole model that is now like exploding in Silicon Valley was invented. Can you talk about how it all got started?
The interesting way to think about the beginning of Palantir is that when we got started, the focus of our company was to build software for the intelligence community, specifically software for spies. And so one of the challenges in building software for spies is that I don't know any spies. You probably don't know any spies either. And if you happen to find a spy and you go and ask them, so what is it exactly that you do? They're not usually going to tell you. And so we had to take an approach that was sort of very unusual at the time. But effectively, we started by building a demo. And we took that demo to potential customers in the intelligence. And Stephen Cohen very famously did this one with them. And he showed them the demo, and he said, well, what do you think? And they said, well, this is terrible. This isn't related to what we do. And he said, oh, well, how would you like it to be different? And then, they would say, oh, well, could you make this change and this change? He's like sitting there writing all of this down. So far, this story feels very much like the standard advice you would give to founders today, right? That you have to make something that people want, you have to get out of the building, you have to go talk to customers. I think we were doing this back in like the mid 2000s. And so, there's a little bit of that meme where I spent years mastering this technique and Paul Graham just tweeted it out for everybody. But the thing that changes, and that really causes the FD strategy, is that what you expect, and the standard thing that you expect is that you spend a lot of time early on, doing things that don't scale, going out and visiting customers, getting very close to the customers, and then you discover product market fit. And once you discover product market fit, if you, and this is class, if you read Crossing the Chasm or any of these books, once you discover product market fit, you do something entirely different. So, instead of going, staying deep with the customers, doing as much as you can to really understand the customer, instead you want to embrace distance from your customer. And all you want to focus on is scaling. How do you sell more? How do you treat all customers exactly the same? And, I think I want to say that if you're in a business where this is working for you, that's great. Don't do the FD strategy. You have been given an amazing gift. If you have the opportunity to just scale, treat all the customers the same, go ahead and do that. But it didn't work for us. And I think this is where Shyam Sankar, who's a very early employee, now I think the president and CTO of Palantir, he really invented the FD strategy. And the basic thing we found was that the customers that we had, the product that they needed was slightly different at every place. And so we moved from one customer, building a product for them. We went to the next customer, we saw they had something that was slightly different. And instead of sort of building two products or building the exact right feature for each of them at each site, we built something that was more a platform than a product, that had a lot of ability to be customized at each site. So when you do that, well, okay, you need to bring someone to the site to understand what the users are doing and build customization. And historically, that's been understood as services, right? So that's something you want to minimize. You don't want to be doing a lot of work for customer in this, product market fit. And what Shyam realized was that you can actually flip this around and make it valuable. So what he realized we needed was for the FDEs to act as product discovery. So they would go to the site, they would take the product as it was, and they would fill the gap between what the product did and what the users needed. So, the FDE goes and builds like a gravel road to where the product needs to go. And then the role of my team, of the product and engineering team, was to look at that and basically figure out how that should generalize to the next 5 customers, the next 10 customers, and then turn that gravel road into like a paved superhighway.
feel like sales as product discovery is a concept that's not new. It was certainly around before Palantir, but typically the view used to be like you had your salespeople that went out and did like the sales and talked to the customers, and they came back and reported to the engineers. But it seems like at Palantir it was like the engineers were doing that work. Was that like a conscious decision, or how did that come about? Especially when you're selling into like the government and defense, like you would imagine the natural inclination is to go hire some like experienced salesperson who's got a history of selling into the government and
Some like Don Draper, like
Yeah.
who wears a suit and has worked in the DoD for 20 years and like takes generals out to stick dinners and things like that. And that's actually not what you guys did, right?
Well, I mean, there's two angles. This one is we talked to a lot of those people early on, and they said, "Why the hell would I work with a Silicon Valley company when I could work with a big five defense prime?" And then even when we talked to people who seemed like they might be successful in this role, it was just very clear to us that they wouldn't mesh with our culture and they wouldn't actually be successful. And when we tried doing something like this, it almost never worked. And so what we found was very different. And I think the difference between sales-led product discovery and FDE-led product discovery is that sales-led product discovery, you're talking to people from the outside. And again, this is important very early on, but it's not as effective as the FDE-led product discovery where you're solving these problems from the inside. So, the scope of a traditional implementation might be you start with something that's pretty close to what the product does, but you want to be solving one of the key problems that leadership has identified. If you're not solving one of the top 5 priorities for the CEO, it's probably not going to work. They probably won't have the energy to persist through the much more challenging route of getting effectively a new piece of the product built in a way that works for them. Then, once you've solved that first problem, then the FDEs can, identify other key problems in the enterprise, sometimes much more valuable problems than the ones that you were first targeting. That maybe it's not obvious that Palantir could have solved those problems, or that your company could solve those problems. But once you're there, you can see through product insight that you can actually do this. And then you go and solve those problems. And so it switches from, how do I sell the same thing to each customer, to how do I land and expand.
Can you lay out sort of exactly how the FDE model works at Palantir? Like if you were giving people almost like an instruction manual, like here's how we did it.
Yeah. So I think a starting point is to think about how the team was structured. Of course, there's many different iterations, but I think this is the key thing that remains constant, is that the two key roles are those of what we call the Echo team and the Delta team. The Echo team were embedded analysts. So they would go to the customer site, they would speak to the users, they would try to figure out what demo or what use case really made sense for the users at this site. What was the key problem that could be solved? And they would also be the account managers. So they would also be the people managing the relationships at the customer site. And the Delta team, the deployed engineers, were effectively software engineers, typically very good at writing code extremely quickly, eating a lot of pain, as we put it. And they would be the ones who sort of took those ideas and brought them into the real world and built a solution, a prototype, but something that could actually work, and then deploy that for the customer. And all of this would come in a very short period of time. So, you go in with an idea for what you're going to work on, you set up, a few months in that you are going to, have a presentation with leadership to show them your progress. And then if that presentation goes well, then you're going to actually deploy and go, organization-wide.
The interesting thing about these two roles is very different kinds of people and profile. How would you even go about finding the right person to be in these roles? Because it's not just a regular engineer that could fit FDE. They needed to have more of that talking to users. Or the Echo team was have to be more technical. It wasn't just an account manager. How do you Palantir build this early team?
Yeah, so the Echo team, classic profile for someone to join your Echo team would be someone from the domain you're working in. So, possibly a former Army officer or someone who worked deeply in healthcare. So they have deep domain knowledge. But, and this is really important, they need to be rebels, or Sean would probably call them heretics. They need to be someone who understands how things are done right now and recognizes that it's insufficient, that it doesn't work. Because if their perspective is, they come from this world, it's great, then they're never going to be able to figure out the step function change that the new software has to be able to make. Because if you can't make some sort of 3x or 10x change within that organization, then there's no reason to go through all the effort of doing it. You might as well have sold some sort of very simple piece of software. So that's the key profile for the Echoes. And then for your Deltas, you want someone who's really good at prototyping. So the wrong profile for a Delta would be someone who's a craftsman, who really loves, making sure the abstractions are exactly right, that, they're building software that's going to be maintainable for, a dozen years, right? Because that's not the role, that's not the job. And what you want is someone who can go in, figure out, write some rough and ready code. Sometimes that code is beautiful if you get the right person, right? But usually not. Again, that's not the key portion of the job. But someone who can go actually deliver that outcome in the form of software on a timeline. And then it may be the case that the first version they write has to be thrown away, and maybe they write a complete second version. Maybe someone else writes a second version, depending on that person. But those are the key sets of skills.
It does sound a lot like a founding team.
Yes,
It sounds a lot like a founder.
Yeah.
Would you hire former startup founders and turn them into these roles, or did it go mostly the other way? I mean, I think it's no coincidence that Palantir has spun off like an incredible number of startups, because this FDE training is like exactly the training to become a startup founder. You're learning all the startup founder skills, right? But did you go in the other direction too?
Back in the day when we were getting started, there was not a huge supply of founders for us to pull from. I think maybe that's the opposite now. But I think you're actually quite right. What you're doing, in each of these new environments at each of these customer sites is a little bit like being a startup founder. But you're a startup founder where you have access to some very powerful piece of product leverage that makes your job easier. This is, I think, great training, and like you said, this is why you see so many startups from Palantir founders.
So the common knock that you hear on this from people who don't really know what they're talking about is like, oh, it's just consulting dressed up with fancy marketing speak. Why is that wrong?
I think before I don't want to tell you glibly why that's wrong, because I think there's actually a real risk that it's right? And I think, if you go back to 2015 and you talk to people about Palantir, maybe you would hear two things. One, that Palantir is evil. But the second thing you hear is that it's a consulting business, that it's never going to scale, that it's actually like a bad business, it's not a software business. And we spent a lot of time trying to understand whether that was a correct characterization or not. From a business model perspective, one of the key things that you should see, is that it may be the case that when you do a new deployment at a customer, that you're actually losing money early on. As the longer you're at the customer, first thing is your product, because of the product discovery, gets better suited to what the customer does. And so you no longer need a large team of people at the customer site figuring out what the customer is doing, writing that code. The second thing is that you should be earning the right, as Sean would put it, to have access to more important problems at the customer site. And so you should see basically that your cost per value of the outcome you're delivering is going down. And so your profit margins start off negative, but then ultimately become positive after some period of time, maybe a year, maybe multiple years at the customer site. And if you look at it from that perspective, you can see that you're actually delivering, real repeatable value.
I guess one fascinating piece to make this work and drive the cost down is really the product team.
Yes.
So how does the product team fit in and work with the FDE team?
I think on the engineering side, it actually, it feels, my job as an engineer was actually not so bad, because early on, in the early days of Palantir, we were, doing this founder-led discovery, and we were building new products, and later on in the later days of Palantir, we were still doing that. We were still building new products. It felt great, right? But the roles that were really different are the FDE team, but then also the product management team. And so the product that you're building, instead of being highly verticalized, and, this is
好像已经
one
包
product
了
with millions of，
这
people.
不是真包在那边啊。
辣了。
对呢，你看还在下面，我好像放在你的那个做的地方有个闪闪的东西，有没有看见？
And so you have to think,
已经
when
包
I
好
see those
了，
new
包好
products that we're seeing at a customer site,
怕手
what
一
is
个
the
怕手了。
generalized
对
value of this that applies to the next 10 customers? Because if there's a classic failure mode here where, the FDE implements something for one customer, and you say, great, well, that's how you should do it, and you bring it directly into the product. And it turns out, if you do that, you're building something that's over-specialized for one customer. And so the part of the magic here is being able to build the kind of product, and with the kind of product people that can look at that and sort of guess the correct problem that you're solving, which is always a little bit more general than the problem that the customer is coming in with.
So there was a wisdom to figure out which bucket to fit. Is this just for this vertical, or it could be generalized? So could you give us like an example of what that looked like in terms of the products and verticals, and what fit in one bucket versus the other one?
Yeah, I mean, probably the sort of like most basic example here is sort of the invention of the Palantir ontology itself. And so when we first started talking about working with, the U.S. government and specifically working intelligence, should we have a database table for people and a different database table for money and a different database table for this? And it's super obvious, I think, at this point, if you go down that route and you try to deploy to multiple people, your database doesn't make any sense. And so, the change here was say, well, we need to pull this up to a higher level of generalization. And instead of thinking about specific types of objects, we should allow that to be defined per customer by the forward deployed engineering team. And so that's the sort of origin story of where Palantir famously got its ontology.
So how does that work today? Is there like a base database schema that has common reusable objects like people and money that then gets customized per site?
Well, the database scheme is extremely general. There's just this notion of objects, properties, media, and links between objects. And here I'm talking about Palantir's government product, which is our first product. But the ontology is what encodes all of the specialized information that's per customer. And that says, oh well, this is a person, this is a ship, this is a money flow. And again, this is I think really the very most basic example. But if you build something for just one customer, then you're going to be thinking in the description that applies to that customer. But instead of saying, okay, well for people we do this, you want to be able to pull it up a level and say, okay, well there's this common operation that we want to apply to things that have this property, like people have this property, but maybe also ships have this property. But let's be honest, money, payments do not have this property. And so you have to think at a higher level of abstraction. We didn't hire product managers for a long time. And when it did come time for me to hire product managers, I would interview people who were amazing product managers at other companies. And I would ask them to think at this level of abstraction. They couldn't really think at this level of abstraction. They would say, okay, well, this is the flow. This is what it should look like for this customer. But that was the wrong thing to do here. And they needed to pop up a level and think at the level of like, how does this work in the context of the ontology? How do we change the ontology so that, this specialized thing works across customers? And of course, there's many other examples that don't have anything to do with ontology.
Did that create any sort of cultural tension at Palantir itself? Because it sounds like you're describing like the FDEs are sort of these like heretics. They like don't want to generalize. They want to do what's best for the customer and build specialized solutions. But presumably for your own internal product team, you do actually want to hire the people who can think at some level of abstraction and want to build like maintainable code that lasts for a while. Surely that must have created tension somewhere where there's an FDE who's like, no, I want to use like the generalizable ontology. I want to kind of like do it this way.
Well, I mean, absolutely, there was always a lot of tension, and I would not frame this so much in terms of like the skills that different people had, because it was also very, I think it's a lot about the environment, what people do in the environment they're placed in. It was also very common for FDEs to work in the field for a long time and then say, hey, I can really fix these products, and then come in and do an amazing job, on the product side and think at that level of abstraction. But when you're at the customer site, you were faced with one very
maybe the incentives are different.
Yeah,
versus the skills are different.
The incentives are different, and so you're solving one very particular problem, and it makes a lot of sense to just take the simplest approach to solve that problem. And that is in fact what the FDE should do. That's what the gravel road looks like. And then the paved road, though, has to go by not just this one customer, but like a bunch of other customers that are further down the road. So the paved road often looks a little bit different. The flip side of this, though, is, imagine you said, well, clearly this FDE approach is just wrong, like the FDE is building the wrong thing. What if the product team just thinks really hard about what to build, and then they go build that? They're absolutely going to build the wrong thing. In fact, the way that we would often build features early on is that, first the FDE team would build something, would see something at one customer. We'd bring it back to the product team in Palo Alto, and we'd say, okay, what's the right generalized version of this? And those FDEs would participate in those discussions, right? That was incredibly important. And then we'd identify several other customers. Well, if it worked for this customer, we think it could work for this other customer. So let's bring the FDEs from those customers in as well and help them design. And they can help us design this feature so that when we build something, we know it'll work for the customer it was initially prototyped, and we know it will work for these others. And then of course, once you build that context where everybody can see here are 3 different workflows that are subtly different, then suddenly you're not having this argument about like, well, we think it should be general and we think it should be specific, but everybody is solving the same problem. And then I think that really melds the incentives.
Do you feel like it requires a lot of organizational discipline to keep this model from devolving into pure consulting, where the FDE teams are just off building like whatever product the customer needs?
Yes, you absolutely have to focus on this. And I think one of the other failures, by the way, that's even prior to that and more the easier failure to become a consulting firm, it's where you build the product in the field that the customers are asking for, rather than the one that's actually valuable to them. Because it's often the case that the customer, right? You don't actually, the customer is the whole organization. You don't talk to the customer. You talk to maybe the CIO, right? Or you talk to one sponsor, usually a couple levels down from the CEO. You only get to see every once in a while. And it's often the case that they would rather just have you solve some problem that's easy for them to have you solve, rather than one that's really impactful and improves the business.
Going back to the opening from Jared, what's going on with all these AI companies really now ramping up and hiring tons of FDEs? What has caused them to really adopt this model, which was not the case for the previous generation of companies with SaaS? What happened?
Especially because I feel like even as Palantir became successful and the FDE model became more known, it was still seen as, well, that's a one-off thing because Palantir is a unique company. And like selling to the government is just like a
really weird thing.
Yeah. But you don't try this at home. Mindset, right? Like now everyone's sort of, it's become, like Dana said, it's become very commonplace. One, has that surprised you? And then two, like, why do you think that's happened?
This was absolutely a surprise to me. That, my first, second, and third pieces of advice to people who are thinking about trying an FDE strategy is like, don't do this at home. If you can avoid it, like it's probably bad for you. Probably you're going to end up doing services. And then only if you really try hard not to do it and fail, then maybe actually it's a moat for you. If it's the only thing that can possibly work in your market. So what's special about this market, right? Why does the AI agents market work this way? Maybe the starting place is, why did Palantir have to adopt this? The Palantir market is not one coherent market, right? So we were working with national intelligence agencies, with national law enforcement, with the military. All of these organizations had some similar projects, right? But even, the difference between a counter-proliferation workflow and a counter-terrorism workflow, one you're trying to figure out, who's building bombs, and the other one, who's building nuclear bombs, and who's building IEDs, and those are actually quite different in terms of how they work. And so there's this incredible heterogeneity. And the market, you should really think of the market as different segments. Inside each segment, you can build something and the crossing chasm story a little bit applies. So, you're starting off, nothing seems to work. Suddenly you find product market fit in the segment. You can deploy the people that are doing this kind of workflow, and then, the next customer you find the same people doing a similar workflow, and you can deploy with very little customization. But then there's a natural limit to that. And so now you want to go tackle a different market segment, and you have to, develop a new piece of technology, and then that can be referenced in other market segments. And like I'm sort of saying here, a segment is not the same as a customer necessarily, especially in an enterprise or a very large enterprise like the government, where a customer is, tens of thousands of users potentially. In that case, that's where, the FD strategy matters, because you're doing, it's like you're doing things that don't scale, but you're doing it scalably over and over again for every market segment that you enter. Why do we see this with AI agents? I think the other thing that's unique about Palantir is that we were building a completely new type of product. The product that the users saw, well, they were used to basically, tracking, doing their analysis and tracking people in a tool that looked like PowerPoint. And they would collaborate by sending these files back and forth with each other. But the product we built was basically said, hey, when you're, drawing out that link diagram, you're not just editing a file, you're actually changing a database. Everybody has the same database. And so, while to the user it looked like a small change on top of the work they were doing, to the enterprise, to the organization you were selling to, it was a completely different market category. And that, I think, is what's happening with AI agents, where, this is a completely new market category. If you are implementing, a standard SaaS product, and you're replacing one way of paying bills with a different way of paying bills, everybody understands what that market is. And so, the segmentation, there's not all this little segmentation, there's not the same kind of product discovery. You can then, make a product that's better than the incumbent product and scale by replacing that product. With AI agents, there is no incumbent product. And so, also I would say what it is to build AI agents is actually probably a lot of different things. And we don't know what those are yet. We've got to figure them out. Probably in 5 years, we'll look back and we'll be like, well, AI agents, it wasn't even a thing at all, right? We were actually doing all these different things. And so that, I think, is why you're seeing the FDE model taking off, because there's so much product discovery to do. And you can only do it from inside the enterprise.
Okay, well, how does this relate to some of the classic YC advice, which is do things that don't scale?
Well, that's the advice that you give to an early stage founder. And the FDE model, effectively, is doing things that don't scale at scale.
YC's next batch is now taking applications. Got a startup in you? Apply at ycombinator.com/apply. It's never too early, and filling out the app will level up your idea. Okay, back to the video.
Since you see a lot of people trying to apply the FDE model now to their new startups, including a lot of people who didn't work at Palantir and are sort of doing it like second or third hand, what are ways you see people getting it wrong or misconceptions that you'd like to dispel?
Maybe I will start by saying, as I've advised a few different startups who are doing this, I think the most successful startups doing the FDE model have people from Palantir running the FDE model. The startups that I've talked to who are switching to the FDE model gain a lot of benefit by bringing on someone from Palantir in one of the core roles. As I said, the engineering team is often fairly similar, but maybe continues to be fun for a long time. But the actual mechanics of how the FDEs work, how you build these accounts, how you find the outcomes, those are actually quite different from the standard software firm. And so one of the key differences, and something that I think is actually quite difficult for people to understand, is how you choose a problem and then how you price that problem. And fundamentally what you're selling with the FDE model is that you're not selling the installation of software. You're selling an outcome, as Sean would say. You're selling that you have solved a problem. The next question then is, if you've now solved a problem that is delivering some value to the users, how do you price that?
That's a very common question we get from all these AI startups, because in the age of SaaS, you would do it based on usage or subscription or seats, and this is completely different as outcomes. How do you even price it? How should all these AI founders price their solution?
Yeah, and I think one of the really important things that is differentiated between the FD model and sort of standard SaaS model is that with the FD model, with the SaaS model in product market fit, you're going towards very simple repeatable contracts, very simple repeatable pricing that makes sense across all of your customers. And often you're going to be quite comfortable with small contracts because the marginal cost per is very low. With the FD model, you're going to get pushed towards larger and larger contracts. Like we talked about, you're going to be growing contracts per customer over time. The contracts, because they're complex, are going to be more flexible.
I think this is what the AI startup that we work with discovered on their own. I have this company called Castle that does AI voice agent for mortgage servicing. So they work with very large banks. And the way they've actually been able to go live with large banks is exactly that model of ramping up. Is the number of successful calls that we're handling all these mortgage requests. then they had like stipulations. When you go to scale, it would be this much and that. And they kind of figured it out on their own, and other startups as well. Like Happy Robot is another YC company as well, doing AI voice agents for logistics. They're working with large companies like DHL, similar thing.
There's an asymmetry here between you, the startup, and the business that you're selling to, which is typically when you're selling to a large enterprise, they don't believe they can actually accomplish anything. And that's because oftentimes they've had many large projects that have failed. They also don't believe you can accomplish anything, right? Because they think that you, the startup, are just like them. You, on the other hand, know that you can actually execute, right? And if you can't, well, you should go into a different line of business anyway, right? And so early on, it makes sense for the startup to just take on all the risk and say, we're going to just believe in our own execution. And, we're going to take on the risk, and you pay us if it works, or you pay us when, we're actually able to expand. The one place this can go wrong is that, particularly if you're doing something that needs to be deployed into the enterprise, on-premise, or any piece of it needs to be on-premise rather than in the cloud, you do have to fight the IT team.
Yeah, actually seeing that too.
Yeah.
With some of these companies.
And more generally, who needs to say yes inside the organization you're deploying into in order for you to succeed? Because those people do not think like startups. They are not aligned with the end user. And so you're going to have to figure out a way past them. And, this is part of why it matters that you're working on one of the CEO's top 5 problems. Because you need to be able to bring in someone from the top to say, yes, give them authority to operate. Give them, the ability to use, yes, you use this particular type of database. They need to use a different type of database. They, you have all these very specific organizational things that are meant to apply to your IT staff who are building things in-house. They don't apply to the startup. Let them do what they need to do.
How do you tell them to get that executive buy-in? I think this is sort of what's happening with all these AI startups that are taking off and going from 0 to 7-8 figures in revenue within a year. They figure out the executive buy-in, but it's all very haphazard, I would say, from all the stories I know of.
That's how it felt early on too.
Okay.
It's a discipline, it's a skill. You need really amazing leadership on the FD team to be able to have that kind of discipline and, to share what works, and just get the practice of doing it at one customer. I think it's not surprising. Palantir is extremely good at this now, probably better than any other company, and that's why the companies I've seen that have done this the best have sort of pulled that from people who've done it before. But it can be learned. We learned it.
Jared pointed out earlier that I think the Palantir forward deployed engineer model is not that different to sort of like classic YC advice around doing things that don't scale. We have this concept of like the Coliseum install, which is essentially we boil it down to don't wait for people to turn up to your website, like go to them and get them to like install the software.
And like physically go to them, like go to their office and like sit next to them.
And I feel like it's always been a great starting strategy, but most startups aren't getting big contracts off the bat. So actually the reason they have to stop doing sort of like this sort of manual high touch process is you just can't get the growth rates to sustain without at some point having a product that scales. And kind of like what we were talking about earlier, like at some point hopefully you build a product that's so good that people can figure it out themselves and then all of your problems are just scaling it. With AI, what's different is because these contracts are so big now, you can actually go quite far by doing like the high touch thing. And maybe something you could help us out with actually is like probably a common office hour question I get is like, how far can I keep pushing this? And my advice is largely like, well, like it's okay to be doing custom work per customer, you just want to get less custom per every customer. Maybe you could give like more specific, like higher resolution advice. Like how do you know if it's okay to like keep adding new customers in this sort of like high touch, like I'm doing lots of custom work way versus, oh no, actually I need to be like abstracting out and building like an actual product here.
Yeah, and I think this is actually really encapsulates the key difference between the product market fit strategy and the FD strategy. In the product market fit strategy, you want to be doing less work for every customer, you want to be driving down costs, you want to keep the contract size the same. In the FD strategy, you want to drive the contract size up. So you're doing more and more valuable work for this customer and also for future customers. And because you're doing more valuable work, it's okay. You can leave the amount of customization you do per customer the same.
So the KPI or the internal metric is like contract size, not necessarily like how much custom work they're doing per customer.
There's two useful things here. So one, the thing you can measure, yes, contract size. I would even be a little bit more general than that and say the value of the outcome you're delivering, because that's actually the true thing. And do you yet have the muscle in order to be able to monetize that and price that and capture that? Maybe not. But if you're able to deliver more and more valuable outcomes to the customer, then you're doing something right. The second piece that we didn't talk about yet is the value of the product. And so the other thing you want to measure is, are you getting more and more product leverage against that outcome? This is all extremely counterintuitive when you're in it. It's very hard if you're an FDE or if you're leading an FDE team, there's a lot of things you have to do that seem very counterintuitive. You have to, build for the customer things they're not asking for, but that they actually want. On the product side, you often think to yourself, how do I make a product that's just really easy for every customer to use? It's very easy, and look, I struggled with this myself quite a bit leading product early on. Like, you want to focus on the user experience, and you have to do that, but you also have to remember your other key customer is the FDE. Your product should be ultimately delivering a good thing to the user after FDE customization, but it should be delivering leverage to the FDE who's delivering the outcome at the customer site. And that amount of product leverage should be going up over time.
Like, they should be able to use your product to deliver more value to the customer without them having to go and pull in 3 more engineers in order to do it.
That's right. If the first customer you deploy at takes a lot of work, if you want to then go sell that same outcome to a different customer, then that should be a lot easier at the second customer, and it should get easier still as you go customer by customer. But then, if you really get it to work, remember that you're building a platform, so you're doing more than just a stack of vertical use cases on top of each other. If you've correctly abstracted away what the core concept is that you're really building, then you should also have an easier time. You should have more product leverage, even when you're not doing that use case. When you're doing something that's sort of similar. Or you will find that your FDEs, if it's really good, you'll find your FDEs can figure out some new way to use that technique you built to solve something completely different.
Yeah, so there's almost like an internal market dynamic going on, where if you build it really well, then the FDE should choose to use it, and you should see demand from the FDEs to use your sort of abstracted product versus just hacking a one-off solution themselves.
Yes. Although I will just note, this is a very painful process for everyone involved. I probably can't use the word pain often enough in the FDE. There are many times where I built something I thought it was amazing and I thought it was beautiful. Not there yet, right? But it really would help the FDEs as soon as they just had the ability to see it. And I'd be like, please use my product. And I'd be like, no, this is way more work. It's not helpful. And I will say, let's be honest, most of the time I was probably wrong and I was building the wrong product for them. And I should see that. But sometimes also I was on the right track, but I hadn't done enough to make it easy for the FDEs to use. And so, I would send, the developers out into the field to deploy those early solutions and get them over the line, even to the point where the FDEs could use them properly.
The FT is always right in that case, whereas should the founders sometimes be just top down and say actually I just want you to do it this way?
I mean, the answer is yes to all of these things. The other thing that comes up over and over again is just how much the right answer here is a matter of judgment. And I think going back to this question about product fit, right? What is the right product that generalizes from this customer to the next 3 to the next 10? You very literally do not have the information needed to answer that when you see that first customer, and so it becomes a judgment call.
So in the context of how all these FDE companies price very differently based on outcome, how does that fit in with now the culture doing demos? Because there's this thing, at least in SaaS, where I used to get this pushback from my engineers. Demo-driven product development, it would be sort of looked down upon, but in this case, it's different for FDEs, right?
One of the interesting things that happens there is because you have to go repeatedly show this to new customers, you're forced to give these new demos. But actually, I think demo-driven development works really well if you have the right kind of product. So, in the early days of Palantir, we actually had one demo. It was a flow where you're, stopping a terrorist plot. And we started this with, just one of our features. And every time we integrated a new feature, we had to think to ourselves, how do I show that this new feature is actually helpful for the analyst who's going through this demo, who's stopping this plot? When we integrated histogram, we had to say, well, how do we actually use this? How does that work with the existing features that we already have? We've got this integrated map, we have the same question. And if you think about the world from what am I building, then you're thinking about your capabilities. You might think of each of these features individually and how to build the best version of these features. But when you're building a demo, you're thinking about it from the customer's perspective. And a really good demo is something where you show it to the customer and you are creating desire in that customer for what you're doing. They have to see what you're doing and just want to reach out and grab it and bring it into their life. And if you see that, then you know that you've identified a real pain for the customer. And by doing that, that also forces you to develop a better product. Because not only are you thinking, okay, do each of these features make sense in isolation, but how do they work together? If I'm going to be showing this demo over and over again, even just simple things like moving from one feature to another, that part of the path has to be very straightforward. And those are all the kinds of product pain points that you would often see, but only later, after you've actually deployed to a customer. So what the demo does is it changes the locus of what you're thinking about from thinking about what can I build to what is it that the customer wants, and am I solving that pain point for the customer?
So it sounds like it's sort of this, you have to keep doing the gradient ascent in this very, very highly dimensional, multi-dimensional space, and you keep changing the variables.
Yeah, I think, maybe that's a really key point here, is that the kind of company you have to build is a learning company. And I think everybody wants to build a learning company. But if you're a company like Google or Meta, it's very easy not to learn, because what you're doing right now is working. And if you just keep doing it, the market is growing, you know, everybody wants to do what you're doing. You can just sort of keep coasting on the same strategy, and it's paying off for you. My advice to people if they're thinking about where to join a company is I tell them to join a young company, not necessarily a small company, right? But a young company, because a young company is still figuring things out. It's still learning. It hasn't succeeded yet. You know, if you're just out of college, you want a young company that is growing really fast, and then you'll see what success looks like. That positions you exactly to be a founder of your own company later. This is why Palantir has birthed so many other startups, is because even as a very large company, it is still a company where everybody all the time is learning, focused on learning, and, you know, always doing that same grinding motion that it is to be a new startup. Because, you know, yes, you know, new startups, a lot of pain there too, right? That is like probably like the canonical part of the YC experience, is that it's not coasting. It's working really, really hard on something that you're not quite sure if it's going to succeed.
Obviously, you know, monster successful Palantir, they're now a super big company, huge organization. We heard that you're joining another large organization, the US Army Reserve. Maybe you could tell us a bit about that, and are there any lessons from the Palantir experience you're planning to apply there?
Yeah, absolutely. I've recently joined the US Army Reserve as part of Detachment 201. And so, you know, one thing just to get out of the way is to say that everything I'm talking about here, these are my opinions. These are not the opinions of the U.S. Army, the Defense Department, the U.S. government. But I think it's been this absolutely intense experience, and it's a really interesting story. So we are part of a unit that's advising the Army on technology. And we are not just civilian advisors, we are actual officers. So, you know, we took the oath. I'm a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army.
I heard you went through basic training too.
We went through the direct commissioning course. We've been trained by military academics, often at 5 in the morning, because that's the time that works for people on the East Coast and doesn't conflict with our day jobs. We learned from officers. I had to take the Army fitness test, which, since I'm not very fit, was something that I had to train for 9 months. But it really matters, because we're not just giving advice on the side. We have skin in the game. We are actually part of the organization that we're advising. And the Army itself, the leadership is very different from what it felt like in the early days of Palantir when we were working back in 2005 or 2010. General Randy George, the Chief of Staff of the Army, Secretary of the Army, Driscoll, they have articulated a plan for the transformation of the Army. They know that the Army needs to change from, fighting the kinds of wars we fought in Iraq and Afghanistan to fighting the kind of wars that are being fought today in Ukraine, or what it would look like if we face large-scale combat operations in the Pacific. They know the Army needs to move faster. They know the Army needs to change, and we are a part of that strategy that they're executing. As they brought us in, they've outlined the priorities for the Army. They've given us each an area in which we're supposed to operate, but they've also given us the freedom to, go around, look for problems, work directly with the officers on the ground, solve those problems, or if need be, to escalate that to leadership and get that fixed. And so, I think one of the things that's really interesting about it is, in many ways, it does feel a lot like running the FDE strategy, on the Army. We get to see, what are the CEOs, what are the leadership's top 5 priorities? Can we make progress against those? But also in a world where you see that there's a disconnect between what the leadership wants and 20 years of how things have been implemented. And it takes a long time to change that. And so, we're helping them make that change. I'm really eager to have the opportunity to make a difference.
There's a question that we'd love to ask people on this podcast, which is, what do you think are the best opportunities for startup founders to work on right now?
Well, I think this really goes back to exactly this question of why is it that AI agents are pursuing the FDE strategy. And if you zoom out, and I put on my AI research hat for once in this podcast, I think what we've seen is that capability improvements are actually extremely fast. Yes, I heard people, after GPT-5, people feel like things are plateauing, but actually, if you look at this time period between April 2024, when the best model, the release of GPT-4o, and April 2025, and the release of O3, that's an extremely fast rate of progress. And I think that's just going to continue. I think we're going to see capabilities continue to move quickly. But what's really shocking, actually, is that the adoption is not anywhere near what you would expect from the speed of these capabilities. What the world is going to look like over the next 5 years is that the capabilities just race ahead and race ahead and race ahead. And somehow the world feels increasingly banal. You're in your Waymo and you aren't thinking, oh my God, it's not, no one's driving this. You're like, traffic, it's really slow. Yeah. And so, just like with the world of the FDEs, where you have, the FDEs filling the gap between this product and what the customers need. I think, this is a time where there's so much availability to fill the gap between what the capabilities can actually do and what the customers are able to adopt. And in the early days of AI, we sat around a table in 2018 and talked about what it looked like when AGI was built. People thought, oh well, it's gonna maybe over the weekend it's gonna come alive and it's gonna take over the world. And one of the things that I think people missed in that was that AI needs to be adopted. It's something that doesn't just happen by itself, but you need human ingenuity and exploration and dealing with a lot of pain in order to make that happen. And so I think there's just a huge amount of opportunity out there looking at what are the capabilities that are there, but what does it take to make them really genuinely useful to people.
There's an analogy that occurs to me. This might be a little bit forced, but it's almost like OpenAI is the home product team and the startups are the FDEs out figuring out how to get adoption of the like research that OpenAI is cooking up back to the home office.
I think that's not a bad analogy at all. I think that is maybe the underlying truth of what's making this whole FDE strategy exciting again.
Okay, that's all we have time for here today, Bob. Thanks so much for joining us. That was really, really interesting. We all learned a lot, and we'll see you all here next time.
Which is 0.1 milligrams per kilogram. Arsenic is a group 1 carcinogen. It increases the risk of bladder cancer.
I have news for you guys. YC is throwing their first ever AI startup school in San Francisco on June 16th and 17th. Elon Musk, Satya Nadella, Sam Altman, Andrej Karpathy, Andrew Ng, and Fei-Fei Li are just a few of those confirmed, the world's top AI experts and founders who will teach you how to build the future. It's a free conference just for computer science grad students, undergrads, and new grads in AI and AI research, and we'll even cover your travel to SF. But you have to apply, and space is limited. Link in the description to apply for a spot. Now, on to the video.
Right now, if you're building a startup working on like cutting-edge AI, even if you haven't found the right idea yet, why give up and go back to Google or college or something?
There's a high probability that your lucky break is just around the corner.
Yeah, and this is kind of the most exciting thing you could be doing with your time.
Something's happening. I'm not happy with that. Let me go all the way to the edge. Let me go into this outside world and from first principles understand the root cause of this. And then you're going to discover all kinds of things that software and especially AI, the current form of AI, can actually solve. There's a very important question that all founders have to ask when they commit to an idea, and that is, if not us, then who?
睡觉为什么不上去睡？
Welcome back to another episode of The Light Cone. I'm Gary, this is Jared, Diana, and Harj, and collectively we have funded companies worth hundreds of billions of dollars, often with just an idea. And that's what we're going to talk about today.
There are a lot of smart technical people out there right now who are following along with this AI stuff. They see incredible potential in the technology. They totally buy that this is a special time to start a company. And the thing that is holding them back from doing so is they just don't have an idea that they're really excited to go and work on. I think we should just basically open source all the tricks that we've learned that we've so far only discussed in office hours. We should just tell everyone, and hopefully this actually helps some people come up with great startup ideas.
Well, one of the blueprints that seems to be emerging is that you can't just stay too close to where you're at. Like basically the default bad startup idea is lazy, and it's almost like a hackathon idea. Like I read about it on X, and a bunch of people are doing it, and why don't I do that? Another version of it is just figuring out what is hot out there and jumping on a bandwagon. Jared, one of the things you caution founders against is actually just maybe running with their hackathon idea.
Yeah, often when people are thinking about startup ideas, they tend to gravitate towards things that seem very easy to build the first version of. But most of the best startup ideas are actually at least somewhat hard to actually ship the first version of. And so that would sort of be my meta lesson from doing this individually with founders is I'm always trying to push them in the direction of harder, more ambitious ideas, and their subconscious is trying to push them back in the direction of things that they can build in a weekend.
I guess the interesting thing about it is you need to get out of the house. So rather than just do what is right in front of you, you have to either aggressively introspect and look within into your history and what you are uniquely great at, or you need to aggressively get out of the house into other places on the outside, being industry, being government, being other places that serve humanity in some way, and that's not in your house either, actually. So aggressively, internal or aggressively outside. So why don't we make that real by diving as deeply as we can into some specific examples. What is within us already. There are lots of examples of people who already spent years and years to get all the way to the edge of understanding whether it's AI or some other field in the world. And they did it either in their studies, in their research, or where they worked. Diana, I feel like you have a few really good examples.
Yeah, so basically the examples here are of founders who had this very unique experience in prior jobs they were working at. And one of them is this company that I mentioned before called Salient. They're basically building a AI voice agent that does loan processing for auto debt collection. That is a bit of an esoteric idea, and when I was working with the founders, it took a bit of time to land on a good one. And this turned out to be a good one when I heard that Ari, the founder, learned about it because he used to work at Tesla, and as part of being in the Tesla finance ops team, part of the problem with leasing Teslas was this whole process of getting all the payments back, and it was all done very manually with all these business operation units that were outsourced. And he thought, oh, why not build that AI agent for that? So that was really good, and that ended up working really well, and now they're servicing a bunch of large banks. So that's a good one. Another one is, which I also mentioned previously in another episode, is the founders of Diode Computer. They're basically building the AI circuit board Copilot. And their insight is that both of the founders were electrical engineers, but also software engineers. So that turned out to be a very unique gap, intersection of skills that that the world of software and hardware don't tend to talk to each other. So they had built circuits at Apple, at startups, and even custom processors. So they had a lot of experience building very high-end electronics, and they saw the gap and frustration of working with hardware engineers, and why didn't they do things like software? Why didn't the world of Git exist? Why didn't the world of I have to parse through all these data sheets to verify all the components manually? That's the electrical engineer job. Why do I have to do that manually? Why not just get an LLM to parse and do all that verification like in code with like QAing, right? So that was the insight, and that was so unique to them because they were the only ones that had the unique experience of one of them being a super strong software engineer and the other being super strong in hardware.
I think this is one of those cases where starting a startup that actually turns out to be successful requires you to be similar to a PhD or a postdoc researcher in some sense, where you have to go all the way to the edge of what human beings know and understand, and then instead of like publishing research that sort of pokes that edge out a little bit, instead it's like you're creating a product or service that people really want.
To that point of being the PhD level of expert in that world, when founders get into this, they have such a unique fit with founder market fit. They're the best in the world. Literally, there's no one like them that had that work experience and that happened to want to do a startup, that happened to now be really interested in AI. And there's this moment in time that is only n equals 1, that's only them that can do it, which is cool.
Yeah, Ari being in a place like Tesla is always very interesting to think about because, there is a very important question that all founders have to ask when they commit to an idea, and that is, if not us, then who?
Do you wanna talk about Spur, Jared?
Sure. So Spur is building an AI QA agent. So the way testing works now is if you have a large company, you probably have QA engineers who write tests to test your software, and they're just building an AI agent that writes the test for you. And the way they came up with the idea is one of the founders worked at Figma, which has a notoriously complex front end that's very hard to test. And she realized that the engineers were spending a ton of time testing the front end and writing and maintaining tests for it, and that AI just obviously would enable you to automate a lot of that work.
I guess Figma is a really good place to sort of come out of, and that if you're already at the edge of design and collaboration, plus this AI thing sort of happens, you already have exposure to the right customers and know what the people at the edge are doing because you're at the edge. I have a kind of crazier one, which might be heartening to some of the people in the audience, in that this is probably my youngest team I've ever funded. They were 19. They dropped out of freshman year at University of Waterloo. It's a company called DataCurve, and actually one of a few pivots. They actually came in as a company called Uncle GPT, and it was sort of this toy hackathon idea, really. I think they literally won a hackathon with the idea. Your sort of standard chat GPT wrapper, back when rapper was the pejorative that everyone was saying. But the deeper problem was people didn't really want it. It was a really cool demo, but there weren't customers that were willing to pay for it and use it all the time. And then during the batch, they actually became AI for product managers. To go back to what we were saying earlier, it's sort of, that again is a not leaving the house enough sort of idea for them, because neither of them as 19-year-olds had been product managers. So it's actually very, very hard to make software or products for people and teams where you actually don't have direct experience or knowledge of it. And so luckily, and this is maybe a really good example of looking back within, the founder actually, she actually was an intern for Cohere, which was all the way out on the edge in terms of LLMs and code gen. And so she had already been working on data tools and producing synthetic and real data for large language models for Cohere. And she went back to her old boss, and they said, hey, this is what we need. And she said, oh, well, I could build that. And so now she's basically off and running. I mean, she had a great demo day, and then she's making mid to high 7 figures for a company that just started June of last year.
I have noticed this pattern with a lot of startup founders. Whenever I have a team in the batch that's pivoting, and they do the office hours where they're like, lost confidence in my old idea, what should I go work on now? The first note in my decision tree when I'm trying to help them find a new idea is are the founders experts in anything? Because if the founders are experts in anything, then often that's the place to look for for ideas first. And the thing that I've noticed is that it's often surprisingly hard for the founders to actually know what they themselves are experts in, and sometimes you kind of have to pull out of them their actual areas of expertise.
This is why it's extra hard for 19-year-olds, but at the same time, that's part of the reason why I really love this example. Is that founder just had to reach back into her internship from the prior summer, and there was something lying in plain sight there.
I think what you're saying about that, I've seen it a lot. I think a lot of times when founders come into these office hours with us, it's almost a bit of an allergic reaction to what they were doing. By definition, because they were experts on work and grinded out years and years. They're like, oh, I don't want to do another decade on this thing that I put all this time. It's like, this is so boring.
Boring, and they want to chase some shiny object that they don't know anything about.
Sort of this, the grass is greener, but then they sound so much smarter when they talk about that particular domain. And then when you kind of reflect it back to them, they're like, oh yeah, you're right. It's like, I've never heard anyone go so deep into this as what you eloquently have said versus going over the shiny idea, which is very surface level of insight.
And internships is another interesting meta point here. I mean, some huge percentage of YC's billion-dollar companies can be traced directly back to not just a job, but specifically an internship that one of the founders had. And so maybe like a meta point is like, if you're like in college and you want to be in a place to have good startup ideas, like do internships at like really cool companies that are on the bleeding edge of something, because that's like a really like tried and true path to get you a great startup idea.
I think the other meta point is also being picky at where you end up working. I mean, the example with the founder of Data Curve working at Cohere. Cohere is at the bleeding edge. The founder of Cohere was one of the authors of the All Attention You Can Need paper, which is the seminal paper that pretty much created this whole AI boom now. She was working there. Another good example I have is this other company called David AI. The founders were working at Scale, and Scale is at the bleeding edge of providing all data sets for right now the AI boom as well. And David.ai found this niche where Scale wasn't going into, which is the scarcity with data sets around multimodal data, with speaker separated audio, and going deeper into that because Scale got very deep into more the LLM world. So that turned out to be good. So kind of to your same point, kind of Cohere, and here in this case with having worked at Cohere / now Scale, working on the bleeding edge, you get to find high quality problems that are going to be the future.
So that's not the only way to look within. Maybe the one that people really look to and is a little bit more obvious is what are things that you want to see in the world that you could see yourself just working on for the rest of your life. There'd be dragons for this, but on the other hand, we have some really noteworthy examples of companies that have really found something and have made something people want.
I have one story in particular that I share. This story really stuck with me. It's about a company called Can of Soup. We funded Can of Soup, and the founder, Gabriel, had been an early engineer at Substack, which is a company we funded years earlier. And very early on, he lost confidence in the idea that we had funded him for. And then he kind of wandered in the wilderness in sort of a pivot hell period where he was trying to come up with a new idea in sort of in artificial ways. Often happens when founders are pivoting, and he was looking at these various B2B SaaS ideas that were all totally plausible, but he just wasn't really excited about any of them. And he went on a walk with his old boss, Chris, the CEO of Substack, and Chris gave him a piece of advice that's really stuck with me. Gabriel pitched him one of these B2B SaaS ideas, and Chris was like, who cares? Work on something that captures the human imagination. And that was the prompt that got Gabriel to just start thinking about a much bigger idea that he would actually be excited to work on for a really long time. And that's what sort of led him down the path of coming up with Can of Soup, which is this AI Instagram thing that's a totally new kind of social network. And it's a really big, crazy, ambitious idea. We don't know if it's going to work yet, but it's super interesting and so much cooler than the sort of manufactured B2B SaaS ideas.
I mean, social networks seem like it's pretty ripe for things that people really want to work on. One of my favorite AI companies right now is called Happenstance. The founder was a Apple AI researcher, sold his last startup, and then he started realizing, especially once Word2Vec and vector databases started coming out, that when you use things like LinkedIn, how often is it that you're typing something that you're looking for, and it just I think it's just still using plain text search. I think it's just using indices from MySQL for all we know. It's literally not smart. And the thing about LLMs, and especially LLMs plus vector search now mean that the search engine itself can be so much more intelligent. And so I'm always trying to connect people in the badge to people who could buy their thing or who could help them with access or all of that. And then Happenstance now is just this wild thing where I can type almost anything more or less in a fuzzy way. I can even describe the people I'm trying to help. I can even describe sort of the level or area inside the company I think I want to connect this founder to. And it'll just figure all of that stuff out it'll write the SQL queries and then use its own a mix of vector search, LLMs, and SQL to find those people in a way that like LinkedIn search just fails 10 times out of 10 for some of these really complex queries.
Part of our job is kind of helping founders to think bigger, because the whole process of starting a startup is already scary. And sometimes founders start with a very small idea that could be inconsequential, but if you 10x it, then how could the world change? And I think, Jared, you had some really good example for this one.
I do. And incidentally, if you're looking for a startup idea, one thing you should definitely do is you should go and read or reread Paul Graham's essay called How to Get Startup Ideas, which is really kind of a definitive work on the topic. And he talks about this concept called blinders, where if you're looking for a startup idea, you tend to have blinders on, where your subconscious doesn't even allow you to see certain ideas because they seem too ambitious and too scary. And so they don't even consciously bubble to the surface for you to be able to like decide if you want to work on them or not. And a great example I have this company called EasyDubs. EasyDubs is building the universal translator, like from Star Trek. So imagine you go to Japan, but you don't speak Japanese, and you want to have a conversation with someone who only speaks Japanese. You can use EasyDubs, and it'll translate like simultaneously and in real time, so you can have a real-time conversation with somebody who speaks a different language.
So one of the common things people run into when they go through this path of idea is just what we said before, like I really don't have any expertise. I've mined everything I can, I mined all my experiences, and I can't generate a good startup idea that way. And that then takes you to like Gary's point around like you have to get outside of the house and you have to start putting in the work to like build the expertise. And so I feel like actually our advice to startups during the batch when they're going through this path will often change. It's like stop thinking about kind of what your like 2-week revenue goals are and start treating yourself as researchers and just try and like build expertise in something in the hope that you find startup ideas. I have a story on that type of way of generating idea. It's a company called Egress Health, and they spent a while pivoting and trying to find an idea and kind of landing on anything that worked really well. And so I think one of their parents, I think it was one of the founders' mothers, like was a dentist around her own small dentist office, and he just went to work with her for a day just to kind of see like how does the dentist office work, and like is there anything that software could do better. And he realized a lot of the admin work involved in sort of insurance, processing someone's insurance and reauthorizing them, and all of this work was just like routine that could really be processed away by an LLM. And so they started working on that, started building an LLM powered back office for dentists, and it's working like really, really well.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I love it when founders end up in this branch of the decision tree to find a startup idea, because through them I get to learn about all these corners of the world and like think about where there might be interesting problems. And there's a couple parts about that story that I want to kind of pull out first. One is like using family connections. Like a lot of our best startup ideas, like a lot of YC's like $1 billion startups, literally it was like the founder's parent or uncle or cousin or brother or some like old college roommate or just some like random connection that was like just enough of an opening to like lead them to an interesting place.
It's surprising how important that is. Basically you could cold email 1,000 people sometimes and get literally 0 responses, but if you have someone who you're going to see every Thanksgiving, I think they're going to give you some access. And access is all you need, actually. Like that's sometimes like right at the beginning moment, you just need access into in some underserved place, some place where no good software engineer or AI engineer has ever seen or has seen yet.
And it works now better than ever, because what we said in our previous episode about just how AI agents are going to be so much bigger than SaaS. I think, take the Stadium example, the Egress Health example, probably 5 years ago, building software for just like car loan lenders or just for like a small dentist practice was probably not a big enough opportunity by itself. And so people probably felt like my connections or my expertise are not that valuable. But now it's like any one of these things with AI, it's so much more valuable than just building like a CRM for a dentist office. You're like actually replacing a human. The human's probably being paid like $60,000 to $80,000 minimum like per year. And so just the value of your software just went way, way, way up.
And I also love that they actually went on site and spent a day in the dentist's office just being like a fly on the wall. Like anytime you can find anyone working in any industry who will let you do that is freaking cool.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna discover something cool.
I think it's this concept of going undercover as an undercover secret agent to learn all the deep secrets about a industry, which is all kept kind of behind closed doors for good reasons outside of the outsiders. But because you have this special connection with a family member or something like that, or sometimes founders are very charming and they get in through that as well. I've got one example like that. And you can kind of learn a lot about these esoteric industries. One example is this company called Happy Robot. They're basically building AI agents for coordinating logistics for truckers. They don't come from trucking such an esoteric world from them. The founders are Spanish, which is like very far removed from this, and PhD students. And the way they landed into that is just the founders are very personable. They're very friendly, and when you talk to them, you want to be friends with them.
Well, the good news is, even if you aren't connected by family or friends, you might also not be friendly and extroverted enough to make it work the way Happy Robot did. There is still another way, and I'm going to not put this company on blast because they are an AI building company that is doing well, but the way they came to the idea was not through connections per se. One of the co-founders actually got a job doing medical billing as a biller, as a remote person for a New York-based optometrist office. And he did not actually disclose that he was using software or building software, but that's what he did. He got a job.
It was like an undercover job. Like, it wasn't like he happened to be working as a medical biller. He's like, I want to automate medical billing, but in order to do that, I need to understand how it works. So I'm going to get a job as a medical biller in order to understand how it works from the inside. Am I understanding right?
Exactly.
Okay.
He actually got a real job and was paid as a medical biller.
I have a founder who did the same thing in a different industry.
It's wild, right?
It's totally wild.
But it works if you don't have connections and you can't walk in and sweet talk people to get access. There are just jobs that are knowledge work jobs that you can do. And then this is actually my pitch to sometimes to regulators that open source is actually a very important piece of this. Because the reason why this person was able to do it legally was he was building his own software to automate the work all locally on his own computer. So he was like building his own AI agent robot using Llama 3 to replace himself on 2 MacBook Pros at the time. And there was no violation, no laws were broken. It's legal to use your own computer and use Zoom and use those things to actually go and work with an external party's thing because it was a remote laptop job and you could do that really easily with it. So I think that was one of the crazier examples, and it sounds like that's something that
Founders should totally do this. They should totally just go get random jobs, like working in random industries, and learn about them from the inside. It doesn't take that long. It's not like you have to, get like an MD or something in order to become a medical biller. I think it's like a 4-week training program.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And those are actually sort of the ideal things to get automated right now. Sort of remote laptop jobs that you can get very easily. It turns out LLMs are very good at doing those jobs these days, and laptops are very powerful. And synthetic data down to lower, smaller parameter models is also very good. So this is kind of the golden age of truly going undercover. I think one of the themes here is how do you go all the way to the edge of what people know, especially if you yourself are an engineer or AI engineer. And this one was kind of an intense one. So Able Police actually does work with police departments, and the reason why the founder is actually Growing Daniel on Twitter. So the way he found out about this problem was actually pretty serious. Like one of his friends was the victim of a crime. He started doing research and discovered, as I discovered in San Francisco, that many police officers are actually just drowned in paperwork. You might do an 8-10 hour shift, and then you're spending 2 or 3 hours of those 8 hours to 10 hours just filling out paperwork at the end of it. San Francisco has this crazy law where if you stop anyone to even talk to them, you have to fill out as much paperwork as if you had arrested them. So how can you do police work when you have a police commission that drowns you in paperwork like that? And this is not merely a San Francisco thing. This is like almost all over the United States. And so, this is a very good example of literally going, undercover in that he went on ride-alongs, he investigated this thing that was very upsetting to him in society, discovered the root cause, and then LLMs were happening. He's like, why would anyone sit in front of a web browser filling out multiple hours of like click, like enter data, literally like transcribe people's driver's licenses. Like this is, why are we turning police officers who are supposed to look out for public safety? And a lot of the job is clerical work. And of course, you can use LLMs plus computer vision to take that 2 hours or 3 hours down to 5 or 10 minutes, especially because you already have the camera data all day from the person doing the work.
Can I leak alpha trick about the previous topic, finding jobs? This is something that I suggested a founder do. You can literally go to Indeed.com and search for jobs that have keywords like this, like remote analyst, remote clerk, things like that, and just look at all of the jobs that people are hiring for. Like some of them are probably weird jobs that most people haven't even heard of. There's all of these jobs like this out there. You just go get one of those jobs.
There's another trick. Another trick is if you don't want to work the boring job yourself, is think of if you have any friends who have very boring jobs, and go follow them and chat with them at work for a day. So a company,
you have an example where this actually happened.
Yeah, it's a company called Sweet Spot, and when we accepted them into YC, I think the idea was something about payments for taco trucks, something totally random, and then they started searching for ideas. And they had a friend who just worked, his full-time job was to sit in front of a computer on the government website, looking at the government posts like contracts are available for bidding. And so his whole job was just to keep refreshing that page, and every time there was like a bid that was relevant for the company he worked at, he just pasted the link somewhere. And they're like, well, that seems like something that could definitely be automated with AI. And this was about a year and a half, coming up to almost 2 years ago now, and that insight actually turned into a really exciting idea where now it's a AI platform for just all of your government contracting and procurement. Like they both like find the thing for you, they generate like all of your bid, they give you advice on how to like sharpen it to have the best chance of landing it and price it optimally, all of these things like a single package, and it's growing like incredibly fast.
I think in that category of Indeed jobs is also this jobs that AI is very good at automating that are temporary. I think, Jared, you work with one of those companies.
Any category of jobs that is being outsourced to a low-wage country is like a strong signal that there is a startup to be built right now in the current era. Like that's just like an amazing place to look. One company like that I worked with last year is a company called Lilac Labs, and what Lilac Labs is doing is they are automating the person at the drive-thru who takes orders. They were snooping around other startup ideas that didn't end up panning out, but in the process of looking at the startup ideas, they realized that for a lot of the drive-thrus in America, when you drive up to the drive-thru and you like place an order, the person on the other end who's like listening to your order and like transcribing it into the point of sale system lives on the other side of the world. Because that job, which was always done by the person sitting at the drive-thru, has now been outsourced to like BPOs in like low-wage countries, and that was a clue to them that like this was an amazing like target to go after. You have one too, Daniel, right?
It's a little bit different flavor. So this is more for looking into spaces where there's a product that is not 100% working, and there's a bunch of consultants that are making a bunch of money to just get that product to work. And one example is UiPath. Is this giant company that went IPO that does robotic process automation? Maybe a lot of the audience.
It's macros.
A lot of macros to automate workflows of desktops that enterprise buy it. But in order to get UiPath live, it's just so much work. It takes like consultants and consultants. They need to be certified. What these founders found is like, hey, what if we actually build a way better product that actually works and actually does RPA without the need of expensive consultants? So this is a company that I funded called Automap that basically is this solution, but a lot better, that actually works and is only possible now because of AI.
Was this in part inspired by like recent advances in getting LLMs to browse the web and use desktop applications?
Totally. I mean, they actually went through YC before computer use was launched. But the interesting thing about this team, they have always been living at the edge of technology. They actually were ex-Googlers that got access to Bard when now it used to be called Bard, now it's called Gemini. So they actually prototyped a bunch of apps on AI before it was even cool. So this is during the pandemic and before it. So they had a lot of experience building with AI before everyone did, and they saw this is a place that's gonna go.
I think that's a cool startup lesson. Like PG has this line in his essay, live at the edge and if you notice what's missing. Yep. Like, you're in a way better position to have a great AI startup idea if you're constantly trying the latest stuff and like actually personally consuming and developing on the very latest stuff, because then you're one of the first people to realize that something new is possible.
And also if your friends are doing the same, like actually I think it's an example, if you have friends who are working at interesting companies or companies themselves that are pushing things on the edge, it can be really valuable. I have another story of a company that searched and pivoted in IT during the patch called PraidDB, and they had friends who had sold their startup to another startup that was this is just during the era where sort of Pinecone vector databases were becoming more and more popular. So AI was just taking off. It's around like late 2022, early 2023. Their friend told them, hey, like the big problem we have is like we want like a good quality real-time sync between like our Postgres database and Pinecone, and no one's really built that, and we have to build it all internally in-house. So PraidDB founders were like, okay, well we can just build that for you. But then as they actually got deeper into the idea, they realized, oh well, like PG Vector is a relatively new extension within Postgres that you can actually just do a lot of the Pinecone, the stuff that you want to do on Pinecone, you can actually probably just do in Postgres. And so they just started pushing the limits of PG Vector to see how much of the functionality they could replicate. And they got like surprisingly far. And now they have sort of enterprise customers that are using them, not just as sort of a replacement for a separate vector DB, but also just as a replacement for Elastic and various things for search and semantic search across all of the stuff in their database. And I think they got that idea just because they were in the world of technical founders doing things and building things and telling them, oh, hey, like this is our issue.
You can just do things.
Yeah, you can just do things. Good advice.
And to that point, I think the thing that makes this category of looking outside in is to hang out with very smart people. Like your example, I have another one, is this company called Reducto. And because they were in YC, they got to be friends with a lot of other founders that were building at the edge of AI. And they found an interesting problem for a lot of the RAG applications. In order to get them to work well, you need to be able to extract the chunks on it very well. But this kind of problem you would only find out if you end up working with the top percentile of builders are really at the edge of really building the next generation of applications. So that's how they found the idea of Reducto, which extracts perfect chunks and data from PDFs.
another way I've seen people build the expertise to get an idea. It's not, I wouldn't even call it quite expertise, but this is something. Just getting going and building any product like makes you like an expert in whoever the users of it are, and puts you in a good spot to find ideas.
And an expert in building products like that.
Yeah.
So you build expertise in like multiple areas. Yeah.
Wait, I can't just become an expert from being an ex-influencer? You're saying I have to go talk to users.
You actually have to build something.
You have to ship code.
A company I went through that I worked with YC in 2022 again, so almost 3 years ago, searching for ideas. The idea they landed on was a freelancer marketplace, and honestly, they didn't have, the company's called Juicebox. They didn't really have much differentiation for that idea, but they were just excited about it. They'd done some freelance work themselves, so they just wanted to start building it. Go ahead. And they worked on that idea for a decent chunk of time, and it didn't really take off. But in the course of sort of working on freelancer marketplace and working with companies who are hiring freelancers and hiring other people, as the LLMs developed, they realized, oh, there's actually like a real need for just like LLM-powered people search for recruiters specifically, and they started building that, and that has really taken off. It's called People GPT, and it's just like the really effective search, especially for recruiting teams, to just find exactly who they want, sort of fuzzy prompt, and it'll just give them a list of all the dream candidates to go and ping. And you can see how like they've never been recruiters themselves, they've never actually really hired people, but the expertise they built was because they just launched something.
There's this funny thing during the batch, especially around fundraising, which is a very interesting phenomenon. I'm sure you guys have seen this too, where we have founders who are out there, they ship a product, they're talking to real users, those users turn around and give them their credit card number, or sign on the dotted line like big enterprise contracts for $10,000 or $100,000 a year, and then fundraising rolls around, they start getting the first no's, and then it's like just getting gut punched by gut punches after gut punches, and they come back in office hours and they're like, investors don't get it. And the thing that I find myself saying over and over again is like, yeah, investors don't get it because they're trying to do it the way like a founder would, trying to be an ex-influencer, trying to understand it, just reading feeds from like literally their toilet, like, and shit posting, right? Like literally, that's not how you figure out what's going on. Why would you, the person who's outside of the house, not on the toilet, outside of the house, out there talking to people, shipping software and doing things, like why would you be taking any cues at all from the person who's still sitting on the toilet, like scrolling an X feed? Like it doesn't make any sense, right? You have direct knowledge of the world out there, and you're coming back into Plato's cave, and this person is like saying, well, I don't see the shadows yet on the back wall. And it's like, let me tell you, it's out there, right? Like you literally have seen it with your own eyes.
Here's another instance that I've seen where founders like psych themselves out, Carrie, that's related to that, which is founders who psych themselves out because spaces seem too competitive, and they end up like shying away from going after ideas that are actually really good because like two competitors launched on TechCrunch and like raised seed funding or something like that. Or you have a good example of a company.
Yeah, it's a company both Gary and I worked with actually. We mentioned before like GigaML. They originally applied with a EdTech idea. It was an idea to help Indian college students apply to US colleges, Indian high school students apply to US colleges. Then they pivoted into fine-tuning as a service, so around the time where that was just like the open source models had just been released. They couldn't build a sustainable business, so they didn't quite crack that nut, and they were looking for applications of the fact they had become experts in fine-tuning like models for specific purposes, and they were trying to find a vertical application, and the one that they were most excited about was customer support. But they felt it was very crowded, that there were lots of people doing customer support, but they went for it anyway. Specifically, they really focused on one company, Zepto, which has really been willing to be like a real early cutting edge adopter. I mean, another meta point here is like Zepto themselves really want to be like the most like operationally efficient delivery company in the world, so they were looking for these really like high quality pieces of tech.
Rumors of IPOing later this year.
Who knows?
Who knows? We don't know.
What I will say about the GigaML founders is they are incredibly smart engineers and not natural salespeople at all. And just one thing I'm used to pre-AI, I'm curious if your opinions on this, is it often feels, especially with B2B SaaS things, like if you're entering a crowded space, it's often as much about how can you differentiate on just sales versus like necessarily like your first product. And so you gravitate towards like I need to feel like this team can really like sell in order to get anywhere if they're going to launch a new payroll product, for example. But with GigaML, what I've noticed is that so many of the things just actually don't work very well. Doing like AI that can really replace your customer support team of humans is a hard technical problem. And so although lots of people are pitching that they have it, very, very few people can actually deliver to the level that customers want. And it just turned out that GigaML with like the technical strength meant that they could actually deliver what no one else could. And that got them this deal, and now it's sort of snowballing from there.
It's like a huge enterprise deal. Did they close that deal during the batch?
No, they were pivoting for quite a while,
Okay.
actually. This is one of those stories of where I think it took them about a year, if I don't recall, to find the right idea.
And that's quite normal, actually.
It's quite normal, actually, yeah. A lot of our best companies in recent years have been that, yeah.
Yeah, which flies in the face of, I think, what everyone believed, ancient history 5 to 10 years ago. Like, there were, it's hard to believe, but 10 years ago there were entire seed funds that would say, like, we never do seed extensions. Either you're going to be great and you're great immediately, or seed extensions are a sucker bet. And these days, I'm pretty glad that we're in the days where that's just not true anymore. Like, you can see that people are getting product market fit.
My speculation on it is AI moves so quickly that every few months there's just a new set of possible ideas that are generated. This is like a more anecdotal thing. I also feel just like because it's so exciting to work on a startup and work on AI right now, that the teams just have morale reserves for longer. Like, it's like, why would if you're building a startup working on like cutting edge AI, even if you haven't found the right idea yet, like, why give up and go back to Google or college or something?
Yeah,
like
there's a high probability that your lucky break is just around the corner.
Yeah, and this is kind of the most exciting thing you could be doing with your time.
All these product releases that keep changing the whole space the whole time.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
Well, that's all the time we have for now, but I think that that's a pretty great thing for everyone out there to keep in their mind. You can't stay in your house or sit on your toilet doom scrolling X. You have to either look very deeply within you to find that you're already on the edge because of something you've done, or you need to radically get out of the house, go into other people's real businesses and the real problems that humanity faces, and then get first principles understanding of what's going on out there, and then you can build $1 billion business using AI. We'll see you guys next time.
At Anthropic, the way that we thought about it is we don't build for the model of today, we build for the model 6 months from now. That's actually like still my advice to founders that are building on LLMs. Just try to think about like, what is that frontier where the model is not very good at today? Because it's going to get good at it. All of Quad Code has been written and rewritten and rewritten and rewritten over and over and over. There's no part of Quad Code that was around 6 months ago. You try a thing, you give it to users, you talk to users, you learn, and then eventually you might end up at a good idea. Sometimes you don't.
Are you also in the back of your mind thinking that maybe like in 6 months you won't need to prompt that explicitly, but the model will just be good enough to figure out on its own?
Maybe in a month.
No more need for plan mode in a month?
Oh my god. Welcome to another episode of The Light Cone, and today we have an extremely special guest, Boris Cherny, the creator, engineer of Claude Code. Boris, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for creating a thing that has taken away my sleep for about 3 weeks straight. I am very addicted to Claude Code, and it feels like rocket boosters. Has it felt like this for people, like for months at this point? I think it was like end of November is...
I wasn't expecting to start here. I want to talk about why you were consuming so much caffeine that you noticed that your heart was skipping a beat.
So, I love caffeine. So for a very long time, I always said that the ultimate day, like the perfect day, was 12 hours of caffeine followed by 4 hours of alcohol. That's just like the ultimate. I did cut out, or at least for now, cut out the 4 hours of alcohol. But caffeine is just like one of nature's most marvelous things. But it turns out you can't overdo it. And so a while ago, I was drinking so much coffee at work that I was sitting in a meeting a couple years ago, and I started to feel just a little bit something felt off, and I just took my pulse, and realized I was skipping about every 10th heartbeat. So I had like an existential crisis because I'm like, all right, I need to call 911. It's just like, am I about to have a heart attack? Am I about to die? And so I go under the table and I Google, and I'm like, is this a problem? And before Dr. Google said, no, it's okay, it's fine. You just might want to cut back a little bit on the caffeine.
You said something that I love and I never hear other entrepreneurs talk about, but I think is super important, that you don't have any levels of introspection.
Yes, zero, as little as possible.
Why?
Move forward, go. Yeah, I found people who dwell in the past get stuck in the past. It's a real problem, and it's a problem at work, and it's a problem at home.
So I've read obviously 400, I think now 10 biographies of history entrepreneurs, and that was one of the most surprising things. Like, what's the most surprising thing that you've learned from this? It's like, oh, they have little or zero introspection. Like Sam Walton didn't wake up thinking about his internal self. He just woke up to like, I like building Walmart. I'm going to keep building Walmart. I'm going to make more Walmarts, and just kept doing it over and over again.
And you probably know if you go back 400 years ago, it never would have occurred to anybody to be introspective. Like it's the whole idea of, just all of the modern conceptions around introspection and therapy and all the things kind of manufactured in the 1910s, 1920s.
Say more about that.
The great men of history didn't sit around doing this stuff at any prior point, right? It's all a new construct. It was so first Western civilization had to kind of invent the concept of the individual, right, which was like a new concept, so several hundred years ago, and then for a long time it was all right, the individual runs, right, and like does all these things and builds things and builds empires and builds companies and builds technology, does all these things, and then kind of this kind of guilt-based whammy kind of showed up from Europe, a lot of it from Vienna, 1910s, 1920s, Freud and all that type of movement, and kind of turned all that inward and basically said, okay, now we need to basically second guess the individual. We need to criticize the individual. The individual needs to self-criticize, right? The individual needs to feel guilt, needs to look backwards, needs to dwell on the past. It never resonated with me.
Do you find a lot of the greatest founders that you've spent time with and backed and partnered with or have low introspection?
Yeah, generally. Although, in fairness, the introspection is probably linked to the personality trait of neuroticism, right? So, a lot of the best founders are, I think, like 0% neuroticism. Like they just don't get emotionally phased by things that happen, which is a superpower when you're an entrepreneur. But having said that, some of the great entrepreneurs are in fact very neurotic. Like that's also the case. It's not a maybe it's a nice to have to be low neuroticism, but not necessary. And so, there are some that kind of get wrapped around the axle on kind of personal issues. As these days sometimes that then kind of turns into use of psychedelics, different kinds and hallucinogenic drugs, and that's like one very interesting kind of trajectory for kind of the culture of the country, culture of the world, and we'll see where that goes.
So we've recorded on like a dozen of these so far, most of them with some of the greatest founders living for the show. I can't believe how many times on almost every episode psychedelics pops up, and they're like, you should try them. Like, I'm not doing any drugs.
But to be clear, I'm not. I've never had. I'm never going to. Like I have the problem is I already have like tons of horror stories from people I know or know of that kind of came out the other side. Like, well, I had my deepest conversation was actually with Huberman, and I was describing this phenomenon where we see at Silicon Valley where kind of these guys get under pressure and they kind of feel anxious or whatever, and they decide to somebody tells them about psychedelics and they try it, and they kind of come out the other end as a changed person, and they kind of come out like much more at peace. But then they also tend to like quit their companies. They like move to Indonesia and become a surface director. Like they're just like peace out, right? They're just done. There's been a whole bunch of examples of this, and I was complaining to Huberman about this, and in true Huberman kind of wise Yoda style, he's like, well, how do you know they're not happier? Right? like maybe that was the positive outcome. Like maybe the thing that was driving them to be a great entrepreneur was a fundamental level of insecurity, right? And kind of this this kind of unsatisfied kind of neurotic impulse. And now they're just satisfied. Now they're just whatever the serotonin levels or whatever they're recalibrated, but they're just kind of satisfied sitting on the beach and being a surface director. And maybe they're better off. And I'm like, yeah, but their company is failing. And so anyway, yeah. So there's a possibility that there's a better version of you or me on the other side of ayahuasca, but I'm not willing to find out.
I'm not either. Daniel Ek has the greatest way to put this. Like, he thinks the best entrepreneurs are not optimizing for happiness; they're optimizing for impact.
I think that's true. I think it's certainly true for Daniel. Yeah, who's kind of a great case study of that. Having said that, I always kind of wonder is that intrinsic versus extrinsic motivations. Impact strikes me a little bit as an extrinsic motivation. There's like impact, money, fame. And by the way, I think extrinsic motivations are fantastic, and I think they can be very motivating. The people who get the great rewards for building great things, deserve them. But at least what I found is it's the intrinsic motivations that actually get people up in the morning. And there's where you're dangerously close to straying into introspection. But it's like, okay, like what is the thing that causes somebody who's now extremely materially wealthy, extremely successful, to get up in the morning and continue to kind of punch away at the world? I think those tend to be interior.
What's that for you?
Oh, I mean, that would require introspection. I'll let other people speculate.
Oh, you have to.
It's a lot more fun to speculate about other people's intuition.
But I am curious about you because you have a series of quotes that I absolutely love. I save on my phone and I reread from time to time. One of them I'll butcher, but it's just like the world is way more malleable than you think. And if you just pursue something with a lot of maximum effort, drive, and energy, the world will recalibrate around you easier than you think. And I actually reread that this morning before I came over here, and I was like, what is that for Mark? Like today, like what are you waking up trying to change in the world?
Yeah, there's a lot that we're actually trying to do. I'm suspicious that that's my actual underlying motivation. Just because, like I said, I don't think external impact is enough to keep people going. Or at least I've seen way too many people who had a high level of external impact and then at some point they just stopped.
Okay.
Well, here's the problem with external impact. It's like, okay, it's 4 a.m. You're staring at the ceiling. Like, is that enough? Right? Like the external impact is stuff that's happening to other people, right? Yeah. It's like, all right, what is it about you? The story I like to tell myself is that I'm competing with myself, right? The story I like to tell myself is I'm getting up in the morning because I'm trying to become a better version of myself. I'm trying to become, smarter and better informed, and reach better conclusions, and be better at what I do, and continue to expand my skills. But again, to actually analyze that properly would require a level of therapy that I'm not willing to engage in. So anyway, the much more comfortable conversation is what are you trying to do in the world, which I would love to talk about.
I have almost no introspection either, so I understand that. Yeah. All right, so tell me what you're trying to do in the world now.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have had this. It's actually fairly amazing that it's become a controversial kind of thing, but we just have this fundamental view that technology is on balance an enormously powerful force in the world, and basically that the big problem with the world is that there's not enough technology, there's not enough information, there's not enough intelligence, and we have this opportunity, we have these special sets of technologies that let us fundamentally improve things, and then there's this very special kind of personality type of the entrepreneur who's able to build the product and then able to build the company and build a phenomenon and really make an impact on things. And so when I look at the world, I'm just like, okay, this is the world we live in is just a very primitive and crude place as compared to what it should be and what it could be. And so the whole thing that we've been trying to do for 17 years at our firm is build kind of the ideal partner to the founders that are trying to do that based on our own experiences of having been founders that were trying to do that. Overall, the world, especially the Western world, it's just stagnant. Like the overall kind of theme of things is just everything is stagnated, and we could talk a lot about that. But everyone once in a while you have somebody who comes along. It's just like, all right, no, I actually have an idea of how to make things like fundamentally better, and I have a way to build a business around that, and build a company, build an empire around that. And that, and those people, include ourselves in this, but those of us that are trying to do that, we're like a movement basically against stagnation. But like, without us, there's nothing but stagnation. But it's actually really funny. There's always this kind of criticism that you get from whatever the kind of the corporate press or kind of outside critics, which is like, oh, you VCs are finding the wrong things, or you entrepreneurs are building the wrong things. It's like, well, nobody like licensed us to do any of this. Like, we didn't like apply for a permit, right? Like get like judged by somebody ahead of time and told, yes, you get to do this, you don't get to do this. Like, many people could be trying to do this. Anybody can do this. Anybody can start, build a product, start a company, start trying to be a VC. Like these are all completely open fields, and it's just it's shocking to me how few people actually give it a shot. And the fate of the world over the next 1,500 years is riding on the people who actually want to give it a shot.
I want to tell you about the presenting sponsor of this podcast, Ramp. I have been reading a lot about SpaceX lately. SpaceX is one of the most valuable private businesses in the world, and one of the main themes in the history of SpaceX is constantly attacking and questioning your costs. Ramp helps many of the most innovative businesses in the world do exactly that. The median company running on Ramp cuts their expenses by 5%. And one thing SpaceX has demonstrated is that a religious dedication to controlling costs can help actually increase revenue because you can pursue opportunities you couldn't otherwise. And we see that in the Ramp data too. The median company running on Ramp also grows their revenue by 16%. So when you're running your business on Ramp and your competitors are not, you have a massive competitive advantage that compounds over time. Ramp is the only platform designed to make your finance team faster and happier. Many of the top founders and CEOs I know run their business on Ramp. I run my business on Ramp, and you should too. Go to ramp.com to learn how they can help your business save time, save money, and grow revenue. That is ramp.com. So when you started the firm 17 years ago, was your thesis exactly the same as it is today?
So I'd say the core thesis is the same. The specifics have have changed enormously. We can talk about both parts of that. But yeah, no, the core thesis was kind of the startup, the entrepreneur, the founder is going to be the core engine of progress in the world, and I think that I think that's more true than ever. In fact, when we started, it was still controversial, the idea that the founder would run the company.
Even in 2008, 2009.
Yeah, it was still very controversial. In fact, they were high-profile companies at the time that were getting heavily criticized for basically having these little kids running around running these companies.
Okay, so you have this like encyclopedic knowledge of the history of Silicon Valley in your head. I probably read 30 to 40 books on it, so at some level, but not that you do. I remember reading a book on Nolan Bushnell, founder of Atari. He was like 27 at the time, and it was excessively rare. It talks about that in his story. It's just like excessively rare for him not to be replaced once Atari started growing with CEO, like an older CEO.
Yeah.
Like, were there other examples before him?
Well, so Christopher Columbus, Alexander the Great, right? So throughout history, most of the Thomas Jefferson. Throughout history, most of the great things that have been built by this kind of super charismatic founder type, will and power founder type who basically built and run something.
Okay, hold on,
Henry Ford.
Hold on, I love that you went here because you don't remember this, but we had dinner in Miami with Jared Kushner like a year ago or something, and me and you would wrestle because I was so excited to talk to you, and I was trying to get out of you because I think about history, space, entrepreneurs all day. Like, this is what I do 7 days a week. Like, who are these entrepreneurs from history that you like? You start naming country founders.
Yes, sure. Yeah, exactly. There's this like recency bias, right? Which is like the world that we live in today is the normal state of the world, and like everything that happened in the past is like weird and different, and those people were like dumber than we are and like all screwed up. And it's like, well, maybe, or maybe the world worked a certain way for thousands of years, and we're in the weird time. Like maybe we're in a time that's just like really unusual from a historical, from a historical standpoint. And I think this is one of those dimensions in which that's true. It never would have occurred to anybody 100, 200, 300 years ago that if somebody was going to start something that they were going to be the person who ran it. Like obviously. It was just obviously the case. The book that I always recommend on this topic is called Machiavellians, which is a sort of famous book from the 1940s by this guy James Gordon, who's like one of the great geniuses of the 20th century. And the way he describes it basically is he said, look, there have been two like fundamental modes of like business organization over the course of like basically the history of capitalism. There's what he calls bourgeois capitalism, which basically is like founder runs the company, name on the door. And the classic archetype for bourgeois capitalism was Henry Ford, in the 1920s, and today it's Elon Musk. Right? It's just like that's you. And by the way, in the old days it was Ford Motor Company. It's not Musk Motor Company, but everybody knows Tesla and SpaceX. Like these are Elon. And again, that maps to this historical thing, which is that's also how countries ran, and that's also how cities ran, and like all these things. Religions, by the way, like basically everything founders led the way. That's the historical norm. And then what he basically says in this book is he goes through and he says that there's this new basically model that basically is an artifact. Again, it's an artifact of kind of this weird period of time between the 1880s and 1920s, where kind of the modern world, as we know today, kind of formed. And he said there's sort of a new philosophy of sort of leadership and management, which is called managerialism. Sort of the rise of the concept of a manager, and specifically a manager as contrasted to a leader. And so therefore the manager, therefore the idea of a management school, right? Therefore Harvard and Stanford business schools, right? Therefore the idea of the manager who replaces the founder running a company, Therefore, the idea of management as a skill set that can be used to run many different kinds of businesses. In the 70s, this then turned into the conglomerate, which was the idea that it doesn't matter what the company does. If you have a good manager, the company should do 30 different things. And so managerialism is this idea that you have this kind of interchangeable management skill and that can basically run anything. And actually what Burnham says is he says, look, people are going to try to draw a value judgment on this and they're going to try to say this is better or worse than the old name of the door model. But he said the reality of the modern world is everything is big. Like, for the electrical power grid to get big, or the road network to get big, or the car industry to get big, large-scale systems need to be run by people who are trained in how to run large-scale systems. And so he said you may or may not, and the same thing with countries, large-scale countries are going to be run by people who are good at running large-scale things, right? And the founding personality type is not the manager personality type. Those are different. And so there's going to be a handoff when things get big and complicated. And so that's the model that Nolan Bushnell talks about, and that's the model that dominated Silicon Valley for 50 years. The problem with his argument is that assumes the managers are going to do a good job, right? And I think if there's like one dominant theme that we're seeing in the last 30 years, in the West for sure, it's like managers generally, writ large, are not doing a great job. Or another way to put it is the managers maybe are good at managing something that's going to be status quo for a long time. Like if it doesn't change, maybe they can run the banks for a long time, or they can run the power company for a long time, or the car company. And as long as the car is the car is the car, or soup is soup is soup, it kind of doesn't matter. But the minute things change, the manager personality type, because it's not the founder personality type, it doesn't know how to deal with change. Not everything is changing, a lot of things aren't changing, but for the things that are changing, they're changing like really, really quickly. I mean, SpaceX is like the classic example of this. Imagine being a professionally trained manager, trained at a top management school, working for a rocket launch company, competing with SpaceX. And essentially the entire rocket industry for the last 100 years has been the rockets are used once and then, that's it. And the economics of launch are dominated by having to build a new rocket every time. And then this like crazy guy in California comes up with this thing where the rocket's flying in their butt. And you can't replicate it. Okay, your management skills, what good are your management skills at that point? And I think there's like a whole bunch of interesting areas of human activity where like that shift is happening. And so I think this is where Burnham's thesis collapses, where it's just like, okay, the managers actually can't do it. Yeah, yes, there's a need to run things at scale, but no, the managers actually can't do it because they can't adapt.
And the founder can just learn how to run things at scale.
Well, that's the theory. That's a big part of our theory. Yeah, the founders can actually learn how to do this. And look, this is still a controversial topic. This still comes up like this.
Is it controversial?
Well, it is because founders aren't necessarily, especially founders on day one, are not good at doing this. Like, okay, so in tech, let's just talk about tech specifically. Like in tech, the founder tends to have been in a lab, literally or metaphorically for 20 years before they start their company. Like they've been, probably working by themselves or with a small team. They've been building technology. They haven't been running things. Like they haven't been, managing large organizations. They haven't been, running public companies. And so there is a missing skill set, right? And on day one, they don't know how to do that. And so they do need to be willing to learn how to do that. And then by the way, they do need to be capable of doing that because, some of them can and some of them can't. But yeah, so this maybe is like the core thesis behind our firm, which is you're much more likely to build something important in the 21st century if you start with the founder and train them on management than you are to start with the manager and try to train them on being a founder, on creating new things. And I think that this trend is intensifying. And so because what's happening is all the old edifices, all the old incumbent institutions in the last 100 years that are run by managers, they're all in some state of fundamental collapse. Like they're all collapsing in like trust and credibility because they can't adapt. And so this issue is becoming more and more acute, which is the system that we thought was necessary and sufficient actually just like does not work. And if anything good is going to happen, it's going to have to be somebody. It's going to have to be Henry Ford, Elon Musk type who actually does it.
You think it's in the vast minority of people agree with you?
Look, it's becoming more common. I mean, when you get on Elon Musk and Steve Jobs, when you get these kind of archetypal examples of it, it's a lot easier to to sell it. Mark Zuckerberg we were talking about earlier, like he's now a great case study of this, right? He had when Mark started Facebook, he had never had a job before. Okay, not only had he not managed people, he had not worked for anybody, right? So like he started with zero, and his learning curve, which by the way happened fully in the public eye, right? His learning curve was vertical, and by the way, it's still vertical. Like he spends like an enormous amount of time learning how to become better at running these things at large scale. He's still the founder, and he's still the innovator, and he's still like found of ideas of what to do. So he's that double, he's like the classic example of the double threat. And then what happens is other founders look at that and they're like, oh, I could do that, right?
Which is exactly what Steve Jobs said when he saw Nolan Bushnell.
Exactly.
I can run my company.
I can do that. Yeah, exactly. And by the way, it's amazing like how fast this stuff shifted because like Steve famously had this short period of time where he worked for Hewlett Packard, and I don't know if it's true. The legend is that Jobs pitched his manager at Hewlett Packard.
No, Wozniak pitched him.
Was it Wozniak?
Yeah,
Okay.
Wozniak.
Wozniak pitched. There was some other story where Jobs went into some meeting with some manager trying to pitch the thing, and the line from the manager was absolutely not. This is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Get your feet off my desk and get out of here. Right? You can just imagine Steve with his
And they had to be bare feet at that time. My favorite Apple lore is that the first sale in Apple's history was made barefoot. When he walked into the bike shop, he was barefoot.
What's amazing about that is, so Wozniak for sure worked for Hewlett Packard. Everything I'm describing was Hewlett Packard in the 1950s and 1960s and 1940s. That was also Dave Packard and Bill Hewlett were that father type. And Dave Packard and Bill Hewlett ran their company between the two of them for like 50 years.
Do you think?
And by the way, Silicon Valley was built in large part on HP. HP was the original Silicon Valley company.
Okay, that's the next.
And it was run by its founders for 50 years, and yet people concluded the founders shouldn't run the companies. Right? And so it's one of those things where it's kind of so obvious it was staring everybody in the face, and so people had to construct kind of elaborate, basically, these elaborate kind of lattices of theories to basically get around the fundamental fact that you need somebody who knows what to do actually running the thing.
Do you think HP might have been the most influential influential company in Silicon Valley history?
It was for sure the most influential company from 1940 to 1980, and then probably after that, Intel.
Well, and they're the founders of Intel, and you read biographies of them, and they talk about modeling off of HP.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And then how many founders modeled off of Bob Noyce and Intel after the fact, including Steve Jobs, who would go to Bob Noyce's house for dinner.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, that's another great example because Bob Noyce, at least, you know, if you look at photos of Bob Noyce, you're like, wow, this guy's like a pillar of society. Like he's very, very, very well dressed, and he's kind of very adult, and he's very like, you know, he's famously the leader of the Traders 8. You know, they're the group that left Shockley to start Fairchild, and then left Fairchild to start Intel.
Exactly.
And so Bob Noyce was 100% the Steve Jobs of his time, just in a short sleeve white dress shirt and a skinny black tie.
Yeah.
But it's like the exact same thing. And so I unfortunately never met Bob Noyce, but I could easily imagine Bob Noyce and Steve Jobs sitting down and being able to talk for 3 hours and completely understanding each other, despite the fact that the look and feel is like completely
He was almost like a disciplinarian to Steve, because Steve was, you know, wild and reckless. Like I was also wild and reckless. He needed to mature. And I think Bob's wife maybe went to work at Apple early on too. So it was he talked about this in his biography. There's a few great biographies of Bob Noyce, but he said that the reason he spent so much time after he's really successful spending time with young entrepreneurs, he said it was restocking the stream in which he fished from. Amazing. He thought it was really important. He's like, I learned from all the guys before me. I need to take that knowledge I've built up over multiple decades and push it down the generation. I want to go back to starting the firm though. This is interesting. What was occurring in your life either at that time or before that you had this observation that this had to be done?
Oh, so you know, we've got all these elaborate theories. The practical reality of it was my partner Ben and I had become very active angel investors, and I've been an angel investor since like the mid '90s. But then Ben and I started doing it kind of as a, you know, as a real thing, putting significant time into it. Probably starting in 2003. Well, I did it kind of throughout the early 2000s, but 2003, 2004. It's hard to remember now, but if you go back to like 2003, 2004, there weren't like thousands of angel investors. There were like 8. It was like it was like Ryan Conway and a handful of people, and then Ben and I running around doing it. And this was very significant in the evolution of the venture capital industry because this was the point at which the traditional VCs got disintermediated by angels and seed investors who kind of inserted in before the VCs arrived, which was this fundamental change that changed the whole industry. But you know, we were part of that. But as a consequence, like we were investing in all these new companies, you know, basically at the point of formation. You know, we're basically playing amateur early stage VC, and we're getting. And we always like we're on the board. Like, you know, you're going to raise money for a real venture firm later. They're going to go on your board and whatever, and work with you. And what we just found over and over again was we ended up getting pulled into these companies, either because there were issues that just like the other people that they were, you know, working with, or they either hadn't raised venture yet, or the VCs that they raised from couldn't help them with, and so we just got pulled in. And the reason was we had been running companies at that point for, you know, whatever 20 years, and so, you know, we at least had some idea of what we were doing. And then the other is we kept getting brought in to do conflict resolution between the founders and the VCs. Right? So that, because, you know, like, especially because again, much more common at that time, especially the VC's fundamental point of view is the founder's not going to run the company, and we need to like replace you with a professional manager as fast as possible. Like the founders are not necessarily going to like that, and they might resist that. And by the way, even if they're on board with that idea, they might not like the person who the VC wants to bring in. So we kept ending up in these kind of basically as arbitrators in this sort of, you know, in theory we were kind of trusted intermediaries because we knew the founders, we knew the VCs, and we could kind of help bridge between that. But literally what happened was after a while we were like spending like 8 hours a day just doing this, and then we're like, all right, and you know, it's like weird. It's like you're writing $100,000 check and you're like spending all this time doing it, and then to basically arbitrate somebody who wrote a $10 million check, and it's just like, all right, like, we should probably just write the $10 million check, and that was that. So it was. I always think like the founders. One of my theories of like the great founders is they tend to be able to operate at kind of the strategic conceptual level and then the practical level at the same time. And so we had a whole theory I could take you through for the evolution of the venture business.
Please do.
Yeah, but underneath that was just this actual, you know, the lived experience of what was actually happening on the ground. The big theory of the firm that we had at that time was linked to this idea of founders running the show, but it was also a structural observation of what was happening in the venture industry, which was basically we sort of in line with your philosophy. We went back and we studied a lot of other businesses that have similarities to the venture business. And so we studied private equity, private equity, hedge funds, investment banks, law firms, management consulting firms, ad agencies, accounting firms. You know, basically anything where the product is fundamentally a relationship, you know, a knowledge work, you know, kind of relationship as compared to something that gets manufactured. And what we observed is basically an example of Hollywood talent agencies actually is the one we probably talked publicly about the most, and so that was a great case study. The oldest story.
He was in this studio a few months ago.
And so, and he actually, by the way, he gave us, you know, we make a point of crediting, like he gave us a lot of this theory, so a lot of this comes from him. But well, actually, I'll tell through his experience. So when he started his agency was it 80 whatever, no 75
in the 70s,
like in the mid 70s. It was actually very similar. It was very similar to when we started A16Z in 2009, which was the configuration of the industry at that point was basically a bunch of essentially service firms, a bunch of talent agencies, none of which were at very high scale. And then each of them was basically a tribe of basically solo operators and kind of lone wolves. And so the concept in Hollywood was you had an agent, and that was your guy, and that agent knew whoever that agent knew, and had whatever relationship that agent had. But the other agents at your agency were not available to you, and there was no collective benefit to the fact that you were at an agency that had not just your guy, but like 100 other guys. That there was no collective payoff to that. They ran that way for a very specific reason, which is this kind of this eat what you kill professional services mentality, where everybody should have to go build their own book of business. But you end up you're dealing with a guy as opposed to a firm. Like there's no firm, there's no collective thing, and that was basically the condition of venture capital in 2009, which is you have. And at this point, we knew all the VCs really well, and we had raised venture, and we had worked with all these other companies that had raised venture, and basically all of the sort of legacy venture firms at that point, they were all like that. They were all just like tribes of wolves. And then the thing that we knew that was not publicly known was, generally speaking, inside the firms, they didn't even like each other.
Oh, I hear stories like this all the time.
Right. And so it's like, whatever, there's Joe and Mary, we're partners at a venture firm, and you're working with Joe, and Mary has like a key connection that you need access to, and to see, yes, Joe, can Mary introduce me to so-and-so? And what you don't know is they're having a brutal fight. Where they're not trying to destroy each other, because they're fundamentally economics. They're going for a greater slice of the profit pool, and so they're really going at it. And so we saw example after example of venture firm that was basically either two things actually. One is either melting down due to just internal strife and conflict, or by the way, the other was generational succession. Right? The other issue is a lot of the dominant venture firms in 2009 they've been around for 30 or 40 years, and they were now on their third generation partners, going to their fourth generation partners, and again it's the same thing. They had been founded by dynamos, and then they were the later generation people were not like that. So we basically said, this is where the Otis thing comes in. As we said, look, that's not going to last. And so our theory of it was what we call death of the middle, or we sometimes the negative way to frame it is death of the middle. The positive way is the barbell, which is what's happened in all these other industries, which is basically the industry gets stretched apart like taffy, and what you get is you get this barbell thing, and on one side of the barbell you get early stage angel seed investor who are really like first money in, like staying very light on their feet, writing a relatively small check, but like being involved in companies extremely early on. And taking a lot of risk, and then on the other side you get basically scaled platforms, right? So you get large scale enterprises that have like a lot of throwaway, a lot of access, very big networks, and then access to a lot of money. The other comparison we always make is to retail shopping, right? Which is there used to be department stores like Sears and JCPenney, which basically where the grand promise was pretty good selection of products at pretty good prices, right? And then now those are dead, and what you have instead are boutiques like the Gucci store or the Apple store, and then you've got this super scale e-commerce companies like Walmart and Amazon. We're to the point where it's just like there's no reason to ever go to a department store because it's got less selection than Walmart and Amazon, but it doesn't have the quality tier and the special experience of a Gucci or Apple.
But you had that thought in mind when you started A16?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. It was a conceptual leap for venture capital at the time, but the exact same thing had happened in private equity. The exact same thing had happened in hedge funds. The exact same thing had happened in
And you knew that by what? Just reading?
Reading. So like investment banks is a classic example. So if you read about the sort of the original investment banks in the U.S. between like 1880 and 1920, they were all like boutique venture capital firms in the 1970s, 1980s in the U.S. It was like 20 guys.
And these are more like merchant bankers.
Yeah. Well, and so the classic stories, which I love so much. So JP Morgan's one of my kind of favorite historical figures, and JP Morgan was an example of that. The JP Morgan Investment Bank was like this basically this time. It was very important, but it was like this tiny little operation. It was fit in a single office. It was I don't know, probably 20 principals and some office staff or something. But it was not large. And actually the hidden secret to JP Morgan was he was the son. The father was Junius Morgan.
Okay, I literally when you were talking, I was like, wait, I was shocking that you would say pick him because I actually found his father more formidable individual than him.
He was, which is almost always the case with any famous public figures. The father is almost always a more interesting story, which there are a lot of examples of that. But however, yeah, so Junius Morgan, and then JP Morgan has filled a specific economic role that's gotten lost in history, which is basically Junius Morgan. The Junius Morgan Bank was in London, the JP Morgan Bank was in New York, and what the Morgan family was doing was they were funneling money from the old slow growth economy of Europe into the new high growth economy of the US. But again, it was exactly your point. Like it was this little boutique family operation. The other great thing about that era of history is these were they were all bifurcated by religion. So they were the Protestant investor banks and they were the Jewish investor banks, and they did not mix.
No, not at all.
Completely different worlds. And as a consequence, JP Morgan was the Protestant banks like JP Morgan were able to find like the railroads, which were considered like the real businesses at the time. Yeah. But then like all the disreputable stuff like movie companies and like department stores like that, those are all the Jewish investment banks. Well, by the way, almost entirely Jewish founders. With like and Goldman and JP Morgan is the big survivor of that today in the form of JP Morgan Chase, and then on the Jewish side it's Goldman Sachs. Is the great survivor. But again, if you go back,
so that's you consider that the barbell in investment banking. You have the JP Morgan kind of like family partnership, and then you have the complete scale of like Goldman Sachs.
And so what happened was both JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs started out 100 years ago. They were on the one side of the 100 years ago they were actually in the middle. They were kind of again they were boutiques, but they were like at their time they were like today you call them like mid market kind of thing, as opposed to just like a solo operator or something. Actually, the way JFK's father got started was he literally hung out with Shingle in the 1920s, which was Joseph P. Kennedy banker, their private banker, and he just did deals, and he was like an angel investor at the time. And then you had the big commercial banks, but the big commercial banks had no interest in issuing loans to these speculative, crazy entrepreneurs. And so in that time, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and Kuhn Loeb, and Drexel, and all these other kind of mid-market banks, Morgan Stanley, the bank that became Morgan Stanley, were kind of these mid things. Now, what's happened, sitting here 100 years later, those are now the scale players. The ones who didn't scale are kind of long forgotten. Having said that, there's one firm that survives in the old model, and that's Allen Company. And there are other boutique investment banks today, but Allen Company was founded in the 1920s and is uniquely the one that survived in the original model of boutique and deliberately being a boutique investment bank. And it stayed that way for 100 years. And so one way to think about it is that today that's the barbell in banking, which is Allen Company on the one side and then JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs on the other side.
I found one of my all-time favorite quotes when I was reading the book 0 to 1. The quote says, "The single most powerful pattern I have noticed is that successful people find value in unexpected places, and they do this by thinking about business from first principles instead of formulas." That is exactly what AppLovin has done with their new advertising platform, Axon. Axon is the most powerful advertising platform in a generation. Axon allows you to capture undivided attention. Axon ads are full screen videos that are watched for an average of 35 seconds, retention that blows other ad platforms out of the water, and you can launch in minutes. You set the goal, and Axon achieves it. No complex setup, no expertise needed. And Axon scales quickly. They can put your ads in front of over 1 billion potential customers. Other businesses have seen immediate results, scale to hundreds of thousands of dollars of spend per day, and increase their revenue by millions. And most advertisers aren't even thinking about this channel yet. Less than 1% of advertisers have access to Axon. So you want to get started quickly. And you can do that by going to axon.ai. That is axon.ai.
So are you reading about this while you're founding the firm, before you're founding the firm? Like, Ben and I spent about 1.5 years planning the firm, and part of it was he was in, we call it indentured servitude. He was working for Hewlett Packard after we sold our company to HP. So he was running a big part of HP at the time, and so we couldn't literally start a new full-time thing until he got free of that. So we had 1.5 years, to kind of study, I think.
And because you had this period from 2003 or 2002 when you're doing angel investing, a lot, till you start your company 6-7 years later, you're observing all of the weaknesses in the model, and that's where you have, hey, why don't we take the CAA? I think Ovitz calls it like a phalanx, where it's like if you have one agent at CAA, you have all of us, and they would like roll deep. I think he says in his book, like, he was like, oh, my agent's coming to the rear. No, it's like 20 agents are coming, and I think they'd be dressed in like the same kind of suit maker, and like they were intentionally trying to intimidate like their competition.
Armani Suits, Solka Shirts was a shirt maker in Beverly Hills, and silver, all silver colors, white shirts, and then I think he had a bulk purchase deal, I think, with the local Jaguar dealer, and the legend at least has it is that the license plates all said CA1, CA2, CA3, and so you'd go to a premiere and there would be like 20 Jags lined up. And then 20 guys in identical suits coming out. And yeah, just it is exactly the thing. It's just like, that's the Hollywood version, but like just imagine the psychological impact of that if you're just like an old school agent. Right? This is sort of Michael's a very dear friend. He became very controversial over the years, and the reason he became so controversial, I think, is just because he smoked his competition so severely. Like he pounded them so hard, there was no response. You're just a guy working for an old agency, and you've got your clients, and these 20 CA motherfuckers are showing up, and like it's just it's this force. And the clients, if you talk to them, a lot of his clients are still active today. From the period you talk to them, it's just like it's just a no-brainer. It's like, do you want to work with a guy or do you want to work with a firm? It's just obvious. He has, I don't know if he told you all these stories. Did he tell you about his morning schedule thing? The getting on the bike, doing the for the firm. No. So this is again something that's specific to Hollywood, but it's a great example of it. Okay, so the agency business at the time he started CAA, the agency business was like 90 years old or something, right? It like started out doing vaudeville bookings and like music halls, and like it had been around for like decades, and so the people involved in it had decades to think about like the best way to do it, and they had arrived at some practices. And one of the practices, I think I'm getting this right, one of the practices was at every agency they would have their staff meeting in the morning at 9 a.m. And they would basically share whatever information was going to get shared in the agency would get shared at that point. And this studio head wants a script to do. He wants to do a crime thriller, and here's the script and whatever. And then this is like the point where there would be minimal handoff existed to the other agency, and so this so the staff meeting would go from like 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And then at 10 a.m. they would start calling their clients. And they'd be like, oh, we heard there's a whatever, there's going to be a casting call for this great new role for this professional thief or whatever, and you should consider that. And so whereas Michael's like, all right, well, we'll have our staff meeting at 7 a.m. We'll be done at 8.
Yeah.
Between 8 and 9 we'll call the clients. By the way, we won't just call our clients, we'll call their clients. Right? And so imagine you're Paul Newman, and you've got some agent you've been working with for 20 years, and your agent calls you at 11 o'clock and is like, I've got this great role, and you say, oh, the guys at CA told me about that 3 hours ago. And your agent's like, they don't represent you. And Paul's like, yeah, isn't it great? Isn't that fantastic? And so you rinse and repeat that 1,000 times, and to the client, it's just like completely obvious what to do. So the reason I go through this, the moral of the story is, again, it's sort of this idea of incumbency status quo. Like you just end up with all these embedded assumptions. Generally, and then 90 years later, right? So the founders of the agencies were 90 years ago, they weren't involved anymore. So the people who were running competitive agencies were managers now, right? They think managers, not founders, right? And so the thing a manager never does unless they're under duress is reconsider fundamental assumptions. Like they hate that. Like that's not the whole point of running something big. Is you don't have to do that. You get to run the big thing at scale. You don't have to go in and like reinvent it from scratch. Like that sounds like a nightmare, right? And so, but anyways, as a consequence of that, you end up with like all these embedded assumptions that are basically just like unspoken, nobody's questioning, it's not happening. And if you take the time, you can kind of go in and go back, first principles. You kind of go in and you can say, okay, well, how do they arrive at that? And what we found in just industry, this is what our founders do every day. It's just industry after industry after industry. There's all these embedded assumptions that made sense in 1970 or 1930 or 1880. They just don't make sense anymore.
I love that you did it. I always say like not what you do, it's how you do it. And if the idea that you take, I'm not running a talent agency, but there's so many of these principles that I can apply to venture capital. In your blog archive, which I absolutely love, and I told you I've read like multiple times, I did episodes on it. You would give advice to like young people, and it's like my advice is like go work in an industry where that's still the founders of that industry are still working. Right? when I read Ovitz's book, the way I would summarize his approach, because he's in this big, stodgy, slow-moving, very bureaucratic organization, is like, oh, mediocrity is always invisible until passion shows up and exposes it.
Oh, interesting. Yes, right.
And that's what he did.
Yeah, that's right.
He's just like, there's so many things you guys could be doing better here. I can't do it in the. And I remember correctly, he took some of these ideas to his boss.
Oh, yeah.
Because that guy was his mentor. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, famously worked for the CEO of William Morris.
Yeah,
which was the biggest of the talent agencies at the time.
So were you and Ben essentially just designing what you wish you had when you were founders?
Yeah, that's right. And again, that may be a cheat code, but yeah, if you've been the customer, obviously this all becomes a lot more obvious.
And I don't know if you want to answer this question or not, but in Warren Buffett shareholder letters, he has this great line where it's like really important to pick to play against weak competition. Did you feel that there was going to be like that point in time in venture capital history that you were going to be playing against weaker competition?
I would say not exactly. We didn't view them as weak. We viewed them as basically we viewed them as running on a status quo set of ideas. And to be clear, like and part of why we think about this, we had raised money from at the time. In the time, we were probably the two best venture Fisher firms. So Kleiner Perkins in the '90s, and I worked with John Doerr very closely for 5 years in Netscape. And then we raised money from Benchmark when they were like King of the Hill, and Andrew Ratcliffe, who was one of the founders of the firm and is legendary, brilliant VC. And so we had worked with, we just had, actually of history, we had worked with 2 of the top 5 or whatever people in the field, for a long time. And they were and are, by the way, brilliant at running on the model that existed. John was brilliant at that, Andy's brilliant at that, they're still brilliant today. It was less a competition of, oh, these people are soft or these people aren't smart, or it was none of that. It was, no, they're really good at executing against this particular playbook. So, and by the way, that's why it's okay. Like, if we're going to do this, we need to be playing by a different playbook.
There was no such thing as like scaled venture capital at the time.
No, at the time, no. Because the firms all hit this. They all hit this limit. They all fundamentally hit this limit. They all hit this limit where they just could the idea of a like partnership of equals or even a hierarchical partnership. Like it just breaks at some point because there's just too much internal dissension. It is too hard to coordinate, and then everybody's fighting for slices of what was viewed at the time to be a fixed size pie. And so none of the other firms could. They structurally there was just no way to get to scale.
Where else did you take ideas from besides the agent business in Hollywood and like merchant bank investment banking industry?
Well, I mean, it was just very obvious that it happened in private equity. Like this was the time when like it was actually really this was around the time when like KKR and firms like it were hitting their stride with they were actually building like a lot of operational capabilities in house. They were actually building their own investment banks in house. One of the things we've never done, but has always been on the ideal list, is actually just have an in-house bank. And KKR had actually done that, just built a captive bank. And so they had done a bunch of things like that. And so we saw it happening, which is the mid-tier private equity firms were collapsing, and you either needed a solo, very light on your feet, kind of solo operator on the one side doing small deals, or you needed to have a scale platform like KKR. It happened in hedge funds. It happened in, but I mean, it had long. Actually, the TV show Mad Men. Mad Men tells the structural story of this happening in the advertising field in the '60s and '70s. And I will ruthlessly spoil Mad Men because it's been out the air for like 20 years at this point. But a big part of the arc of Mad Men is those guys are working. Sterling Cooper is a classic mid-market ad agency, right? And then whatever the third season they sell it to McCann, which was the scaled player at the time, and they show you all the pros. They clearly talk to people who have been through this because they show you all the pros and cons of working for McCann, because McCann's this giant machine. So Don Draper's used to like making all the creative decisions, and now he's just in this conference room arguing with people until he just like gets up and walks out. But then Don Draper and Roger Sterling start their own startup. They start Sterling Cooper Draper Price. That's the second one, which starts out as a true startup, as a true boutique startup, and then they have this whatever year and a half just fucking hell. Like they can't get anywhere, they can't get clients, like because they're too small, they're subscale. And so it kind of, and then I think in the end, I forget the venture lab, but I think in the end they end up selling it. No, sorry, I got it wrong. They sold the first one to the British ad agency that just like completely destroys it, and then they sell the second one to McCann. So they actually show that process happening twice. And so that again, if you go back in history, that is what happened in the ad agencies basically between the 40s and the 70s. Like basically television catalyzed that. Like when television emerged, advertising became a much bigger deal than it had been before, and it had to be professionalized in a different way. The other thing happens, of course, the external environment changes, right? So everything we just talked about just has to do with the internal mechanics of how these things run. But the other thing happens is the external environment changes, right? And so part of what I think what Michael would say, I think you would agree with this, part of what made CA possible is at one point, basically, Hollywood was just movies. And then there was like whatever, a low kind of TV division. And by the 70s and 80s, Hollywood was becoming much bigger than just movies, right? It was movies and TV and advertising and music and sports and, politics and culture and like all kinds of things. In fairness to the kind of our competitors, Silicon Valley between call it 1950 to 2010 was primarily just a tools business, right? Primarily the companies that, starting with Hewlett Packard, the companies that we all back and built were basically just building tools. And you build a tool like an operating system or a disk drive or something, and you sell it to people and figure out what to do with it. It was right around the time we started our firm that the Valley was going from being primarily tools businesses to actually building directly competitive companies in incumbent industries. Right, and so Airbnb going directly into the hospitality industry, right? The alternate universe Airbnb is just boutique booking hotel software, right? For an Airbnb, it's a tiny little boutique business building basically little spreadsheet software. But no, Airbnb, Brian Chesky decided brilliantly, we're just going to let go in the hospitality business and compete with hotels directly. Uber and Lyft in the old world were just taxi dispatch software. In the new world, they're full transportation providers. Tesla in the old world would have just been software for self-driving cars. Tesla in the new world builds the entire car. By the way, Facebook, same thing. Prior to Facebook, if you built like online ad, software, you were selling it to the media companies. Mark's like, no, we're just going to be like we're just going to build the entire thing. And so this was the other thing that happened was, for us was that was right around the pivot point when the Valley's ambitions went from just building tools to going directly into incumbent industries. And then this goes back to the scale thing. It's like, okay, why do you need to scale venture firms? Because the companies need to scale. Right, and of course AI now makes that crystal clear, right? Because the winning edge companies are raising billions, tens of billions, in some cases hundreds of billions of dollars. Right, the old world of $10 million or $30 million, $50 million checks, where VCs tap out, it's just not a relevant thing anymore.
But did you know the scale was changing at the time you founded the firm?
We had a pretty good idea. So I've been involved in Facebook, basically, informally since inception, and then formally on the board since 2007. And so I saw when that thing hit the knee in the curve, it was just very clear. To us, it was just like very clear that we didn't know how big it was going to get, but it was going to get much, much bigger than the Internet 1.0 companies had gotten. And so there was that. What else? It was also around the time Apple was directly entering the cell phone market, which was another great example of this. Silicon Valley didn't used to make cell phones. The original cell phones weren't made by Silicon Valley. They were made by these like giant industrial companies like Sony and Nokia and whatever, and Motorola in Illinois or whatever. And then Silicon Valley would make the chips that go into them or the software. And of course, Steve was like, yeah, no, screw that. We're just going to make a phone, right? There were these signals that it was happening. And then the other thing was just the internet itself was maturing, right? And so, at that point, the consumer internet was 15 years in, and we had, seen every part of that. And so I forget what the number was, but that was probably around the time the global internet penetration was like crossing 1 billion users on its way to 5 billion.
Yeah, you have a very interesting lived experience where, like, you were there at the very beginning of the internet. One thing that I'm fascinated by, and that's actually what's going to be the first question for you, because I've never heard you speak about this, at least on the podcast, but your partnership and relationship with Jim Clark. You were 20 when you met him? How old were you?
I was old-fashioned. I actually graduated from college and got my degree. It's a very Stone Age concept these days. So that was in 1994. So I was 22.
So there's this great book. I don't even think you like the book, written by Michael Lewis, Silicon Valley Story.
I skipped it.
I read it twice just because I don't know if anything's in there is true, but the portrait he paints of this very eccentric character is just wildly entertaining to me. But what's shocking to me is when you talk to young founders, I'm like, this guy started I think he was the first person in history just to found 3 separate billion-dollar technology companies.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And almost no one knows who he is. Yeah. Can you just talk about how you met him? What was like working with him?
I knew exactly who he was, and the reason was because his company, Silicon Graphics, his first company, they were the company in the Valley between, like, call it 87 to 94 or something. They were like whatever, Google or OpenAI or whatever, comp you want to make. Like, they were like the company. And by that I mean, like, they were the company where the smartest people in the industry all wanted to work there. They built the products that were like the coolest products you could possibly imagine. They had this incredibly young and vibrant and dynamic culture, and then they hit this cultural moment that was just incredible. In I think '92, which was the turning point in the movie business when computer graphics really kicked in. And the 2 movies back to back were Jurassic Park and Terminator 2.
We built on the machines they made.
We built on the machines they made. The technology they made. The technology Jim invented was the technology that made that possible. And those movies, those are still 2 of the great old-time movies. But at the time, I mean, I still remember the chills that you get seeing dinosaurs on screen. It's just like, this is. And then there's this company that builds the machines that do this. By the way, the Silicon Graphics computers are actually in the movie. There's a scene in Jurassic Park where the kids are navigating through Unix.
Yeah.
And it was actually the 3D software. It was actually those were actually the Silicon Graphics computers. And so like they just that was like this moment where they were just like they're just like the absolute it company of all time. But by the way, their legacy lives on in NVIDIA. NVIDIA is Silicon Graphics, basically, with one, it's like a trade or same thing. It had to be a new company for reasons we could describe to do the GPUs instead of the workstations and servers. NVIDIA fundamentally is based on Jim's ideas. That's how it comes from. And so he was already legendary. And again, he was one of these, he was the full deal. He was legendary as an innovator into algae, because he's a PhD in computer science, and he himself invented the original, I forget what they call it, I think it was the reality engine. The original interactive 3D graphics on a chip thing was actually him. I think it was like his PhD thesis. And then he started the company, and then he ran the company, and then by the way, then the VCs brought in a professional manager. And by the way, and the reason we know about NVIDIA today and not SGI is because of this founder manager issue, which we can talk about.
No, let's talk about that real quick.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember this part of the story.
Yeah. So now, by the way, there's 2 sides to the story, and I wasn't there. And so I just reflexively sided with Jim Clark, but I'll try to at least represent both sides of the story. So Jim, I don't even remember what's the list, but like Jim's like a true, he's like an Elon, he's like a true Elon Steve Jobs level nut. And so like incredibly creative, incredibly bright, incredibly charismatic, but like he falls out. Like he's exciting. He's exciting. It's just like being around him is just like incredibly exciting. There's always something new. He always has new ideas. And again, that was in that time where it's just like, okay, that's the personality type that clearly can't run the company. And so the VCs brought in a guy out of Hewlett Packard, who had been trained at Hewlett Packard. Because at the time, what happened is he wanted to hire a professional CEO. He went and hired a general manager out of either Hewlett Packard or IBM, or the 2 training grounds. For this guy. So they brought in a really, really sharp guy. I don't really know. I met him once. I don't really know. By all accounts, he was like a very good example of this kind of HP general manager type who became a CEO. He took over the company. And by the way, like in his defense, under him the company scaled enormously. Like I forget when he took it over, but it was like 87 or 88 or something. And then by the time I got to the Valley '94, like this company became huge, and whoever's running the company there'll be some credit for that. So, but anyway, they got in this classic fight. Like they got in this classic fight, and the classic fight was it's the same story every time. The founder's like. The founder's talking to the CEO, and the founder's like, the CEO, like, we need to do things completely different. And the CEO's like, no, like, what we're doing is working. Like, stop stop fucking with the thing that's working. And the founder's like, no, it's working now, but it's not going to work in the future. And the manager and the CEO's like, well, then we'll deal with it in the future. And the founder's like, you can't wait to deal with it in the future because by the time the future arrives, it's going to be too late. And the manager's like, why are you in my pants? I'm like making all this money. The company's super successful. I get out of my shorts, right? And you get in this, and you see this, and that was exactly the deadlock that they got into. And Jim Clark basically made two predictions as the founder of Silicon Graphics. So Silicon Graphics at the time was selling, their computers basically started list price of like $50,000 for a desktop workstation and then scaled up into the millions. And Jim was like, well, two things are going to happen. It's amazing that he figured this out by like 1991 or something. He said, two things are going to happen. He said, number one, everything that we sell today for $50,000 is going to go on a chip, and that's going to go on a card, and it's going to go on a PC, and it's costs $300. And either we're the company that's going to make that, or we're going to get destroyed. Right, which, by the way, is what happened. That's NVIDIA. Like, that's what actually happened, right? So he was completely correct about that. The other thing that he had was, he's like, look, this idea of standalone computers is not going to be the thing. These computers are all going to get networked together, and the network is going to become the important thing. At the time, there were different terms. There was people were using terms like information superhighway, or video on demand, or 500 channels. You had all these kind of concepts kind of coalescing around what became the internet. And even before the internet kind of became a mainstream thing, it was just like, look, it's just inevitable that this is all going to become connected, and then the function of the computer is no longer going to be mainly what just the computer does. It's going to be the fact that it can talk about all the other computers. And we need to do that. And to do that, he actually went to Japan. He actually got this incredible deal. Nintendo, then announced, like, this giant video game company. So he actually had this deal with Nintendo, where number one is he actually, and Silicon Graphics actually did this, actually built the original 3D graphics chip for a consumer game player, the Nintendo 64. So he did that deal, and then he went to Time Warner, which at the time was, this very important media company, and doing all kinds of things. And he struck a deal with them to do what was called Interactive TV, which was basically pre-internet. Basically, it was like Netflix before Netflix in like 1991, right? Like amazing foresight, right? Just like amazing foresight. But again, he and the CEO got in this conflict, and the CEO's like, look, we just can't. We have to focus on the thing that we're doing. We're not going to do these things. And so Jim did the classic founder thing, and he left. And when I met him, basically that was the state that he was in, which was, okay, like, I, Jim, am like in the prime of my life. I know I have all these ideas. I don't know exactly what to do with my next company, but I know it should be a software company, not a hardware company. I know it needs to be a company that is able to anticipate these changes that are happening in the world. And I know that and he was very sad about this, Silicon Graphics is not the company that's going to be able to do these things, so I have to build a new company that's going to do it.
Brad Jacobs has started 8 separate billion-dollar companies. He said, I've come to know a lot of extremely successful people in my life, and they all have one thing in common. They think differently than most people. All of them, to a person, have rearranged their brains to prevail at achieving big goals in turbulent environments where conventional thinking often fails. What Brad noticed is that great business leaders are pattern spotters, but you can't spot patterns if you can't see all of your data. Most businesses only use 20% of their data. Why? Because 80% of customer intelligence is invisible. It's hidden in emails, transcripts, and conversations. That's where HubSpot comes in. With HubSpot, all of your data comes together so you can see the patterns that matter. This is important because when you know more, you grow more. And that is a pattern that never fails. Visit HubSpot.com today. That is HubSpot.com.
I want to hear more about what it was like working with them, but there was a very astute observation you made in your blog archive. Because you're trying to, essentially this post was trying to educate founders, just like recruiting is the most important thing you're doing at the very beginning of a company, maybe forever, and you're underestimating how difficult it is. And you tell the story of Jim Clark in the blog archive. You're like, this guy was a legend to us. Yeah. Like, most famous person, best entrepreneur. And he's like, he tried to recruit all these other people, and like, I don't know, it was like 100 people, and you're like, you were one of 2 or 3 that actually followed through and took the chance and jumped and started working with him.
Yeah, and this is like, I don't know, Zuckerberg or Sergey Brin or Elon or whatever decides to start a company, like that was his candle power wattage in the community at that time. And so, yeah, you would think that the obvious thing people would just like say, Jim Clark wants to start a company with you, just the obvious thing is you just say yes. But it was not happening. And so I don't know if I told the story, but the crystal life memory is a dinner of 12 of us at Elf, this famous Italian restaurant in Palo Alto, about Elf now. That's where a lot of these companies were formed. It was Jim's favorite restaurant at the time. So Jim had like a dozen of us being people who were like in existing companies, who were like basically technical people who he knew of. Well, this is the thing, he was constrained, he had a non-solicit agreement with Silicon Graphics, and so he couldn't just rip people out. And he didn't want to violate that, and so he needed to basically reach out to the technical community and find new collaborators. So there were like a dozen of us in there. And I remember that dinner very precisely for 2 reasons. Number one is I was the only one of the dozen to basically say yes, and then the other was it's the first time in my life I drank red wine. And I didn't know what to make of it. And so I kept sipping it, trying to figure out if I liked it or not. And I didn't realize that I was getting completely hammered because I had no idea how to calibrate red wine. And so the true version of the story is, I leave the dinner and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. Like, I'm going to say yes to this. We're going to do this. And I go to my car in the parking garage in Palo Alto across the street, and my brand new car, my first new car I've ever owned, right? My brand new car, and I go and I pull it and I rip the entire front end of the car off. It's like this screaming metal. So like the whole front of my car is just like hanging on the ground, and I'm like, oh, fuck. So anyway, I parked the car, got out the car, walk home.
No Uber this time.
No Uber. Just like, through my walk at, 11 o'clock at night with, 6 bottles of red wine.
And you're what, 22?
22, yeah, exactly. 22. I'm like, I think I probably won't mention this to Jim.
I don't know. There's some wild stories in that book. He might have admired you more.
Yes.
How many founders of the companies? Just you and him?
So originally it was him and me. Yeah, we started the company. And we had a long. It was again one of these things where we had long conversations about like, what to do. Well, good. Okay, so then the problem that he had was there was the idea of doing the graphics chip, but like, and again, that's what NVIDIA did. NVIDIA was essentially a spin-off of SGI, but like at that time, starting a new chip company from scratch would have been tough, and he didn't want to compete with SGI doing that. And then the interactive, what we call the interactive, it's philosophy history, but this interactive television street, like it wasn't time for that yet. It wasn't actually time for Netflix yet. And so it like it was going to be cost prohibitive. Time Warner had rolled out this interactive television thing in Orlando, Florida, to 500 people.
Yeah, Microsoft was involved.
They were doing a ton. Oracle. At the time, like all the big companies were.
All these Bill Gates biographies.
Yeah, exactly. He talks about that a lot. But the capex per house was like $50,000 or something, because you had to have like a silicon graphics workstation in the house, and it wasn't going to work. And so you couldn't figure that out. And then we cycled through a whole bunch of ideas. He actually went back to Nintendo, and we almost pulled the trigger on basically building what today you'd call like Xbox Live, or what is it called? It's the PlayStation Network or Xbox Live, like an online gaming service for the Nintendo 64 in 1994, which might have been a good idea. We thought it was too early. We almost did that, and then what happened literally was the internet. I had worked on the internet in college, and then this is fortunately only a few months later, but the internet just kept growing. Like it just.
Hold on, Mark.
Yes.
You worked on the internet. That's a little bit modest.
Well,
I think a lot of people listening to this will know, but you should probably explain how you're working on the internet.
So at the time, it was not. So this is part of the story. At the time, it was not that big of a deal. It's not nearly that much big of a deal at the time as it's viewed now. So the internet, I've told the story many times, so I won't go into huge detail. But yeah, so we, a group of us at Illinois did this thing called Mosaic, which was the first, as I said, first widely used web browser, the first one with graphics.
Explain what was different about what you made compared to what existed before.
Yeah, so the previous web browsers were like text-based. And so there was like this nascent concept of the web, but it was like text-based terminals, and then it didn't have graphics. It wasn't point and click. It didn't work in the way that you would like expect software to work. And then by the way, it didn't also have like no scripting language, no security, none of the actual capabilities that like make the browser a useful thing. And so there was this like nascent idea, but it needed to get built into a full thing. And so we built the original kind of full browser at Illinois. And then we also built the first kind of mainstream web server. The first web server, again, that kind of had everything that people needed. This had been a project at college, and then this was again, at the time, the internet was not viewed as a consumer phenomenon.
Wasn't it illegal to commercialize? Steve Case of AOL tells a story that he had to like lobby and get a law changed.
Yeah, that's right.
What was the details there?
So the internet as we know it today, in the 1980s, was called the NSFNet. The NSF stands for National Science Foundation, which is a branch of the U.S. government that funds research. And the National Science Foundation funded the internet. The reason I was able to do the work I was able to do at Illinois is because the NSF had actually dumped a ton of money into four universities around the country to build what were called the supercomputer centers. And then those were also the main hubs for the NSFNet. And the function of the NSFNet was fundamentally to connect the supercomputers to all the people that were going to use them. And so it was this government research academic program, and it was like very exciting in the technical field, but there was no conception that like ordinary people are ever going to use any of this. Like it was just not nobody ever thought that this was the thing that the armies were going to use. And so NSF is taxpayer funding. So the government at least is not supposed to be funding businesses directly, although sometimes they do. There was formal legal restrictions on funding things with commercial applications, and so what there was something called the AUP, the Acceptable Use Policy, and the Acceptable Use Policy said that basically the internet, the NSFNet term internet, was for academic and research use, and commercial activities were strictly prohibited. Like literally not allowed. And again, it's just like, as a taxpayer, that makes total sense. Like I'm glad my tax money's not going to fund something like that. But like as a user, you're just like, all right, that's nuts. Like that's clearly crazy, right? And if you took the conceptual leap to say no, this is going to escape the lab, and this is going to be something that normal people are going to use, then it just became obvious that it would have to have commercial activities. Yeah, and then AOL was one of the early pre-internet online services that wanted to connect to the internet. I think they famously connected to the internet in 1993. Do you know about the concept of eternal September?
No.
Oh, okay. So there are two internets. There's the internet that existed before 1993 and the internet that existed after 1993. People who were on the internet before 1993 often describe it in utopian terms, because it literally was like you take the whatever million smartest people in the world and you put them on a network together with like no commercial activity, no advertising, no nothing, just the million smartest people in the world, and you just like let them talk to each other. It's just like amazing. It was like amazing. Like there was the old messaging system was called Usenet, and like the discussions on Usenet were just like absolutely spectacular. It's just like this. It was amazing. It was like the most pure, clean, intellectual, like vibrant space since like I don't know Athens in 500 BC. It was just like this amazing phenomenon. And then AOL connected. AOL had I don't know whatever 1 million or 2 million people at that point. And they connected all the AOL users, which were just normal people, to the internet in September 1993. And so that became Eternal September, which is that's the day the internet changed. And by the way, I'm pro that. I'm glad that happened. But like the pro and the con of that is that took the internet from this like ivory tower kind of thing to this basically mainstream consumer ordinary people thing, which of course is just a fundamentally different thing. It's, obviously, right? Concept of Eternal September literally was, it was like when every new wave of college graduates like graduated and got their first job and then went online. So September is when the new crop of like internet users showed up for a long time. And so the September effect didn't just happen once, it like happened over and over and over and over and over and over again. And every cycle of internet user would basically be like, oh my god, this is great, but like it's all gonna get ruined in September.
Yeah.
Right. And so the internet that we live in today is the result of
They can only see us now.
30 Septembers, right? But yeah, and by the way, there was controversy at the time about whether the acceptable use policy should be revoked. There was controversy over whether normal people should be on it or not. There was controversy over whether the kind of content normal people wanted to be on it should be allowed to be on it. There was controversy about whether there should be, there was controversy, we got quite a bit of flack at the time for putting images in web pages under the theory that would like fundamentally make everything worse because you have like normie content. That would be bad. And then, it's just like e-commerce, by the way, advertising. I remember when there was actually a moment. There was a guy named Stanford Wallace, and he became known as Stanford Wallace, and he was literally, he sent out the first spam message on the internet in like 1992, and it was like literally the first internet ad, and it was like a spam for whatever legal services or something, and he just dropped it to use that, and it was like a thermonuclear explosion because it was like, get this commercialized crap out of my newsfeed. And so like all of these things were like hotly controversial. I was generally on the other side of all these arguments because I was like, look, this thing is great. Obviously, everybody should have access to this. Obviously, we need to connect everybody to this. Obviously, to do that, we need these need to be businesses. There needs to be commerce. There needs to be advertising. Like all these things obviously need to happen.
So is that the discussions you and Jim were having where you're like, okay, we're going to start an actual company on this?
So that's how we got to the conversation Jim and I had, which was basically like, okay, because that was right at the pivot point. This was like in early '94. So this was like the AUP had just been revoked, and it was just, and AOL had just done the 1st September, and it was, the whole thing was just about to tip. And I knew that because I was tech support for the browser, personally.
Explain that.
Just me. Well, so if you Mosaic at the time was the browser everybody used, and so if you use Mosaic, there was a submit a bug report or whatever. You have a question submitted here, and that went to an email box, and that email box was me. And so I became tech support for the internet for like 3 years. And got all the emails.
How many emails were you getting?
Well, actually, two. That was one email box, and the other email box was Mosaic was actually created it was also funded by the National Science Foundation. So it was actually not the original license said you couldn't be used for commercial use. It was for academic and research and individual use. And so we had this thing. We did a deliberately ambiguous license. We said if you want to use the browser commercially, you need to email us to arrange terms. Now we had no concept at all of what those terms would be, but we just said we need to create the same kind of flow. So I was getting bombarded with tech support requests. And by the way, tech support for the internet means you're tech support for everything. So it's like, the old PCs had, they had CD-ROM trays. You press the button, the CD-ROM tray comes out. You put the disk in the thing. The problem is a lot of people thought that those were cup holders. Right? So you press the button, the cup holder comes out. You put your cup of coffee down, and then 10 seconds later, the cup holder retracts back into the PC. Spills your coffee all over the place. You're like, how the fuck do I keep the cup holder out? Right? It's like, man,
an email mark.
Yeah, an email mark. It's like, sir, that's the CD-ROM drive. So there was a lot of that. So one of the funnier things you can always do in politics, they call this focus groups, but you user testing. You see this over and over at tech companies. Take whatever amazing new thing you have and just put it in a room with like normal people and let them try to use it, and you just like learn so much about how much of a bubble you're in, about the kind of things that you're familiar with that like normal people are just like, I don't know what the hell any of this stuff is. So there was a lot of that. But then I had this other email box which was all the commercial licensing requests, and so I saw the consumer take off on the one side, and then I think the commercial requests hit like 400 messages of people wanting to like pay money for this thing, and so I basically took those to Jim, and I was like,
here's a business.
Yeah, this is going to happen. And then we actually went to my old boss at NCSA actually had gone to we actually went to Washington in '93 to try to get NSF funding to staff the support desk. So there wasn't me answering all the emails. And the National Science Foundation people were very nice, and they were like, yes, the National Science Foundation is not in the business of funding customer support now for your software. And so I still have the denied NSF grant. They would have kept the whole thing an academic project. But yeah, so like so at that point, like at least to Jim and me, it was just obvious that was going to be business. By the way, again, very controversial. The original press coverage on Netscape for the first year was that these people were making money. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, everybody knows the internet's free. Like, everybody knows none of this is going to work. So, even
what did you think the business model, though?
Even then, it's controversial.
Which is literally licensing it?
It was a combination of things. So it was definitely software licensing. And we did this thing up front where the browser was free, but the server software cost money. And then we out of gate started building all these, we call it applications, server-side applications. So we built like the first publishing system. We built the first like publishing system for like running a newspaper or magazine online. We have content management system. We built the first e-commerce system for selling gifts through Amazon. So we built the first e-commerce system for selling things online. So we built a lot of that software, and then we owned the main website that the browser had as its default homepage, and so we built the original internet advertising business was basically, so Netscape was the largest internet advertising company until 1997.
That's incredible. I didn't know that.
Yeah, passed us, yeah. And so we invented, people at the firm invented, at the company invented, I don't know exactly who gets credit, but like the original ad formats, were right around that time on our site, first. And so it was literally, it was advertising pre-Yahoo, it was e-commerce pre-Amazon. It was content we literally sold. I mean, we put the Wall Street Journal online. It was our that was our software that did that. And a lot of other newspapers, magazines, all that stuff. And so there was a lot of that, and then it was the web operation. And again, it all looks obvious in retrospect, but like again, it was like, okay, when we started this, like I don't know what the total number was, in like so we started the company in April '94. There couldn't have been more than 2 million people online, right? And almost everybody was coming in over dial-up. It's just like pre-broadband, right? So everybody's coming in at like 14.4 kilobit modems, and we're like hoping that people are going to upgrade to 56 kilobit modems, like that would be like super helpful. Computers at that time did not come with TCP/IP installed. So get your PC actually on the internet, you needed to buy a TCP/IP stack. Try explaining to a normal human being what a TCP/IP stack is. Like, it makes no sense at all. So that
they're gonna ask if they can put it next to their cup holder.
Exactly. Yeah. It was just like talking to Martians, right? They're talking to us like talking to Martians. And then monitors were like 3 feet deep and just like bathing you in radiation. And just you're kind of hoping that the radiation stays up here and everywhere else. In retrospect, it was like super early, and it was all very. And then again, it was just like, okay, e-commerce, like are people gonna buy things online? It's like, I don't know, maybe. But like the press at that time was just like wall to wall. Like if you put your credit card number online, like hackers are gonna steal it.
I'd say if you read any books around this time, they're like, there's no way in hell anybody's ever gonna put their credit card on the internet.
But by the way, the other thing you would never ever do is put your real name online, because it would be immediate identity theft. Your life would be ruined. So you would never ever do that. By the way, the other thing was right in the beginning, you had all the panic around, kids, this is going to destroy children, this is a huge risk to children, so you had all that panic. And then there was there was the beginning of the calls for censorship, there's all this stuff that you have to take down. The New York Times kept running stories talking about how the whole thing was fake anyway. They kept saying that like all the numbers were made up, and like there actually wasn't anybody online. It was like a tiny little user base, and we were all like inflating the numbers, committing fraud. And so it was just this. In retrospect, it's all like quaint and cute and sweet, but it was the precursor. It was all the moral panics around technology today.
Okay,
but you could see nascent versions of them back then.
You pick up on something that, because me and you read a bunch of the same books, where it's like humans' reaction to something new is just consistent throughout history.
Yeah.
And so I heard a podcast with you. I thought I was the only one that would tell a story in private about Bicycle Face.
Bicycle Face.
Do you want to say what Bicycle Face is?
Bicycle Face, yes. So it basically turns out every new technology is greeted with what they call a moral panic, right? So a moral panic basically is whatever this new technology is or this new form of media is, it's going to ruin everything. It's going to ruin everything. It's going to ruin society. It's going to ruin morality, and then especially it's going to ruin the children. And then back there's Bicycle is pre-feminism, so it's also going to ruin the women very specifically. It's going to ruin the women, which clearly cannot be, because women clearly in 1880 cannot be trusted to use a bicycle without getting into real trouble. I'll explain why. So this is this persistent theme, and basically you go all the way back, and this is like this famous thing where Plato and Socrates thought that basically that they thought that written language was a big mistake, that all information transmission should be oral, and they had this whole thing back in 500 BC, and then it was just like you just have to like imagine. I always like to hypothesize like the first guy who brought fire, it's like down from the mountain,
killed him.
Yeah, they're like, what the fuck is right? Exactly. Like, this thing is horrible. This thing can burn down the village. Like, this is awful. This is going to destroy everything. And so it's just been this consistent thing. And there's this great website called Pessimist Archive where these guys who go back and they find all these newspaper articles that are contemporaneous to these things. But it's everything. And so when I was a kid, it's like heavy metal music, Dungeons and Dragons. It is like all this stuff was awful. I remember the moral panic around the Walkman, the very first portable cassette player with headphones, because it was going to destroy society because everybody's going to just be listening to their own music. I remember the moral panic around the calculator was going to destroy education because kids were not going to learn how to do math anymore. And then you go back, and it's like in the 50s, it was like comic books, and it was, rock and roll music, obviously, was going to ruin everything. In the 20s, by the way, jazz music was going to ruin everything. Playing cards were going to ruin everything. What else? Novels, paperback novels, we're taking kids are going to sit around and just read novels all day instead of doing any real work. So it's just over and over and over again. It's this constant story. So the bicycle one is the great one. So the bicycle rolls out in like 1870, 1880, and so the U.S. still at that point was like thinly populated from today, and the West had been settled, and so all these little towns and villages scattered all over the place. But to get from one town to the next was like 5, 10, 15 miles, and so people didn't generally walk that. And so the bicycle comes out, all of a sudden it's easy to go 5 miles to the next town. And then young people discover the bicycle, and they discover that there are young people who they didn't grow up with who are in the next town over, and they're like, they head out to do it. And so the specific
do it.
to do it, yes, to do everything, to do whatever it is the young people do. They're gonna head to the because look, it's just the nature. If you know the same group of people since you were 2, like you're gonna it's
what's over that hill.
What's over that hill? Yes, exactly. Right. I grew up in a small town. I can identify with that. And then specifically at that point, young men obviously, but specifically young women starting to do the bicycle. And this is a big threat. And so like if you're like a guy in the town and like all the attractive young women are like heading over the hill to the next hill on this bicycle thing, like that's a big problem. And so the press at the time created this thing called Bicycle Face. And the idea of Bicycle Face was it was part of the moral lecture that was given to young women in the press at the time. Which was basically young women should not use bicycles because if you go on a bicycle, you have to exert yourself, and if you exert yourself on the bicycle, you're going to end up making like an exertion, exertion face. But the thing was, if you did that too much, your face would freeze in a bicycle face.
They literally thought it would stay that way.
It would stay that way permanently, and then you would never find a husband. Right? And so that was that moral panic. Yeah. And so these things just like rip through every. I mean, it's incredible. Music is always a great one because it's like I don't know, it's over now, but like in the 90s, 2000s, there's all this moral panic around hip hop.
Dude, Jimmy Iovine, who's your neighbor, he was in here 2 weeks ago, and he had a deal. They called him
chemical gas or mustard gas. Like they compared him to literally like what he's doing is the same as genocide.
Yes,
because he's funding hip hop music, and white kids are starting to listen to hip hop music.
In the late 80s, early 90s.
In front of like congressional hearings on this, like the media behind him. He was pushed out of a conglomerate. Like this wasn't a joke.
Yes, that's right. And it's actually funny because like I'm not in the music business, but like hip hop has become so normalized that today it would just never even occur to you. That just like feels like in fact hip hop is kind of as a cultural phenomenon is even kind of fading today. But yeah, no, that was super intense at the time. Then rock and roll that was like super intense in the 50s and 60s. And then the amazing thing is
Elvis Presley, they wouldn't shoot him because he would shake his hips. So they're like, no, he can't. It's waist up on TV from now on.
That's right. But here's the one I love. Jazz. They said all the same things about jazz in the 1920s and 1930s. It was jazz music corrupting that. And it was the exact same thing. It's because like kids are going to get together and they're going to dance to jazz, and then who knows what happens. And then it was like there's a jazz musician that's like smoking pot, and that means all the kids are going to start smoking. It was just so it's the same story over and over and over and over again. And I'll just say, by the way, in fairness, like it's not that society doesn't change. Like many of the technologies that we just described did cause society to change. Like things are different pre and post the bicycle. They're different pre and post the car. They're different pre and post grace to modern culture, rock and roll or whatever. But like this, like this idea of the moral panic, this idea of just like outright panic, end of the world, is just like this repeated over and over and over again thing. And then what's happened is like this is the obvious way to sell newspapers, right? Like this is like the meta story of the press, which is just like whatever's happening is like horrible and awful. And it's going to kill everything. Be sure to buy your newspaper tomorrow.
Deal is the best company in the world at building infrastructure for global hiring. Deal will help your business hire, pay, and manage any worker anywhere in the world. Deal is one platform for payroll, HR, benefits, and device management across 150 countries. Deal gets you everything you need to run a high-performing global workforce on a single AI-native platform. From the first offer to final offboarding, Deal handles the complexity so you can stay focused on your business. The best founders and operators in the world have one thing in common. They control as much of their business as possible. The founders of Deal do exactly this. When you use Deal, you aren't using a third-party payroll processor or a messy network of in-country providers. Deal built and owns their own rails. That means faster speed, better service, and total accountability. In fact, Mark Andreessen's firm, A16Z, has been investing in Deal for more than half a decade. Deal has built AI teammates that take action. Most HR AI stops at chat. Deal puts AI inside the workloads themselves so it can run real work across hiring, payroll, mobility, IT support, and reporting. Grounded in compliance-vetted knowledge, Deal AI takes action to help teams move faster without adding headcount. Deal is trusted by over 40,000 businesses. Learn how they can help your business today by going to Deal.com. That is DEEL.com. I want to go back to Jim Clark real quick. Is there anything that you learned? Because Jim Clark was like probably 20 years older than you?
Yes, about that.
So like, is there anything that you learned what a fucking education you had to be able to work with that guy when you're early 20s?
Getting 3 stars in solo mode boss rush is very difficult. But if you already know 3 important things, then you can get 3 stars without getting frustrated. First, last hit all 3 bosses. Boss rush missions is that you must lance the final blow on all 3 bosses. Even if you win, but you only get the last height in 2 bosses, then you will only get 2 stars. Use your best Pokemon that you are confident will be easy to get the last hit with. Also, that Pokemon must be strong in early and late game. The most potential for is Stag and 8 are Zapdos and Glaceon for ranged attacks. Meanwhile, for melee Pokemon, Urshiramp, Zashorn, and Dragonite. And the best battle item is Fluffy Tail to contribute stun. Getting the last hit on all bosses is 90% prediction and 10% luck. You have to prepare your move when boss's HP is below 50% in the last bar. You should always pay attention to this indicator every time you defeat the boss. If you fail to get the last hit, the first or second boss, then it's better to leave the battle and don't continue. This is very important. Second, difficulty increases automatically. The difficulty level of boss rush in solo mode will automatically increase every time you complete a match, even though you only get 1 or 2 stars. That's why the boss rush stage gets harder every time you repeat it. Does this fact make you upset? Me too. Because if you have repeated the boss rush stage more than twice, then you are already at the extreme level. It means that your combat power must be 5 times higher than the recommended power. To defeat Boss Socken in time, this is the result of easiest boss rush in solo mode. Still hard, even Thonny power is already 4 times higher than the recommendation power, so don't play the boss rush stage yet if your combat power isn't enough, and
Yeah, that's right.
So is there anything that you learned by working with him back then that you still...
every time you fail the last hit,
I mean, yeah, a lot. You know, as I said, it was very formative for me, so a lot of it. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned that the sort of quote earlier about the world's a malleable place. Like Jim was like the ultra version of that, and so yeah, he would just like when he had an idea, and he was right, like his ideas were correct almost all the time, and he would just like pound the world into adopting them, into believing them. Like he was, you know, the idea of being like a complete force of nature.
One thing that was malleable was himself. He has this great quote in that book where he calls himself a self-described loser at 38 years old. The guy had like 2 PhDs. He was a professor, but he just like, I think he'd been in a second or third divorce, and he just snapped one day, and he's just like, woke up one day with the undeniable urge to achieve something, and that's when he goes from academic to founder, and just rips off company after company for like a few decades. I was like, oh, he realized that he is malleable too. He just reinvented himself over and over and over again.
Yeah. And of course, he does that not just by like starting a company, but like inventing interactive computer graphics, like completely changing the field.
Yeah.
You know, indirectly, like completely changing Hollywood.
Was there anything about recruiting or managing or any other way that he ran his company?
No, so my 2 mentors at that time, actually, they were in some ways polar opposites. They always got along, but they were kind of polar opposites. They were both Jim, so Jim Clark and Jim Barksdale. So the Jim Clark side of my personality is like the will to power, like I'm just going to bludgeon the world into doing what I want. And you know, and then the idea of just like, you know, trying to be a fountain of creativity, like just like there are many new ideas out there. Like you need to go find them. And then, you know, I would say also with this like a sense of perpetual dissatisfaction. Like, okay, like whatever. Look, this is the other part of the story. Like a lot of founders would have had success like selling graphics, and that would have been it, and they would have spent the next whatever, whether they were totally happy with how it turned out or not.
first or second boss, immediately leave the game. Because if you reset, your level will remain the same and will not automatically increase. 3. You can choose your boss. I'm sure that among the random subasses, there's one that you think is the easiest, right? You can choose your boss by resetting. And for me, the easiest one is Dreadnought.
Not like they would spend 30 years just coasting on that, right?
Every founder looks at Airbnb and just imagines Airbnb in the early days.
Jim was always
something special. And actually, in high level,
like, satisfied in a productive, positive sense.
They think that the trajectory and the growth
that we should do. So, you know, there's that side of it. And then Jim Barksdale was the other, who I just literally was yesterday in Jackson, Mississippi. Jim Barksdale's the other side, which was Jim Barksdale's like the manager of managers. So Clark is like the ultimate example of that bourgeois capitalist thing I mentioned, so the Henry Ford, Elon Musk type, and then Jim Barksdale's like the ultimate example of like the super manager. And Jim had run big parts of IBM and AT&T and Federal Express, and came in to run Netscape. And what was interesting was like that's kind of where I got a lot of this from, and a lot of my skills from is I got trained by both of those guys, and then kind of both of those guys at the same time, and then was able to like very clearly observe what is just the difference between those mentalities. But then the other is of course how those concepts converge, right? Because just the fountain of creativity, you can't build anything big just with that. Just the management, you don't do new things.
Who's a great example of that from history? So like would it be like Nikola Tesla? Found creativity.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he needed like a George Westinghouse to commercialize his ideas.
Well, it's a Tesla versus Edison. So Tesla versus Edison. So Tesla versus Edison. So I'm an Edison guy. So Elon's a Tesla guy. He's a Tesla guy, obviously. But Elon, of course, himself has now become like a really outstanding. I mean, obviously, become an outstanding manager, like in his own way. In fact, to the point where I think he's actually inventing an entirely new school of management, which we could talk about. But
let's go there next.
Yeah, he's maybe the greatest manager of our era, despite the fact that nobody thinks of him that way. So I actually think Elon's more like Edison than he is like Tesla. And there was a big war, and it was kind of this thing because it's everything kind of turns into these little morality plays. And so kind of the basic story of Tesla and Edison was Tesla had all these ideas but couldn't commercialize them, couldn't turn them into companies, ultimately, couldn't figure out how to make money on them, couldn't build like big companies, kind of based on them. And then Edison, it basically, at least the way the legend goes, is he was more this grinder. He was less incandescently brilliant, he was more of a grinder. He's just like, we're just gonna try 1,000 things. It's like when they invented the filament for the light bulb, they just tried like 1,000 different combinations of things to get to the filament, and sort of this brute force approach. But then he built General Electric, right? Like he built the National Electric Grid, and built these giant companies. And then he, funded by JP Morgan as a venture capitalist in his spare time. Yes, exactly, 100%. And so, and then Edison also invented the movie projector, and then literally spent years trying to enforce his patents, right? And the phonograph. And the phonograph.
You tell a story, and I knew because I read the book too. Yeah. We should tell people what he thought the phonograph was going to be used for.
So this is a bit of a digression, but it gets to the personality type. So one of the things that people look for is just like, oh, what are the consequences of new technology going to be? Oh, let's go ask the people who invent them, because obviously they know. And so this is what happens when like when the AI guy, for example, the AI guys get, the pioneers of AI get interviewed in the press. It's like, well, tell us the future of AI, and it's like you get the one picked on is Geoffrey Hinton, who's like an actual self-declared very socialist. Like he's an actual capital S socialist, and people ask him what's the future of AI. And of course, he says it's going to be rapid unemployment, and we need to give UBI to everybody. It's like what a coincidence. The answer from a socialist is communism. Like what an amazing coincidence. But people think because he's one of the inventors of AI that he must be the guy who knows. And so the story I always tell is the Edison story. Thomas Edison was like a very proper WASP. He was like a WASP, he was a WASPy, personality type of that era. Extremely proper gentleman, always like impeccably dressed, very kind of very ethical, upstanding, kind of citizen of that time, and very religious, very religiously devout. And so for him, it's just obvious that the application of the record player was that everybody would buy a record player, and everybody would buy a library of discs that would be the great sermons, religious sermons of all the great preachers of the time. And then you get home at night after a long day of work, and you turn on the record player, and you would listen to a sermon, with your adoring, wife and kids, gathered around you. And of course, the record player drops, and immediately, of course, like it's music. It's just like obviously music, and it's like ragtime and swim and it's jazz, and Edison's just like completely horrified.
He didn't know that if you put the phonograph in the window and you play good music, then you have all these girls on bicycles coming over the hill.
With bicycle fists. Exactly. And so this is what I was telling. This is always my thing. It's like if Edison didn't know what the phonograph was going to get used for, the idea that I don't know, whatever, Joe AI entrepreneur is going to be able to forecast the economic implications. Like no, that's not going to happen. And in fact, the people who invent the technology are often like the least qualified people to understand the long-term implications because they're too buried in the specifics of the here and now. And then all these other questions. These are all big cultural, social, economic questions. And by the way, I don't know if there's anybody that can predict big cultural or economic or social trends, but it's certainly not somebody who's been alive for 20 years, including myself.
So how this started, you think you greatly benefited from the two gyms, essentially like being polar opposites.
Basically.
And showing you...
But also working very closely together.
Did they get along?
I don't know if I've told this story publicly, so I should tell the story. So they got along great, became very good friends. They both did great, and they're both very responsible for certainly everything that Netscape did and everything that I've done. But it's different disciplines, different worldviews. So there's an oil and a water kind of aspect to that. And so Clark ran the company for the first 9 months, which at the time felt like just this internet time. It felt like much longer, but it was like this highly compressed 9-month period. And it was like we were doing all these new things. We were doing all these new things. Like the company was just doing like 100 new things. It was amazing. But like nothing was being systematized, right? It was not going to, by default, it was not going to turn into like a large company without the management part. And so Barstow comes in and he basically is like, well, this inventiveness is great, but we need to like actually start to have systems and like schedules and processes and actually like run this thing like a business. And as founders do, Clark, originally found that a little bit frustrating because it's like whatever is the latest idea is not the thing that we're just going to turn the entire company to pursue. And this is when Clark was still coming to Jim's Barstow staff meetings. And so Clark he had a negative reaction to Barstow saying, no, we're not going to do this new thing. We're going to keep doing the thing that's already working. It's one of those moments. And Barstow's like, can I talk to you outside? And so they went out back and I heard this story from both of them later. And Clark's like, look, this is the whole reason we're here is because we do these new things. If we don't do these new things, we're going to destroy the company. And Barstow looks right at him and says, Jim, I hear you. This is as serious as dick cancer. What? The deep Mississippi drawl, right? And Clark stares him right in the face and bursts out laughing. And they got along great ever since. Like they loved each other ever since. The first step basically saying, look, we're not going to make these decisions in a state of kind of superheated passion. Like we're not going to do that. We need to have the full version of this conversation, but we're going to have it in kind of this longer and maybe more dispassionate way. But it was to puncture the stress of the moment. And so I will say I have used that one a few times. Yes.
But I could see Clark.
And Clark thought it was hysterical. Like nobody had ever talked to him that way before. So.
But I could see Clark like, oh no, here we go. This is a replay of what happened at Silicon Graphics stuff.
He was probably afraid of that to a certain extent. But I would say, yeah, I don't want to say anything negative about the yesterday guy, but Clark, like I said, Clark was just like, Barstow was just like, was the manager of managers. He was like so advanced on this. That story notwithstanding, Barstow never took the position of like, no, it's time for the new ideas to stop. But it was always like, okay, we need to thread the new ideas into a business, which is kind of the hybrid of the two.
So I just had this thought while sitting here listening to you speak. Is there something about your partnership with Ben where he's more Barstow, you're more Clark?
Yeah. Although we do mix it up a little bit more because he does have his own edge. There is some in that. Yeah. So like for example, he runs the firm, and then I tend to come up with he comes up with lots of new ideas, but I do tend to come up with new ideas, and then we do have this kind of discussion frequently.
So if I was to follow you around without you knowing with the camera, what would your day look like then? Are you just like a fountain of ideas, or you're like this uncontrolled energy like a Jim Clark back in the day?
But I've got both. This is the thing, because they both train me, I've got both parts of it.
Okay. So you're not as controllable or unmanageable as...
Yeah, like I believe Ben would tell you, look, Ben's been working with me now for 30 years, and so I think if this was a real issue, I think that partnership would not have lasted. But I think he would say that I have a pretty strong internal edit function.
I want to see unedited.
Well, unedited is really fun. Unedited is very enjoyable. It is very disruptive. And so, it has to be calibrated.
When do you show the unedited side?
I don't tend to do it in the spur of the moment. This is the thing, and Elon threads this incredibly well, just incredibly well, as does Zuckerberg. It's like it is this thing, and again, this goes back to like the Edison Tesla thing. When you're responsible for when you're responsible for an organization, when you're responsible for a team of people that's more than 5 or 10, if you're going to have an organization that's like 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 people, like you can't change the plan every day. Like you just can't. You'll destroy you'll burn everybody out. You'll destroy everybody. There'll just be mass confusion. People will quit. It's just going to be. You can't do that. There has to be some calibrated middle ground. There are a handful of examples of like great business successes where it's like 1 or 2 or 3 people, right? And so maybe it's like Bitcoin and Minecraft and WhatsApp and Instagram and then I start running out of examples. But like AI, there will probably be more. There will probably be more like single person companies, from here on out. Or by the way, artists, an artist, a novelist. Let me say, there's a difference between like a novelist and a movie maker. A novelist, let's say you're bored of your novel, but like if you're a director of a movie, you can't like change the entire plot like on Tuesday while you're shooting the movie, or you're like there's 300 people who are relying on you to like complete a movie. Like so anyway, so the point being is like in fact, if you're going to have an organization, or by the way, in anything, in any field of activity, if you're going to have an organization, you do need to have some calibration, titration process. Like change does need to happen, but it needs to happen in a measured way. And so you can't just like blow up every day. So either what you need in that case to get kind of the holy grail of the large scale organization that's still innovating, either you need 2 people involved who are able to balance each other. And by the way, you could say this is like Steve Jobs and Tim Cook, would be a canonical example. Or by the way, early on Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg, or early on Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer. So you can have that kind of configuration, or every once in a while you can get that in a single person, right? Which is very rare. But like Jensen Huang would be a single person example of that. So every now and then you get that. And so I would say Ben and I have like a version of the yin and yang kind of aspect to it. But like I said, he's very creative on his own. And I have this, because I have the Barksdale training, I have this additional level of sort of, most of the time, sort of self-governance. Like I get it. Like I'm not. It's the only big thing is like, look, if I'm going to walk in and I'm going to like throw a fit and I'm going to like, we have to change everything tomorrow, and Ben's going to be like, fuck you, like this fucking sucks. I'm not like, that leaves nowhere good, right? So that can't be the thing. And so I do a lot of self-editing.
You just said something. I think you said you believe Elon is inventing a new way to manage.
I think he may have figured out the best way to reconcile the two. The fountain of ideas with the systematic builder. I think he might have figured out I don't know if it's a new way to do it, but I think he might have cracked the code on like how to do that for the next 100 years or something.
So break down what you've observed with the way that Elon's managing.
Yeah, I should start by saying, look, Elon's method has been described by people, before, and I should say, like, I work with him, but from the outside. So I'm not working in one of his companies, so I, have one layer of indirection, but I work with him quite a bit now, and I study him, very, very carefully. It's this extreme focus on substance. It's this extreme focus on getting to the truth. So one of the things you notice in any organization with multiple layers is basically there's compounding lies. And I got this lesson early because I worked for IBM at the point of their kind of maximum size and importance in the world.
Can you explain? I don't think people understand.
Yeah.
Just how big and powerful and almost monopolistic IBM was.
Yeah. So I worked for IBM at the very height of their power, right before they fell. It was my first job, and when I was in college. And they were in the mid 80s. They were 80% of the market capitalization of the entire tech industry, right?
It's not even
close, right? So this is like Google times 10 or something. It's just like or Apple times 10. It's just like it's a level of scale and importance that just nobody had. And by the way, the TV show actually that does a great job of this is *Halt and Catch Fire*. In the first season, has this thing, this point that these guys are busy inventing the PC effectively. The point when IBM shows up, and it gives you a sense of like it's like the CA story you told earlier. It's like the phalanx. It's like 20 people in like blue suits who are just here to like completely crush you. Like it was just this overpowering, kind of thing. And they invented like all kinds of stuff, and the industry wouldn't exist today without them. And they were an incredible company for a very long time. And the whole thing, by the way, run by their founder for 30 years, run by the founder's son for 30 years. This incredible company, but then they're still, they're not that anymore, but they're still a big and important company today. 1940. 80 years later, it's like how many companies survive in tech? 80 years. My favorite story is Thomas Watson Sr. had been convicted of antitrust crimes before he started IBM.
Is this the cash register?
The cash register. And so he had previously run a company called NCR, National Cash Register, and he had been convicted by the federal government of monopolizing the cash register business before he even started IBM. And at IBM, he monopolized the mainframe business, and then they convicted him again. He's a double dipper. He got very used to being an antitrust court. So he was incredible. By the way, there's Kevin Meaney, old school tech reporter, wrote a book, biography of Thomas Watson Sr. Which
so the Machine and the Man, or the Man and the Machine, right?
It's one. I'm not sure if it's that one, but it's one of those. I think it might be that one. Yeah, and he actually went back, and this is like we're talking about like 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, and he went back and he got at the time they had a secretary transcribing in real time all of the executive staff meetings every Monday morning, and he went back and he actually got the archives of the transcripts of the executive staff meetings, and it's just literally Thomas Watson just like cursing everybody out and just like it's like a complete tyrannical psychopath, just like screaming at people, and it's all in the records. And so it's like it's how much of this stuff ever changes. It's like whatever, I don't know, whatever Elon gets accused of or whatever Steve Jobs is like, I don't know, that guy was whatever it is, it's a pale version of what that guy was doing. But anyway, the point being is like IBM. So by the time I got involved in IBM, was like 60 years later. 50 years later after that, and so they were kind of peaking in their power. But what happened was, I remember this because I was their intern and I was trying to figure out whether I should work there after college. And they had their intranet was a mainframe app, and one of the functions was was the org chart, and it calculated there were 12 layers of management between me and the CEO, which meant the following: it meant that my boss's boss had a boss. before it got to the CEO. And then really what happened, the story of the thing, really what happened was, and I saw this happen up close. What I saw this happen was each layer of management was lined with the one above it, right? And because each layer wants to look good and wants to, whatever, put a little spin on the ball. And like if one layer lies with the next layer above it, maybe that's okay. But when that happens 2 or 3 times, the lies compound. If that happens 6 times, the lies really compound. If that happens 12 times, the CEO has no idea what's happening. Like absolutely no clue what's going on in the company, which was the state of play that IBM had. They actually had a term. There was actually a term. They had a whole vocabulary. I mean, this company was like a nation state at the time. You could like live your whole life like in Austin, Texas, and never meet anybody who did work for IBM. Like it was just like this incredible thing. They had this concept called the Big Gray Cloud, and it was literally the cloud of men and great businesses who followed the CEO around and prevented him from ever talking to anybody who was ever actually doing the work. And so when he would come to visit, it was like a state visit. It was like a visit from the king, and it was like the king and the traveling court. Yeah. And so it was completely impervious bubble to get information through. And so, but I tell that story because that's the polar opposite of the Elon approach, right? So and by the way, being the CEO of IBM in 1989 was a great way to live, right? Because it's just like, wow, everybody's bringing me good news all the time. Like I wake up in the morning and like everything is great, and I'm like famous, and I'm like rich, and I'm successful, and like I've got a chauffeur, and I've got a jet, and I've got these 80 guys in gray suits who are like taking care of everything for me, and I don't have to ever talk to engineers. And like this is great, until it's like the turkey on Thanksgiving, until things change and there's a problem, and then you have no idea what to do about it, which is what happened. The Elon approach is the polar opposite of that, and the polar opposite of the approach is literally like I'm only going to talk to engineers. Right, and so when there's an issue, I am going to go straight to the source of truth, and the source of truth is the engineer who actually knows what's going on. And so what Elon literally, I've seen him do this. So he literally does is he goes to whatever when there's an issue with the companies, he goes to whatever is the engineer who's working on that problem, and he sits down with the engineer and they solve that problem. And I can just tell you, like the number of CEOs in tech, even the great ones who do that, like I mean, almost nobody ever does that. Why does nobody ever do that? Well, first of all, it's just like a giant pain in the ass because like your life consists of like having to actually solve all these problems. Like the whole point of being like big and powerful, successful is you pay people to do that. And now you're doing it, and you're in there at like 2 a.m. doing it, right? But like this sucks, right? And so like most people won't do it. And then the other is you have to. It means the CEO of the company has to have the skill set to be able to do that. So the CEO has to not just be a great CEO; they also have to be like a great technical technologist, not just that they have memories of having been a programmer, a pointer, or whatever, a chip designer, but where they can actually sit down with the chip designer right on Thursday night at 2 a.m. in Austin, and they can actually figure out like what's wrong with the chip. And Elon has that ability, and he's like encyclopedic on like every area of technology, and is able to go hands-on with rocket designers and AI designers and everything in between. And almost no CEO has that. And so, but that's literally what he does. And then the way that he thinks about it, I think, is basically he runs whatever six companies at once or something. And it's like basically any given week he thinks about everything as a basic production line, so production process. So he's actually like an old school industrialist. So everything's like a production process, and then any given week there's in any production process there's always a bottleneck. So there's always the thing that is slowing down the process the most, and that's always one thing. So what he does for each of his companies is he identifies what he literally maps out the production process. And he literally has these like monitors where he like has the whole thing laid out. And then he basically says, okay, this is the issue that's holding up production this week. And then he goes and he works, and that's the thing that he goes to work with the engineer on, is he goes to fix that bottleneck. And he does it every week for every company, right? And so think about what this is why Tesla is smoking has been so much dramatically outperforming the rest of the auto industry, is because Tesla he's fixing the critical production bottleneck at Tesla 52 times a year himself. Yeah. I can tell you what the CEO of the legacy automakers are doing. Like they're not doing that. That is not what's happening, right? And so, and in contrast, like a normal company, it might take 6 months to solve these problems. And Elon's like fixing it right now, tomorrow. Let's go fix it right now. And so he just like runs this loop over and over again. He's absolutely indefatigable. He famously for a while he had sold all of his houses. And he was literally couch surfing. It's one of the most successful people on the planet. Yeah. And so there's a vacation house, and after I said it's going to take a week to use the vacation house, whatever, take the kids, feel free. And he said back 5 minutes later, it's like whatever, 11 o'clock at night. Forward response. I don't take vacations, right? Like, which again is like there's no CEO like this. Yeah. The whole point of being a CEO is you get to go jet around. And so anyway, so he's doing that, and then he turns this into a routine. And so when he does like he does like a day a week at each of his companies, and he'll basically do like all day. He'll do like a 12-14 hour stretch where he'll do design reviews but the way that he does it with 5 minutes per engineer, right? And so he does 5 to 60 divided by 5. It's been way too long in this podcast. How much is that? 12. He can do 12 design reviews an hour. Yeah. And then he does 10 hours. So Elon will do 120 design reviews in the course of a day.
Are these one-on-one?
I have not actually said this. I suspect there are other people around, including work for him and probably some of the leaders of the companies are involved in different ways. But it literally is the thing I noticed. It's literally a rotating cat. It's the point engineer on each of the important things coming in and presenting for 5 minutes. And then the question is like, if it's going great, that's great. If it's not going, what's the problem? And then how does that problem rank? Right? Is that the production bottleneck? And if it is the production bottleneck, then that's the thing that he then fixes. And then that's when he's there from whatever 8 o'clock till 2 a.m. working with that engineer to fix that problem. One way to think about this is the velocity. Like in military affairs, it's called maneuver warfare, right? So just the speed at which he operates is just the cycle time is just so much faster than anybody running in a traditional method. It's hard to even compare the different. It's like 4 hours versus 6 months. Like it's just this incredible gap. And then the other part of it is somebody I know once went to work for SpaceX, and they asked what it was like, and he said it's like being dropped into a zone of shocking competence. It's like everybody is like ultra competent. And the reason everybody's ultra confident is because, number one, if they're not, Elon sniffs it out and fires them. But he knows because he's talking to people actually doing the work. So he knows at this point in his, I've done this for whatever, 20.
Reed, delighted to be here with you today. Let's jump right into some AI questions. So Jensen Huang recently said that AI is a 5-layer cake. The idea is that people talk about AI like it's just a chatbot or a model when it's really a full stack. So you have energy, chips, infrastructure, models, and applications. And his argument is that every flashy AI application at the top pulls on everything beneath it all the way down to the power plant. And so it's not surprising that Jensen, of all people, would be saying this, but his comments suggest that the AI race may not ultimately be won just by whoever has the best app or even the best foundation model. It may be won by whoever controls the deepest layers of the stack: compute, power, data centers, and the individual base required to support all of it. And so, in other words, what looks like a software boom may really be an infrastructure and maybe even geopolitical build-out in disguise. And so I would love to hear from you. Do you agree with this framing? And when you hear AI described as a 5-layer cake, does that change how you think about where the real power in the industry sits?
Well, obviously, Jensen and NVIDIA have been doing amazing work. And, one of the things I think Jensen is very good at is, arguing, his position very strongly. So it's like, no, what's most relevant is the people who are producing the chips. All right, let me tell you why. But, by the way, the chips are super important. So I agree with the 5-layer cake. There's actually even some additional complexity around data and all the rest. And I think that the fact is that when you think about kind of geopolitical power, actually, in fact, compute capabilities and compute infrastructure is probably actually something that's now highly relevant to geopolitical power. And, people think, oh, do I have the supercomputer to train a model? And digital sovereignty is one part of that. And I think that's potentially navigable. Like, it doesn't have to be that, each significant country has its own $100 billion computer for training its own model, but you will still need compute for inference. You'll need, some kind of digital sovereignty in not having models be able to potentially be rug pulled from your nation's industries, national security apparatus, etc. is kind of part of where to work. So I think it's absolutely right that the geopolitical. Now, the thought that that's where the real economics are, it's a place where real economics are, but it's a little bit like arguing, well, the internet's going to be a geopolitical thing, and so it's ISPs. ISPs are real control. And you look around, it's like, no, not really at all in terms of how this operates. And I'm not suggesting these are exactly the same because, among other things, the ISPs are much more, commodities and, can hook up a whole bunch. But it's the reason why it's not necessarily the most foundational part of the layer is not necessarily where the most value or power accrues. I do think that that all of the 5 layers that he describes are actually, in fact, pretty important. And I think that historically, when you get to where the most economic value ends up, kind of accruing, the area where there is the most, economic power in these kind of things tends to be closer to the top of the layer. And so, like, for example, it's like Google, right, makes its money from AdWords, and yes, it powers the whole thing from having a, very deep computational stack. It's kind of the most of a complete to the 5-layer cake. From the search realm, and is trying to do that from the AI realm. It's not necessarily because we have all this lower level of chips that this particularly plays out. So I think that it's there's real power at every level, more so than just the ISPs, and I think it's an important thing for kind of countries, industries to think about all these and additional things like data. Like data is one of the things where there's a lot of vague claims and actually is going to play out in particularly interesting ways.
Well, obviously this is not an investment advice podcast, but if you had to choose only one layer of the cake to invest, what would you choose?
Well, that's a complicated answer in part because I'm a software guy. So it's like, what do I...
For you.
Yes, for me, that's the one part. But also, by the way, it tends to be what kind of investing game are you doing? Like, if you're investing in startups that have to do with compute, have to do with power, have to do with data centers, kind of are all, hazardous investments from the viewpoint of intensity of capital, ease of failure, et cetera. It can be done. There are good things that happen there, but like tons and tons of very high costly failures. one of the benefits of software is that software tends to be more capital efficient. Now, it's a little tricky when you get to the AI model construction, which is closer to the high capital, kind of ways of doing it. But that's the reason why, I tend to be in applications and models and other places where high capital efficiency for how you play them.
Well, so let's move from the economic to the more philosophical. So many of our listeners probably saw that the New York Times, they published a blind quiz, and they were asking readers to compare human writing versus AI writing, and the result definitely hit a nerve online. And so this was taken by more than 86,000 people, and readers slightly preferred the AI passages overall. And what was interesting is the reaction was sort of in two directions. One camp said this proves that most writing people encounter every day is already generic enough that AI can beat it. Other camps said the quiz misses the point. Short, decontextualized passages are exactly where AI performs the best, and the real value of human writing is voice, is investigative recording, is structure, is taste over long arcs, is long novels, is writing style. And so, what do you think people are actually reading into these human versus AI writing debates? Why does this strike such a nerve?
Well, I'll answer your direct question first, and then we'll go to the rest. Look, it strikes a nerve because people are fearful of replacement in multiple ways. They're fearful of replacement for economic, job, and safety and security. They're fearful of replacement from a, kind of the notion of purpose in terms of what my significance is, what makes me as a writer, me as a human being, me as a, et cetera, unique. And so all of a sudden you go to, well, wait a minute, what's going on here? So it's that whole range of things is why people have such intensity on this discussion. And by the way, it's one of the reasons it's important because, I, as I kind of think of myself as a techno-humanist. So I think that, what is human is super important, and what is, but I also think of it as homo techne, that we evolve through our technology. It's, everything from fire and, agriculture that causes us to be able to aggregate into cities, all the way up into, creation of machinery and power and books and all the rest. And that's how we evolve. It changes our way that we think of ourselves, the way we think of the world, the way we have epistemology. The whole world changes through the lens of a microscope, as a kind of instance. And AI is, I think, another one, which of course has the greatest, kind of challenge so far, because it's we think of ourselves as the only things that have agency as humans, with some asterisks around animals, and maybe some blindnesses around corporations, as collections of humans. But the reason our super agency is because it's oh my God, this new thing challenges our agency in a way that other technologies, which we had discussion about how they change our agency, is more fundamental, because maybe it's somewhat autonomous and maybe it does things that we previously said was only human, e.g. writing, as an instance of this. And that's why the navigation of this is really important, and that's part of the reason why we do this podcast or super agency and everything else, to say, here's how we navigate getting a stronger agency through this path. And it doesn't mean that it doesn't transform, doesn't mean that previous things that you would really like, are now different in the age of AI. And I think this, I think that the Times did a clever thing with this blind quiz, because I think both camps are right. I think that the camp that says, look, a lot of writing is already pretty generic, and by the way, AI is already good enough to do it, that's pretty straightforward. And by the way, everyone who uses these, kind of AI agents to, for example, produce a custom, kind of equivalent of a Wikipedia page answer or report or something else, goes, this is perfectly good for the kinds of things I'm looking for my search for something. And by the way, short form makes it even easier. I mean, this is, one of the things I missed when Twitter was created was this is dumb. It's no, actually people want short form, because in short form, no one can be particularly smart, and it's very hard to be particularly smart, and everyone looks kind of sufficiently also banal, and so it goes across the whole thing. And that was part of the reason why it was something in addition to blogging. Blogging was, no, you had to write something, substantive. And so I think that that there is a lot of the short form, and AI does that. And by the way, I think AI does some long form perfectly well too, for different contexts. But that doesn't mean that there isn't, I can still tell, there's a whole bunch of writing tasks where humans, it's more expensive, it's more challenging to do, but humans do a much better job. Now the challenge will be, which areas will be economically viable for the humans doing a much better job than the automation of the AI? And that's the kind of the brass tacks of it. And you said, well, I used to hire human writers to write the manual for the product. And it's well, you're probably not going to have to do that anymore. And it doesn't mean that there won't be someone a human who is, iterating with the AI to get the writing of the manual, done the right way or done in new ways or better ways because it's now kind of this more efficient way. But it's like I no longer have to pay a writer, and whatever the going market rate for writers is in order to do that. If I had some reason not to do it or wasn't trying to get better, and that's part of the last underlying thing in this issue. Now, as for super agency, my hope and expectation, and part of what we try to shape it to, is actually there's still a lot of role for doing writers, not just because there's a bunch of stuff where AI falls flat itself today. Just try to get it to write good dialogue is one example, just as an example today. But there's a lot of other things, including all the things the question of reporting lived experience, believability, what I'm hearing from a human on this particular topic versus the canned synthesis of AI, et cetera, et cetera. But it's also the question of which of these areas are going to be the areas that we go, this economic model works for the production and consumption. I think people will begin to realize that it's actually, in fact, useful and even good in some ways. Like here's the thing, the part of the canary that I've been tracking for where will job replacement really happen is customer service, as you know.
Yep.
And I think we're still in the early days of that here in 26. I think that from what I see is, companies are engaging, companies like Sierra, Parloa, or others in customer service and getting good results. And I think they're expanding their footprint with it. I think they're still working on a lot of different things, and I think the businesses are doing quite well as part of it. Now, but like, what you really want to get to is where the customer says, please put the AI on, right, where it's like, no, and they'll do that through experience, because they'll go, well, wait a minute, actually, in fact, the AI that directly interfaces with all this stuff as opposed to a human who doesn't really understand all of it, is trying to follow a database script than what they are, and the human kind of stumbling over themselves following a database script and probably outsourced to the Philippines or India because it's much cheaper, and then is even a little bit more, not sharing in context that the AI is so much better. It's like, well, that's better, right? And that's where I think, and then once people begin to get to the, AI's better here, then I have areas where I prefer it, and this is part of the thing where I'm trying to get people to own their own agency. It's like, obviously, if you have exposure, if you have a doctor, you should always talk to your doctor for these things. But by the way, if you're talking to your doctor and the two of you aren't using frontier models to second opinion what you're doing, like on the spot, it's bad for both of you. You should be wanting the AI, wanting to do that because it helps you in really critical ways. And by the way, if you don't have access to a doctor, it's like, the doctor is like a clinic that's a 4-hour drive away, or I don't have one whatsoever. Well, start with the AI. Know whether or not you should get in the car and bring your kid to the clinic.
All right, so we talked about economics, sort of humanity, philosophy. Now we're going to end with still AI, but politics. So Alex Karp recently warned the tech industry that they may be headed toward nationalization. So his argument was basically that the tech companies are simultaneously saying that AI is going to wipe out huge numbers of white-collar jobs, but they're also refusing to align with U.S. national security interests. And so if that's true, they shouldn't be surprised if it ends up that the government is moving towards some kind of nationalization of this technology because it's sort of a direct threat to our way of life. When Alex Karp said this, he was obviously poking a bit at Anthropic. We all know sort of their fight with the State Department recently and the Department of War. But people took the idea further than that because AI is starting to look less like a normal consumer product and more like critical infrastructure. It has implications for war, intelligence, labor markets, industrial policies, for all of those things at the same time. And so with this technology becoming foundational enough, maybe it makes sense for governments not to treat it, just like a normal private market company. So when someone like Alex Karp talks about the possible nationalization of technology, how much do you think this is just rhetoric, he wants clicks, he wants headlines, and how much do you think we should actually pay attention to what he's saying?
In this kind of age of disruption and everything going on, people might do a lot of stupid, foolish things, so you should always pay attention, especially when, people with some, technological knowledge and position are also kind of making what I think is incorrect and clumsy arguments. Now, part of it is you get to this kind of question of, this old parable about wise people and elephants. This one has a trunk, and that one has a tail, and these two have different legs, and that one has a tusk, and so on. And part of what you have to do is you have to kind of look at AI as the whole elephant. And you go, look, there's a national security thing. One of the legs really, really matters. Of course. And so it's like, well, if you guys don't confer to what's best for the national security thing, then, you could just be nationalized. It's kind of a simple argument. The question is, okay, how do you look at the whole elephant? Because you don't get the national security without all of the economic power and everything else. And going and nationalizing an industry is a sure way to say, stop innovation, don't build anything more here, et cetera, and when the thing that matters is the most speed, iteration, compounding going in the future. That's the definite way to kill the golden goose, but it might be like dump radioactive acid on the golden goose as a way of doing it. So I think it's an unwise statement, thought, etc. Now, that being said, I didn't say that it wasn't important for national security in countries to be thinking about, like, okay, we've got this fundamental technology. How does this play into our national security interests? And companies need to they're located in countries. They're located in countries that provide the national security. Fortunately, so far, the AI leads have come from countries that have an interest in, global stability. Although, recent year and a half with the current administration, seems to be less interested in global stability than former American administrations. But like so far, we China, U.S., and bits in Europe, the interest in global stability. It's not Russia. It's not. It's kind of like it's folks who are like kind of playing for we should have global stability and everything else. And I think that's an important thing. And I think tech companies, like every tech company I talk to, is actually bought into being an American company, participating in global stability and so forth. And like one of the things that was way under-commented in the Anthropic discussion, from what I can tell is, Anthropic's point was, no mass surveillance of American citizens, which is, by the way, just saying legal. And so we can ignore that because that's just saying we're operating legally. You could say, obey the American law. And it's like, okay, that any contract in America, you can say, fine, I can ignore that sentence. Right? That doesn't need to not be in the sentence. And then the other one is autonomous lethal weapons, which is that our technology is not ready for it yet. And so you're like, okay, the provider is saying our technology is not ready for that yet, so we don't want to be doing it. And by the way, country that's free, we can say, hey, we can provide services or not provide services. And if you want to go take services from someone else who says their technology is ready for AI autonomous weapons, you can do that. We think that's super dangerous, but that we're not standing in your way of doing that. We're not saying you can't do that. And then, of course, this all becomes reframed entirely in this basis by those people, which is, by the way, value destructive. It's anti-American. It's versus serving the American interest in terms of what this is. And so it's like, look, the whole threatening position of this is, I think, frankly, anti-America's interests. Anti, kind of what we should be doing. We should be going, great, we have, like, for example, we say, well, but, Anthropic with Claude Code has the best coding agent that we're all using. Great, that's awesome for us as Americans. How do we navigate this? Not, you need to be, because, by the way, American companies do not have to do whatever the Department of Defense tells them to do, right? Especially when we're not, they're like, well, we're not in time of war. It's like, well, yeah, because Congress hasn't declared war yet. So the issues around being in a time of war is when Congress declares war. And Congress can't tell companies, you're now behaving as if you're in a time of war, right? That's part of why we have Congress and the declaration of war. And so it's like, okay, and I do think that this technology, now the underlying thing that's really important here is that the technology is important geopolitically, for power, for national security. And I think it's really important that we do that. But by the way, even in this recent, brouhaha, the Anthropic people think that too. They're like, how do we help America in this position? So it's only the framing of you have to do exactly what I tell you to do, which is not land of the free. I suspect it's not even home of the brave, in this. And so I think it's important for the tech industry to say, hey, look, like, yes, we are providing, we are partnering. I mean, I think, Microsoft has always done a really good job of, we collaborate with, the U.S. and Western democracies for a well-ordered global society. That's what we do.
Well said. Reed, appreciate it. Thanks so much.
My pleasure.
Possible is produced by Palette Media. It's hosted by Ari Finger and me, Reed Hoffman. Our showrunner is Sean Young. Possible is produced by Tanasi Delos, Katie Sanders, Spencer Strasmore, Imo Zhu, Trent Barboza, and Tafazwa Nimarunboy.
Special thanks to Surya Yalamachili, Saida Savieva, Ian Alice, Greg Beato, Arthur Till, and Ben Rellis. Reed, it is delightful to have you here in New York in the Notion office. First question is actually about cities. So I feel like for the past few years, everyone's been talking about the death of San Francisco, the death of New York, sort of anointing Miami and Austin as the next tech hubs. The data that we've seen from Silicon Valley Bank says that actually, over the last 3 years, San Francisco is the only city that has seen company growth in terms of VC-backed companies being started. And this past January, David Sachs said, and I quote, as a response to socialism, Miami will replace New York as the finance capital, and Austin will replace San Francisco as the tech capital. why do these people keep saying these things, and why do they keep being proven wrong? Or do you think something's going to change in the next 5-10 years?
It's certainly not going to change, and I think that the question is, Silicon Valley and New York are not the world organized according to how David Sachs thinks they should be organized. So if he uses as a proof point Miami's taking over of the tech capital or the financial capital as a proof point for his beliefs, which of course he won't, then he would have to acknowledge he was wrong. Because the actual thing about these things are they create, these cities and economies create network effects, and people who understand network effects understand how they have persistence, growth, compounding. That's one of the fundamental things about what made Silicon Valley, and I'm less knowledgeable about the New York financial scene, but I suspect that it's the same way there as well. Now, as Americans, we'd like to have as many different tech growing hubs as possible. The fact that the others aren't growing is not a fact that I take any joy or delight in. I would prefer it to be 10 or 20 different cities. As a matter of fact, I try to help that in various cities in the US and also in other countries that I think we have values alignment with, like, for example, London and Paris and Rome and Milan and other places as ways of doing it. So I think it's a good thing if most of these things are the case. I think that we want as many of these tech things as possible. But it's also one of the reasons why, the death of Silicon Valley is something that's been said for the last at least 20 years that I've been tracking. Speak Silicon Valley, et cetera, et cetera. And all of that comment doesn't understand the fundamental strength of network effects. Networks of talent, networks of capital, networks of knowledge, and it draws it in. It is part of what leads to blitzscaling. And so the Silicon Valley Bank data does not surprise me at all with the Silicon Valley growth. Now, it does say we need to focus more on these other cities because they should have growth too.
Yep. And so if you're a 25-year-old founder today, well, I feel like you're going to say San Francisco no matter what. So I'm going to say, if you're a 25-year-old founder today, you can't start a company in San Francisco, how should you choose where to start? Proximity to the industry that you're trying to disrupt, your own network, universities, lives, a city on the rise. What should you be thinking about when you're choosing a city to house your startup?
Well, fundamentally, it's the network, the economic network, or in LinkedIn's economic graph, of the city that fits the industry that you're building. And so, for example, if someone says, hey, I'm moving from New York to San Francisco to create a new finance thing, like that's good finance, tech is important on everything, so Silicon Valley and San Francisco helps on that. The finance industry is here more. I'm going to Silicon Valley to start a fashion brand. That seems like an impossible mission. So what makes it? So it's where the network for and how do you? It's kind of where the financing where when you're hiring talent, because you just scale talent, how to go to global scale, because the real relevance, blitzscaling is always going to global scale, is where are the networks best for doing it? Now, sometimes there's like nowhere, then it's like, okay, well, think about talent networks, think about capital networks. So it could be, for example, that something that's near a university with a bunch of raw talent, a bunch of innovation. It could be that if you're creating something that's radically new or different, being somewhat obscure. And like, for example, part of like the way to say, hey, like I always take things like Shopify and Spotify as interesting lessons because they said, okay, we know that we don't have the benefit of being in the Silicon Valley, but how do we play this technology game? Frequently that's build in a different direction. Do something. We had the first just guarantee the record labels Scandinavian revenue. And do it within and then get it to scale. Similarly, because Silicon Valley kind of thought, oh, all shopping is owned by Amazon, you could play the long game.
你不是有那么多凳子，为什么没凳子？
我跟你说，我回来你最起码牛奶要打一杯给我喝。
The world class anywhere, so not just Silicon Valley, but anywhere founders and CEOs. Look, I'm learning intensely from him. His board meetings there, some of his board meetings. He reads constantly, make sure that the team is drawing the knowledge base of Silicon Valley as much as he can to build his alternative path and build something that's extremely successful and competitive elsewhere.
Awesome. So talking about another industry, let's talk about biotech. So you have AI compounding so quickly, and we're sort of at the intersection of these two different curves. And one curve is AI has been getting so much more efficient, so much better, and so much cheaper over the last few years. But then you have the biomedical curve, and it is heavily regulated, it is full of failures, you have few hits, and it takes a long time. Even with the introduction of AI, it still moves much more slowly than normal technology. And you often talk about sort of the difference between the world of atoms and the world of bits. And how do we get technology to help the other growth hormone.
EMT,
So many of our listeners know you started with Siddhartha Mukherjee, the company Manus AI. Can you give us an update on how that's going? What is the latest that we can expect from this company that hopes one day to have cures for cancer?
One of the things that Sid and I talked a lot about was where should Manus be, and because of the fact is the classic Silicon Valley approach to kind of the pharma, biomedical, etc.
我很严肃跟他说，你知道吗？我不是跟他笑笑，好像求他，我就是说你可以查得到他的，你为什么问来问去啊？
We're just going to create everything in simulation, and the simulation will output everything. And by the way, if those things work, that will be amazing transformations. It was like, okay, well, we need to have this new approach that is not just this, but kind of biological.
AI 是这样东西，比较正规也好。哎，你那法规不一样，AI 这不好啊。
They have the language of biology, the language of cells, the language of chemistry in terms of how it's operating. And part of the reason why Sid and I kind of thought that the time is now for this specific approach was that we were like, okay, what are the challenges
You need a response. 你要回复他。
well-being and prosperity
我这样子说可以吗 ？You need a response.
你问 AI 不是 AI 就懂了 ，AI 就是从人学，要不然他怎么知道？
Very, very barbaric old school. Now we catch early enough, we can do
这个吃了，然后牛奶喝一杯就可以，不要吃太饱。
这个吃没营养啊！你吃这个东西，你要吃香蕉或者水果或者苹果，然后喝牛奶。
牛奶。
Try to kill you and the cancer at the same time and hope that we kill the cancer, first. It's like, okay, there's got to be better ways of managing all this. And the reason, the insight that's adjacent to the classic Silicon Valley way of doing this is say, well, AI is like matching these search problems, right? It's like a Google for what should the right small molecule be that could be a salt, a cure, a therapy, etc. You can also look at it as kind of like the intersection of generative AI. It's like, okay, what would be the, in the ideal universe, would go and say, I would like to, solve triple-negative breast cancer, and go, and here's your molecule. And input output is kind of a yes, it's operating. Obviously, the models are nowhere close to being able to do that other than pure hallucination. And so it's like, okay, what would be the things that are reconfiguring this that allow us to use all of this amazing new scale compute, scale learning, etc. And so, what we've done since we've kind of announced this, we've hired a whole team, we've identified problems that go all the way from kind of like how do you create new kinds of generative models that are the best predicted for therapeutic molecules. Which is great. We use AlphaFold, to say all protein folded, because what we care about is therapeutic molecules. We care about what makes a difference for human health. So what's the set of things that we okay, part of one of the things that we limitations of data. We've been public about, which is a partnership with Schrödinger, where we go, okay, we use the fact that we've learned a lot of chemistry and physics knowledge to configure the data set. We find those molecules, and we've got a bunch of others. And then we've also got how it goes through clinical testing, how it goes through business and it makes it much complicated, it makes it slower. But now here in New York, we have a whole company that's doing it. I don't know exactly when we're planning to be more noisy, but the progress is in full motion.
Within 20 years, practically all diseases are being cured because of AI. Do you agree with that? And I know you hate predicting, what's the end number of years you think is going to come before the first sort of AI drug that cures a disease?
I think the number of years before AI drugs cure disease is more FDA and other processes than it is like creation. Like I think the technology was probably already in our earliest prototyping phases, we've actually, filed some INDs, have some things that are prospective patents, other things. And that's just prototyping our technology to get the factory running. So I think that the notion of that there will be AI discovered, invented, found, drugs, I think is very small in years. But the process by which we get that into clinical trials, the process by which we get that into effective human health outcomes, that is also a key part of that. And that's part of the reason why it gets harder now. That you said, do I think that it's completely feasible that because of AI techniques, all current human diseases will have cures, or the vast majority? I think the answer is That seems very plausible. It's possible that there's a drug or there's a disease or two that just has something structural about how biology works. It's just like there's no fix for it that isn't also like moral, right, or something that's kind of equivalent. Like it just doesn't. There may be some that just don't have that infinite solve capability. And it's also that diseases evolve. So just as we
don't know what the disease landscape is going to look like in 20 years.
So the all disease cured, unclear. But I think, look, the advancement of like part of what a major part of human progress over the last 50 plus years has been like solving diseases through, for example, vaccines and other things, which all of the biomedical folks kind of know. And this means that they say, no side effects for vaccines. No one smart ever says that. Of course, for some individuals there's side effects. Just as, like for some individuals there's side effects for aspirin. For some individuals there's side effects for, kind of eating a particular, shellfish. And so there's, of course, but the question is no. For a vast majority, this is life-saving. And for some, there's some side effects, and then you try to navigate that. That's essentially the statistical trend.
It's really hard for people to wrap their head around life expectancies in 1900 and how radically different they were, and that has changed because of vaccines, public health, technology. Like it is pretty wonderful, and we just forget honestly that what it was like to live 120 years ago.
And I think AI is the next phase of acceleration.
Absolutely. So to end the episode, I want to switch gears a little bit. Recently, we got a very 2026 sentence. Stephen Colbert says CBS wouldn't let him air an interview with a Democratic Senate candidate because they were scared of the FCC. For those of you who are listening or watching and you haven't seen the Colbert episode on this, please go watch. It is hilarious and also informative, but it's a little scary. What happened was that Colbert taped an episode with James Tallarico, who is running for Senate in Texas. He is one of the Democratic candidates. And the CBS lawyers called Colbert and said, "You cannot run this episode citing the FCC's equal time provision because Brendan Carr wanted to change it." And so Brendan Carr did not.
一场战争打穿了全球能源。
过过滤